What's your I was the only one to get away story? We were at a fish show, and we had been following the tour for a while. Undercovers caught my dude rolling a blunt in the car. Then the other dude with us was coming by, and I was throwing as many gtfo son looks I can, but they popped him for having pills when he came by, so everyone I was with, including the dude who owns the car, got arrested thousands of miles from home. As the smartest in the group is getting cuffed, he asks the cops to give me his keys and their tickets. So I had a pocket of concert tickets, a car that isn't mine, and like $100. Point took the car, bought a couple hundred bottles of water and a few 30 packs, and went back to the concert. Sold all the water for $1 each, most of the beers, except like 15 or so I drank for $3 each, and scalped every ticket for like $120 each. Showed up at the jail with a random girl from the concert, sheet house drunk, and bailed my friends out in all ones, then bought them a hotel room. Point can't leave my people behind. Man. Point edit. I appreciate all the nice words. Just pretend I replied to each of you individually, that I'm just doing what they would do for me. Thanks for the gold too. I don't deserve it. I went to a private high school and was part of a group of about 20 people who knew about a tent hidden in the woods behind our school. People would go there and have sex after school, smoke pot and do hood rat sheet. Someone got in trouble and ratted out all of us as an attempt to lessen her punishment. Apparently she was going to be expelled, and on the last day before finals we all got called down to the detention room, and the dean told us that they had found drug paraphernalia and weapons, airsoft pistol, and made us all write down everything we know about the tent and who have seen at the tent. 19 people ratted out everyone in that room, including themselves, and were given pretty harsh punishments. 3 were expelled, some were suspended into the next year, and the rest got demerits. I wrote down I have no idea what you're talking about. Went and talked to the deans and said the same thing and was off the hook. I'm certain my name was on every list, and I'm sure they wanted to nail me, but I denied, and I guess they were satisfied with 19 people giving themselves up. I wasn't the only one to get away, but I was in the fewer than 10% that got away. Point used to street racing, and right after high school, one night we were at one of the quieter locations, and we got an alert that cops were heading in from one direction. We all book it to our cars and start heading out the way that wasn't being closed in on. Suddenly cars are e-braking and flipping 180 degrees in the middle of the road in front of us, and we see a wall of cops advancing. Fakers closed us in. They herded us into a big parking lot, and I'll never forget watching like 30 Honda Civics drive around in panicked circles like frightened wild animals. At the time I was 17 and only had my permit, and I had sneaked out, so getting caught was not an option. I saw a couple of the less lowered cars hop a curb in the back of the parking lot and book it across a dirt field, so I joined them. I had just enough clearance to make the curb, so there were maybe 6 other cars and myself doing 60 miles an hour across this empty dirt field. Came out in a residential neighborhood I had never seen before, and it took me 30 minutes to get out, but I didn't get caught. One of my buddies did, and he got his car impounded, an $800 fine, and his parents were pissed. Point no regrets edit. Getting a lot of hate for the street racing thing. This was almost a decade ago. People, I was young, dumb, and full of gasoline. To clear some stuff up, we raced mostly between midnight and 3 AM on wide open, straight, clear visibility roads in areas that were completely industrial/business zoned. Never once saw another civilian either on foot or in a car. Not only did we have at least one guy dedicated to police scanners, but there was always a car posted at each end of our track with radios to look out for traffic or people. Stupid as it may have been, we were as safe and responsible as we could be while illegally street racing. I was gambling in Vegas on a Friday with a friend's bachelor party coming up the next day. Playing blackjack, mostly just killed time waiting for dinner, but the table was on fire. It was a full table shortly after I sat down. I played for a couple hours and the table was all up on money, anywhere from $50,000 to $800. The $800 was me. Everyone else was literally up at least 10 grand. It's about 20 minutes before I'm supposed to meet up with someone, so I call it and head back to my room so I can shower and change for the night, head out for dinner, and have a good night. The next morning, my buddies call me down to the lobby to meet up. As I get down there, out of sheer coincidence they are talking to the dealer that was at the table when I left. She says there he is and points at me. Friends are like no sheet. Turns out, I was the only one that walked away from that table with $1 to my name. I'm the only one left from my group of 3 best friends since 3rd grade. First one hung himself because he was a pain pill addict, and I think the pressure of addiction and owing a lot of people money got to him. Ate a shit ton of Klonopins and hung himself on his mom's porch with a dog leash. My wife was dating him when I met her, and I always joke about it when people ask how we met. I say she was dating my friend and I stole her, and when they ask if we are still friends, I get quiet and say he killed himself. Second one was a heroin addict. Wrecked his car badly when he nodded off and he lived. After getting home from the hospital, he shot up again and nodded off while eating cereal and choked. His mom found him blue in the face. He lived, but is a completely different person who will never be independent again. The third one just died recently. He was the most baddest person ever. Had so much fun in a life he loved. He was that dude on your social media you lived vicariously through. Baddest chicks every month. Awesome road trips to Mexico one week and Alaska the next. He loved living the biker life. I couldn't even cry when he died because he died doing what he loved. He had literally said to me that he would rather die on his bike than doing anything else. Anyway, this will probably be buried, but it felt good to write. I've been off drugs, except booze, for a while now, and my wife and I are really happy. Glad I made it out of that town alive. Definitely miss my brothers though. We had some great faking times. High school party, one of my first. I was wasted, throwing up in the basement bathroom when the cops arrived. Eventually they were let inside and stormed into the basement, where everyone was hiding loudly with the lights off, with their flashlights beaming down into the dark. I want to say there were at least 30 people rounded up into the living room where they started calling parents. The host of the party saw me sitting on the mantle, having accepted my fate. She knew my dad would, literally, whoop my ass and send me out the window. I knocked over the grill on my way out and walked around the back of the house, through a few backyards, and to the neighborhood pool where I cuddled with some bushes for a few hours. When I saw the last cop finally leave, I sprinted back to the house and knocked on the door to be let in, scaring the shit out of the 3 survivors. A few dozen people were charged with underage drinking. Quite possibly the dumbest story about getting caught by the police I've ever been a part of. Luckily, I was the only one to get away. This was years ago. At the time I was friends with, well, let's call him Mike. One day I bought a brand new digital camera and was excited to use it. I met up with Mike at his house, and another friend, let's call him Chris, was there, as well as Mike's current girlfriend Kelly. Now, Mike hated his ex-girlfriend, and after a little, while doing not much at Mike's house, he pitches the idea of going to his ex-girlfriend's house and egging her on. Should been a massive red flag for his current girlfriend. Anyways, so we load up into Chris' car and we drive to a local convenience store where Mike purchases 10 dozen eggs on his credit card. We get back into the car and drive off into the next town to find Mike's ex's house. The whole time I'm just playing with my camera and taking pictures, which ends up being both a good and a bad thing, but we'll get to that later. Anyways, we drove by her house a couple times, with Chris, Mike, and Kelly all throwing eggs, while I just took pictures. After hitting the house a couple times, we still had a ton of eggs left, so we basically just drove around throwing eggs at random houses and random cars. Not me though, I was just having fun playing with my new toy camera. So, a little while later we notice there is a car right on our ass. Chris starts driving faster, the car speeds up as well. Mike suggests going up on back roads to get away from the car, so we do. The car follows, still right on our ass. At this point Kelly is freaking out and crying. Mike decides that we should probably call the police to help us with this nutbag chasing us around town. Yeah, dumb idea. The police, who had already been contacted by the car behind us, informed us that the best way to scare the car off would be to just drive to the police station. So we do. Yeah, obviously this person ends up being someone we egged. We show up, and the cops all run out, and start accusing us of egging, and the people in the other car are accusing us of egging. And there is egg all over Chris' car from accidental splashback and such, so the only thing Chris or Mike thinks of to say is no, we got egged. Look at our car. At this point, another cop pulls up in his cruiser and he just shouts at us, which one of you is Mike such such? And Mike is like, I am. And the cop then says, oh, so you're the dumbass who bought 10 dozen eggs on your credit card before you went out. Huh, damn. No way out to this one. One of the cops sees my digital camera. He asks to look at the pictures, and me being young and dumb, and not knowing if I had to give it to him or not, gets all freaked out and just hands him photographic evidence of our entire night out egging. Mike gets arrested. They, for some reason, check Chris' trunk, and they find a bunch of booze. At the time, Chris was underage. This was probably about 8-9 years ago. I was probably 20 at the time. Chris gets arrested. He's crying. The cops see pictures of Kelly egging. She gets arrested. I tell them that I was just taking pictures the whole time. They look through my camera and see picture after picture, and believe me, I'm the only one not to get arrested from the dumbest event in human history. We egged tons of houses. I photographed the event as evidence for the cops, and then we literally drove ourselves to the police station, where we were all arrested. I was insanely scared and convinced I was going to get arrested as well. Nope. Stopped hanging out with Mike and Chris after that. No thank you. I don't need to egg anyone's house. I don't need to get arrested for doing dumb shit like that. TLDR. My friends and I all went out egging houses, then drove ourselves to the police station and everyone was arrested but me. I'm a little late to the party, so this is going to get buried, but AWWL, about a mile from the house where I grew up was a hill that looked down on a road. My friends and I used to throw water balloons down at cars from the hill when I was 16. It was a long way down, and hitting a car going through the road was pretty hard. One day we thought we were geniuses to put ketchup in the balloons. 5 of us took our ketchup filled balloons to the hill at dusk. It was quiet and no cars were passing, so we just waited. Finally here came a car going very slowly. I raised up my balloon and threw it, aiming just in front of the car. Whammo. Perfect throw and hit the car right on the hood. The 5 of us freak out in celebration, like we had just won the Super Bowl. Then we heard it. Whoop whoop. The blue and red lights flip on from the car, and a spotlight hits right on us. It was a faking cop car. Over their PA system they announced, stay where you are, we are coming up. 2 cops got out of the car and started climbing the hill. I looked at my friend like, what the fuck do we do now? One of my friends said bail. Another one replied, yeah, bail. We turned and ran, trying to make a run for my house about a mile away. By this time it was dark, and we figured we would easily make it. We sprinted down a couple of streets, and figured we were safe. Out of nowhere, behind us another cop car flipped on its lights and sirens. We started running straight ahead down the road as the car gained on us from behind. One of my friends tripped on the curb and fell. I looked back, just to see a cop tackling him as he tried to get up. Then there were 4 of us. We turned onto another street, when a cop car appeared in front of us. We turned back to see the previous car blocking behind us. My fat friend said he couldn't do it anymore, and that he was giving up. He sat on the curb awaiting his fate. And then there were 3 of us. I turned to the side of the street, and jumped a fence into someone's backyard. My 2 remaining friends followed. After 3 or 4 fences, I figured we had lost them. I looked over the fence and saw 3 cops jumping the fences about 30 seconds behind us. They saw me looking at them and started screaming, police. Stop right there. About a half mile from my home. I knew the punishment would be the same if I stopped now or got caught later. So I figured I would keep running for it. We jumped 2 more fences and I saw a BBQ taking place in the backyard of the next house. I jumped the fence and kept running onto the next one. One of my other friends was right behind me, and he kept running to the next one with me. We heard a guy at the BBQ scream, hey you, stop. If I'm not stopping for the cops, I'm not stopping for you, buddy. My 3rd friend jumped the fence into the BBQ, and the guy started chasing him. My friend jumped up the fence and the guy grabbed my friend and tackled him to the ground. scared shitless, and with the cops on our tail, we continued on point, and then there were two of us. Finally I made it to my backyard and we ran in through the garage door. We turned off all the lights and peeked out the windows waiting to see if the cops had seen us. My little sister was home and was wondering what was going on. We just told her to shut up and stay down. The cops jumped into my backyard and continued jumping fences into the neighbors. After about 30 minutes my friend said he had to get home. I told him it would be better to stay for the night with the cops out in force. He declined and went out. I found out the next day that he got caught just down the street from my house when he left point, and I was the only one to get away. TLRD, cops go all out to catch my friends and I for throwing water balloons filled with ketchup at a cop car. Haha you bastard. We swore to never tell this story again. Edit. Alright, due to my mailbox exploding, I will share my side of the story, as well as the truth on what really happened. This was 10 years ago. I was the last one to get caught u/Reddit mod suckers, and I have been friends since we were like 2. So it's all fun and games to us. u/Reddit mod suckers decided it would be a good idea to fill the balloons with ketchup. The rest of us see the car coming down the road going slow. Something's up. We figured it's cops, since we had almost hit a car about 5 minutes before. So we hold our fire. Meanwhile, I see u/Reddit mod suckers grab a balloon, and before I can say anything throw it out there like Randy Johnson at the World Series. It made the loudest noise ever. u/Reddit mod suckers then begins to dance around and scream about how awesome of a throw that was. When the cops started coming up the hill, it was u/Reddit mod suckers that kept saying, "Should we bail, man? I think we should bail." The rest of this is pretty accurate, except for the part he didn't mention of him leading us the wrong way and away from his house when we were jumping fences. Great job there u/Reddit mod suckers. Oh, and the part where he decided to run through a BBQ and yell "fuck you" to everyone at it. I think this inspired the homie Arwana to tackle our last friend. u/Reddit mod suckers swears to this day that's not what he said, but I heard what I heard. The cops took me to a car wash and made me wash their car. The kid that tripped on the curb was taken to the hospital with a sprained ankle. He didn't break anything. The fat kid was also taken to the hospital with him, since he told the cops that he couldn't breathe. He was fine. The third one had to apologize to everyone at the BBQ for ruining their BBQ, and then he and I went to the car wash like 40 minutes after the whole thing happened. They told our parents, threatened with a million violations, but not cited for anything, and we had to write apology letters to the cops and family that was having the BBQ. Point all in all, it was one hell of a night. The only one who got away was the one who caused the whole thing. Enjoy u/Reddit mod suckers. Years back in high school my buddy threw a huge party. Unfortunately, not just our usual group showed up. It was well over 100 people. Anyways, I was always on the lookout for cops or shady people. I had my reasons as to how screwed I would be had I gotten caught drinking. Sports, school, family, scholarships, etc. So the party goes on. More and more people we don't normally hang out with show up. So I grab my buddy and RDD and say we need to leave. Now. You can crash at my place, I don't care. Let's go. We hop into his car. That's when I throw a duffel bag of beer drunkenly into his trunk, followed by the sound of tabs popping and beer spilling. We pull out and drive away. We get a quarter mile down the road before we see 4 cop cars headed to the house. The party was immediately shut down. Countless tickets written. People kicked off sports teams or clubs. What's funny is this same scenario happened 2 other times in high school. I left a party before the cops busted everyone, and people got tickets the day before graduation. And another time I left a kickback which ended in the arrests of a few friends. My reputation still holds true. I always leave minutes before the cops arrive. Edit. Number of students in my school. I exaggerated. I graduated with 505 students, with a total school size of 2100. I love situations like this where, even though it's known who did what, still no one rats them out. In grade 7 to 9, around 14 to 17 years old at that time, I went to a school where no one snitched, and either everyone got sheet for it or everyone got off scot-free. I won't say that we weren't assholes, Trust me when I say we were probably the worst students outside class. But I have memories where people would break toilets, radiators and whatnot, which would often lead to flooding in the halls, and even though 40 students were there to witness it, no one fessed up. I even remember one time where a couple of us were playing football in the halls and accidentally tackled some kind of box hard enough to open it. After fiddling with it for a minute, a kid accidentally cut off the power for the whole hall and the classrooms in it. The school made a big thing about it, but since they couldn't give 50 kids detention/suspension, nothing happened. I'd do anything for another day in that school with those people. Lollapalooza. A few years back, me and my one friend and about 10 other random kids were walking around the festival looking for a place to hop the fence and sneak in, cause none of us bought tickets. We finally find an area where there are only a couple security guards. There were about a dozen of us that hopped this tall fence at the same time. Little did we know that the Chicago police security tent for the festival was right where we all hopped the fence. As soon as we hopped the fence, about 8 cops came running out of nowhere, and at least half the group was on the ground with security holding them down immediately. This security firm had some athletic jacked types. The cops get the other 4 kids after about a 15-foot intense dash. I swear kids were getting tackled left and right. These cops and security were literally spearing kids into the ground and shoving their faces in the dirt. It was insane. Me and my one friend made it about another half a block and ran into another fence. This whole time 2 cops are chasing us. As we were hurdling the second fence, one cop grabbed my arm and tried pulling me down, and I shimmied my way onto the other side. We see one more scalable fence and hop that too. At this point we realize we are backstage for Eminem, and we head into 2-part spot is backstage for about 10 minutes to hear it just as the show is starting. We realize the cops have better things to do and probably quit searching for us. We head up the side stairs to Eminem and literally get on the side of the stage. Nothing better than an adrenaline filled sprint hopping multiple fences and making it on stage with Eminem for free. My friend's Southern Comfort pint didn't fall out of his pocket, so we had that to drink on. Nothing beats being 18 without a care in the world. It was like sneaking into prison. I was the only one to get away from my hometown. Even the kids who went to college out of state moved right back. I was one of 4 in my class who took early graduation, graduated high school with diploma in hand at the end of January instead of June, even though due to how the school changed class scheduling, like 90% of the senior class was eligible. We went from a possible 7 credits a school year to a possible 10. The change happened in our junior year, so since we all came in under the old schedule, we still only needed the lower credits to graduate. I remember on my last day in January everyone was talking in the homeroom like, "Did you take early grad?" No. Me either. Wish I did, but I'd miss everyone. This was the school, town, teachers, jobs, people they said they utterly detested and couldn't wait to get away from. They're all still there, now with apartments and kids, still saying how much they hate it and wish they could move away. This is sorta the opposite of what Op asked, but I think this is about as close as I'm going to get. I was the kid who always got caught. It wasn't that I was a bad kid or anything, but every time I even joked about doing something I got caught. This story is no different, but for once, it worked out in my favor. Some backstory. The time was the early 90s. I and several of my friends had planned a camping trip. For some reason, we'd all become fascinated with fireworks around this time. We'd all grown up on a steady diet of 1980s action flicks with cool explosions and such. At that time the state of Kai outlawed anything stronger than a sparkler, and those just weren't cutting it. So we decided we'd make our own. Remember, this was all before the internet, so we really had no clue what we were getting ourselves into. I won't relate the process I used, even though there are probably far easier ways to make what I did available online. Let's just say I had no idea how powerful the propellant I'd made for my homemade metal encased flare was. I also had no idea how touchy the stuff was either. I was screwing the cap onto it in the house with my parents and sister home when, boom, miraculously I managed to avoid serious injury other than some singed hair and some temporary hearing loss. The pieces of the metal canister looked like a solo cup that had been run over by a lawnmower. My father was completely deaf in one ear and wore a hearing aid in the other. The noise my flare made when it went off was the only thing he heard in stereo for years. My mom complained later that it made her ears ring several rooms away. My family all came running toward the room I was in, yelling, wanting to know if I was okay, and I didn't reply because I couldn't hear them. I was still laboring under the delusion that I might be able to hide what I'd done. Clearly, I was wrong. My dad had a voice like a drill sergeant, and he was about as worked up that night as I ever saw him. Even so, I could barely hear the royal, weapons grade, extra strength chunky style, spittle flinging, chewing out that he gave me. He practically peeled the wallpaper, and I'm sure at least a third of it was illegal in 7 states. Also, my sister told me later she still looks a bit shell-shocked whenever the subject comes up. Anyway, I got grounded, good and proper. Consequently, I missed a little camping trip. My buddies went without me, since it looked like I was going to be grounded until the return of Halley's Comet in 2061. It all started out well. The weather forecast called for unusually warm weather that weekend. They loaded up and went way out into the middle of nowhere, then hiked way back into the woods to set up camp. By then all of them had heard of my plight and decided to ditch the homemade fireworks. All but one, that is, he lost all the hair on his right forearm, part of his beard, and ruined a perfectly good jacket. That night a freak cold snap rolled in, and they nearly froze to death. Especially when someone put too much wood on the fire and melted a hole in the tent. Not only did this make for a drafty tent, it also meant they ran out of firewood before the night was over. They ended up having to hike back to the truck in the dark with a couple of cheap flashlights. This is when it started to rain. The two who had to ride in the bed of the truck got hurt when the driver couldn't see a dip in the road and nearly threw both of them out. When they finally did make it out, they ran low on gas and had to sit in a gas station parking lot for a while until it opened before they could finish the drive home. Every last one of them ended up sick as a dog. Meanwhile, I was at home safe and warm. TLDR, I was a stupid kid who tried to make his own fireworks and accidentally created what amounts to a small pipe bomb, which went off in my parents' house while they were home. I got grounded and missed a camping trip, which nearly killed my buddies. Even though I was a pretty good kid and rarely got into trouble making, the few times I did step out of line I always got nailed. Like I'd behave and do the right thing 9 times out of 10 while nobody ever noticed, and then that one time I get daring and act up would be exactly just as someone in authority was looking right at me. The intro to your story reminded me of a time in 4th grade when we were doing a project involving cotton balls. Remember, I was always well behaved and rarely dared step out of line. For some reason I got it in my head that I was going to roll up this cotton and pretend to smoke it. For about 10 seconds I pretended to puff on it and was like, oh man, puff puff, this is good stuff. Of course, I did it just as the teacher was looking at me, and she flipped, called me out of the room, contacted the principal, and sent me down to the office. They called my parents to come down to the school right now and only told them that I had been caught participating in drug activity and wanted to intervene immediately. My parents thought their 4th grader was involved in drugs. I didn't even know what I was doing at that age. I was just imitating something I saw in movies and TV. I didn't know what it meant or what I was saying / acting out. My parents got there. The principal told me to tell them what I had been doing. When I told them, the principal just looked at them and they were pretty pissed off. They had been called for that and they'd been thrown into a crisis panic mode over something so insignificant. I got sent home for the day and my parents laughed at me in the car, but told me what I was acting out wasn't good and I should think more before I blindly do stuff. When I was in 3rd grade I went to a pretty good school, but all around it were lots of low-income areas, full of white families. Over the next 2 years they all started to gravitate into my school, so by 5th grade energy drinks, weapons, mainly knives, but nobody ever used them, swearing, white gangster kids, and sideways flat bill hats with the sticker still on them were everywhere. Of course, most people fell in love with UFC and WWE around this age. I did not. Sadly my friends did, and it led to some confrontations. Then, one day people in my clique started to write on a piece of paper at lunch names of kids they wanted to try to beat up at recess. I went along with it out of curiosity. Then, the whole table knew about the list, and soon the whole lunchroom. It was all we could talk about, and somehow the list evolved into a fight at recess. The teachers tried to shut it down, but to no avail. Then at recess around 80% of the school was at one corner of the playground in a circle, and an all-out brawl started. I wasn't in it, because I had no idea how to fight, and I didn't feel like getting in trouble. All of the school staff, well, most of it, needed to stop it, and the crowd was broken up, and lectures were being given. They gave out punishments to anyone who was near the fight, so a group of kids and I tried to sneak away. We were about to enter a wooded area of the playground. It was Michigan, so we had lots of these, and a teacher shouted at us to get over here. Being at the front, I quickly slipped behind a wide trunk, while the others went towards the teacher and their imminent doom. Nobody even noticed me slip to the other side of the playground to avoid the teachers, and that is how around 60-70% of the school got detention/counseling, and I got off scot-free, the sole survivor in my clique. Loads of people at a pub in my town that was notorious for not eating, so had loads of underage people in there drinking. It was their busiest night of the year and the police raided it. Most people ran out the back and some hopped the fence. The rest tried to hide in the toilets. I just sat there drinking as the police came through the pub, pulling everyone out the toilets and back inside, hitting them all, and taking names and addresses. The people who had jumped the fence decided to stand on the corner just outside to wait for their friends who hadn't been so lucky, they thought. Next thing they knew, the police had come outside and started hitting everyone standing on the corner like they had inside. Myself and two friends, one of age, the other, like me, not yet 18, had just sat there through the entire incident, drinking our pints and joking with some of the better-natured cops. They didn't bother hitting anyone who hadn't run, so I was one of a very few of my friends who got away with it scot-free. Alright, so here's a fun little story from a few years ago. I'm about a year older than most of my friends. My birthdays are in August, so my mom started me late in school. This is key background info. A friend of mine wanted to host a party, but didn't have a venue, and decided a hotel room would be ideal. A small number of close friends quickly became 30-ish people inside one hotel room. Now he called me, before I had to go to work, and asked if I could buy him some booze. Being the good friend I am, I bought him a couple of cheap vodka bottles and said I'd see him later. Later comes around, and I arrive with two other mutual friends, and he instantly texts me and says we can't come in the back door where everyone has been entering because there's too many people here already. This stopped nothing, because suddenly one of our friends sees us and starts to say how awesome we are because it's his first time being drunk and high at the same time. We get inside the hotel room after about 5 minutes of talking to some people outside who propped the door open, and suddenly there's a loud knock at the door, and I looked at who we shall call Brandon and Izzy and said book it to the cops. Now Izzy and I are the only people over 21 to our knowledge. Everyone else is 18 to 20. We have to get out of there. Izzy opens the door, climbs over the balcony and jumps 2 floors down, rolls when he lands and is gone. There's basically a fight for who can get out the door. I must have pushed 10 people out of my way. I get to the balcony and boom, instant flashlight from the balcony next door. You're not about to jump, are you? Sheet, no sir. Making sure no one kills themselves, and I start trying to push people back in, but Brandon just supermans over everyone, grabs the railing, yells later to the cop and jumps. This is a nightmare. I'm over 21. I'm surrounded by alcohol and people under 21. So my second thought is to push out the door first and see if I can't lose the cops in a stairwell. I crossed the room as fast as possible as everyone's cowering in the corner, except my friend who opened the door. The cop proceeded to look at me and said everyone out in the hallway. In the hallway is his partner, who waits till about 5 people are out and says okay, down to the lobby. I begin to speed walk and try to lose everyone. I even told the person behind me to go left to the lobby, where I turned right. All the idiots followed me, which of course brought the cop to our location. I quickly said I was turned around and zigged when I should have zagged. I quickly find myself in hell. There's 3 other cops in the lobby and one right behind us. All I could do was slip my ID out of my wallet, so I only had an expired school ID on me, and literally put my driver's license under my sack. The cops begin to ask how old we are, what our name is, asks for ID. One gets suspicious when I said I only had my school ID, but I took my whole wallet out to show him. Told him I was 19. He then starts asking who's getting a taxi, who's getting a ride, and who's booking a hotel room cause no one is driving home. So I call Izzy. I have no clue where he is, if he got to his car, or if he's in handcuffs. He picks up the phone on the first ring, and I'm trying to play it cool. Hey man, sorry to call you so late. Remember that party I asked if you wanted to go to? You think you can swing over here and pick me up? He realized fast I was caught and played along, and said he will be there in 10 minutes. The second I hang up on him though, I hear a cop ask who was the kid in the Left 4 Dead shirt. Shit, that's Brandon. So I try to low-key text Izzy to leave Brandon somewhere. I'm thinking the bushes or something. Maybe drop him off down the street at a gas station and pick him up after. So Izzy rolls up and the cop looks at him and lets me go. We drive 3 blocks and I ask when we are picking up Brandon, who on cue rolls the backseat down and goes, dude, I've been hiding in the trunk since you texted him. Story doesn't end there. I kid you not. My friend calls and asks if we can come back and drive 2 others home as well. So Brandon trunks it again. We grab 2 more people right in front of 5 cops and leave again. By all rights I should have been screwed because I was over 21 and Brandon was running from the police, but both of us walked away completely in the clear. Back in high school I was always a nerd, but I used to play a lot of basketball too, so I had lots of friends who did illegal things, drug deals, violence, robbery. I was playing basketball with my high school teammates on the street and there was a drug deal going on the side. This is normal but something happened. An argument started, a fight broke out. My teammates were friends with the guy in the drug deal so they jumped to help him. The other guy who was selling had his friends too, and they automatically associated me with the people I was playing ball with, the people who jumped into the fight. I saw one of them pull out a gun and I tried to run the hell out of there. I heard a couple gunshots while running, but I just continued running towards my home. Never turned back. Literally, never. The next school year I completely changed, stopped playing ball with those guys, only hung out with my nerd friends and my goodness, that was a good decision. I'm 21 now, and am a programmer at a really good company. A couple weeks ago, I decided to go back to that hood just to visit. Those guys were playing ball at the exact same location. Drug deal happening at the exact same location. This story isn't really I was the only one to get away from the shooting. It's more of a I was the only one to get away from that drug dealing life. Here goes. When I was 17, me and some friends stole a car that belonged to a guy we all knew. We, my friends and the owner of the car whom no one liked, were all getting drunk in my high school's parking lot when the owner of the car, we'll call him Rory, decided to leave with one of our other friends to go to another party. Rory left his car, keys and all, in the parking lot with me and 4 of my friends. We didn't know that he left it open / the keys in the ignition until we went up to it and pulled one of the door handles. The door opened up, much to our amazement, and we all got in. At first we thought it'd just be fun to hotbox it or something, until my friend, we'll call him Corey, reached for the ignition and the keys were still in there. Me and Corey were like best buds, and were pretty much always thinking the same thing, and I knew he wanted to start the car, so I egged him on. Everyone else was against it, but eventually Carrie started her up, and we were on our way. At this point we were all very drunk and very high, so this was really stupid and dangerous. We drove all around the surrounding subdivision, and we did some pretty reckless stuff. We would floor it going up to a corner, and then turn, while the passenger pulled the handbrake. We were ghost riding, etc. Finally we were ready to pull back into the parking lot and call an end to the fun, when I was in the driver's seat at this point, looked in the rearview mirror, and saw a cop car with the cherries lit up. I said cops, or something, I guess, and then I got out and ran, along with everyone else. Here's where it gets a little more interesting. I knew the cops were too close for me to actually run away, so I pretty much thought I was fake. 2 of my friends had been tackled a few meters behind me. Then I saw a group of kids who I sort of knew chilling on the bleachers. They had been there a while, but none of us knew they were there. They all had their bags out and were drinking beers and stuff, and there was a bunch of garbage around them, so it was clear they had been there for quite a while. So I decided I'd just hang out with them and say I was there the whole time. I told them what was going on, and they seemed willing to cover for me. So a cop rolls up and starts asking us questions. Did we see anyone running? What have we been doing all night? etc etc. And then he notices that there's a 4-pack of Molson cold shots sitting on the bleachers. He asks us who they belong to and no one owns up, and he gets frustrated. So he points to me and tells me to pick up the beers and hand one out to everyone. There are 5 of us including me, so everyone gets a beer except me. Then the cop instructs them to open their beers and proceeds to charge them all with public drinking. Anyways, at some point after that, 1 or 2 more of my friends who were in the car were chased out of their hiding spots by cops and tackled pretty much right in front of me. A cruiser drove onto the field and a cop barreled out of the passenger door while it was still moving and tacked another guy. It was all very dramatic, and I can't remember the details because I was smashed. Point anyway, they brought me and the dudes I was with back to the car for further questioning, and I realize we left it in neutral and it had kind of rolled down a hill and the back bumper got faked up. Everyone who was involved got busted except for me. They also found an ounce of weed in the trunk in a bag with a binder that had my name on it. It was Cora's bag. I asked him to hold my binder, and I even managed to talk my way out of that somehow, probably because I was a friendly white kid with a baby face. But yeah, there it is. I was the only one to get away. The details are super fuzzy for me, so I definitely missed a bunch of stuff and there are probably some things that don't really add up, but I did my best. Hope you enjoyed it. Here's my crazy story. So my freshman year of college, me and a couple buddies ended up getting a house together. Mistake 1. We would routinely host parties that would become way too out of control to handle. One night, we were having our Halloween bash thing and planned on having maybe 100 to 150 people. So beforehand we decided to go in on a couple ounces of weed and make brownies smoke until we couldn't see. We ended up getting so stoned that we forgot we were having people over, as well as the fact that we had made weed brownies. 11 PM rolls around and there's a knock on the door. We are all freaking out thinking it's the cops, so nobody went to the door. About 2 minutes later someone walks in from the back door, which we had apparently left unlocked. Turns out to be a good friend who's there for the party, along with 20 other people. So they head to the basement to get drinking and whatnot. This literally happens once every 5 minutes until we have a line out of the front door and into the street. At this point I'm way too high to want anything to do with this, so I'm sitting on the couch watching a documentary on ancient aliens on Netflix, which turns out to be a turn on to drunk dicks. No idea. This continues for about 2 hours uninterrupted until I get a call from a friend of mine saying there are 4 cop cars headed down my street and that he just turned around. So now I'm freaking out and I head downstairs and shut the music off and turn the lights on, attempting to explain to this crowd of people that there are cops coming and they are going to be angry and to leave. Of course nobody listens except the guys with warrants who go sprinting down the alley. As soon as I make it upstairs I hear my roommate yelling saying to not answer the door, the police are here. So my first instinct is to try and hide, but then I remember the weed brownies. I grabbed them out of the fridge and darted upstairs as fast as I could to our attic entrance. The way our attic was set up was that it was accessible via what looked like a regular closet door, but actually was faking Narnia, and that's where I wanted to hide. I got in the attic and we had moving boxes in there, so I made a fort out of them and kinda just sat there listening to everything that was going on, eating an entire pan of brownies. Mistake number 2. The cops ended up cleaning the house after some drunk more and let me in. They gave practically everyone underage a ticket, leaving breathalyzer strips all over the house. They gave so many tickets I could hear them joking about running out and going back to the cruiser for more. 2 of the girls that got underage were actually Norwegian tennis players on scholarships who also had to get their stomachs pumped. They are no longer playing tennis. After they had cleared the house of party goers, they had all my roommates in the living room yelling at them about how many times they've come out here and about how it always smells like pot. Then I hear at the bottom of the stairs, "If there's anybody up here, come down right now," and I'm sheeting my pants. Then the footsteps. At this moment I'm literally melting into the floor, drawing parallels between myself and the story of Anne Frank. The cop opens the attic door and shines his light in, but I'm hiding like a damn ninja, and probably says to himself, "Fuck, that I'm not looking that hard." Long story short, all my roommates ended up spending the night in jail for various drugs / drinking / maintaining nuisance / whatever the cops could think of, and I spent my night hiding in the attic, which to this day, we refer to as unfranking. I wasn't at a party or anything, but I did get away with it, so here's a story point. It's the night of Breaking Bad's final season finale. I've been binging so hard on this show to catch up on the final season. Now tonight was the night and I knew social media would be on its toes. Unfortunately, I was at my parents' house for the weekend for some free food. I was still in college. After a long late dinner on Sunday, I realize I have 40 minutes to make a 50-minute drive back to my apartment. They do not have AMC on their cable, so I had to go back. Fast forward 30 minutes, I'm on a local road and it's quiet. The route from my parents' place to my place is mostly a 2-lane country road, so I spent as much as I could. On this one particular open and straight road, I decided to gun it, since it's almost time for the show. I believe the speed limit on this road was 55 miles per hour, and I was going 90. Then I see him. Up ahead on the road is a reflection that reads police vac. I firmly pressed on the brake to slow down without spinning out, but it was too late. The lights started to flash, and he got me. This happened by my first encounter being pulled over, so I had no idea what to do. There was no side road to pull over and not a single street light. I kept going, still blasting my music, but with my emergency blinkers on. I say about a good mile and a half I kept going, awkwardly, until I found a subdivision to pull over. I didn't know if I had to stop the engine or turn down the music or grab my registration. I read somewhere that if you go for the glove compartment, the cop might think you'll pull a gun on him, so I just sat, hands on the wheel with audio slave still pumping hard. "Son, I clocked you at 77 miles per hour and the speed limit is 55. Where are you going?" First, I'm relieved that I slowed down to 77, but realize that's still over 75 on local roads, which still means hefty fines in my state. Oh wow. I'm sorry I was going so fast. To be honest, I'm headed back to my apartment from my parents' place to catch Breaking Bad. The show starts now in about 8 minutes. 8. Give me your license. Be right back. Intense 5 minutes of sweating and finally turning down the music, and the cop comes back. 8. You drive safe now. Last month there were 2 fatal car accidents on this road. I don't want you to be part of the statistics. Wait. So I'm free to go? Yeah. Just be careful. Fuck yeah. Proceed to drive away, making sure to drive at speed limit the whole way home. I ended up missing the premiere, but caught the rerun hour and a half later. The cop probably empathized with me that he was missing his favorite show too. Not me directly, but I wouldn't be here if my father hadn't been the only one to get away. Spring of 1945. My father is a glider pilot in Operation Varsity, flying troops and a jeep in a crossing of the Rhine. It all went well until, well, actually, it went pretty badly from the start. You know the movie A Bridge Too Far? This was that bridge. My father had been given an aerial photograph of the tree he was supposed to land beside. That would be great if the wind hadn't changed, so that the smoker screen the Allies put up to obscure all the takeoffs ended up blowing across the river, making it impossible to see the ground. And of course it turned out the Germans knew they were coming and were there with anti-aircraft guns. The shell that took out the floor below him gave him a great view below, which might have been helpful had it not also destroyed any means of steering his plane. It also severely injured his co-pilot. My father yelled back to everyone to brace themselves because they were going to crash. The sergeant, who was standing up, froze in fright where he was, standing in the hatch to the cockpit. This gave him the ironic death of being hit by a jeep during a plane crash. The nose of the glider was hinged and could lift. That's how the jeep had been loaded. In the crash this meant that the nose broke off bouncing my father away from the rest of the crash into the middle of a field. At least, that's what he deduced when he regained consciousness, still strapped into his seat which had broken free. Not everyone had been killed in the crash. A few British soldiers were on one side of the field, while German soldiers were on the other, meaning that a firefight was now taking place over his head. The few crash survivors other than my father were shortly dispatched, and the Germans came out into the field to investigate. My father's co-pilot was not yet dead, but did not survive his injuries. My father was bleeding and injured, but survived and spent the rest of the war in a prisoner of war camp. When we were 16, 3 friends and myself decided to book last-minute tickets to a concert. We were all pre-gaming at that friend's place that lived closest to the venue, and, after a level of sufficient drunkenness was achieved, we decided to head point now. There were 2 ways of getting to the venue, which was held at a beach. Either take the long-as walk around a graveyard, or, surprise, cut through the graveyard. Unfortunately, the graveyard was closed, because the city didn't want people walking through it at night. But fuck if that was going to stop us. So we all began attempting to climb the 2 meters, 5 inches, fence. My friends managed to get to the other side, but me, being the drunkest, didn't make it. As I'm struggling to get over, a flashlight appears in the distance, and begins yelling sometime along the lines of "Hey, you." We all stared for a while, before realizing it was a cop, so my friends booked it, and left me dangling in the fence. I managed to hop down from and hide in a nearby bush. After watching my friends and the cop run away, my inebriated brain decides this is a good time to try again. Somehow I managed to climb over and start casually strolling through the graveyard, wine bottle in hand. It wasn't long before another flashlight appeared in the distance, but I was prepared. Naturally, I began running like an idiot, even managing to lose a shoe along the way and make it to one of the exits. Through a stroke of luck, me and my one shoe manage to find other friends heading to the concert. Suckers took the long way around, so I go in with them. My 3 other friends caught up around an hour later and began telling me how they hid behind a gravestone before the cop caught them and interrogated them about underage drinking. Luckily, I was the one carrying all the alcohol. While nothing actually happened to them, no charges, etc., they were all cheating themselves behind a gravestone for a good 20 minutes while I was having the time of my drunken teenage life. Then everyone made fun of me for losing a shoe. TLDR. Friends sit in a graveyard waiting for cops to bust them while I'm getting drunk with all their booze. My time to shine. I was an 18-year-old freshman at college and living in a fraternity house. Now the university, where I was attending, had separate dorm buildings spread around campus, each styled differently: suite, traditional, village, etc. And I lived in one of the suite buildings. Well, one night I went to this party, more like a small get-together with some people in one of the suite buildings, which happened to be almost across campus from the fraternity house. We're all having a good time, drinking, shooting the breeze, until we hear a knock at the door. Or more importantly, I hear a knock at the door, so I get up and go to the door and press my drunk ass face against the door to look through the peephole and see 2 people with what appeared to be RAB badges on. I immediately got away from the door and went back into the main room, saying, "Sheet, Raz, hide." Only me and another person, the girl whose suite we were in, followed those instructions. As dumb as they were, she hid in a closet and was never found by the Raz, while I, being a 5 feet 4 inch guy, did the smart thing and hid behind a nearby chair which was pressed up against the wall. There was just enough space behind the chair for me to squeeze in and be nestled by the loosened upholstery, with the angled back of the chair hiding me from overhead view. I get in there in the fetal position and stop moving just in time for the Raz to use their master key and open the door. Everyone starts freaking out, and one of my fraternity brothers that was there, from what I heard, literally went into a drop-dead sprint right past the Raz and out of the building and was never caught or stopped, while the other attendees, about 5 people, 3 of which were other fraternity brothers, couldn't make it out in time. The Raz scoured the entire dorm, but never found the girl hiding in the closet, and never found me. When the Raz asked them if there was anyone else in the dorm, they said no. So I stayed in the fetal position in this chair womb, drunk, for what seemed like an eternity, until everyone had gotten their names and student IDs taken down and escorted out of the building. I stayed for a couple more minutes, sure that if I left right then the Raz would have caught me. So finally I emerged from the chair and looked around the dorm, even saying a timid hello, in an effort to find the actual tenant of the dorm, but she didn't answer. So I did what anyone would do in that situation, open the door, and calmly walk my drunk ass out of the dorm into the pouring rain, like I belonged there. Turns out the guy that ran off didn't get too far out the building before realizing he was too drunk to run back to the house, so he just posted up on a bench outside smoking. So our drunk asses start walking back to the house, only to get 5 steps down the road before a car containing some of our more sober fraternity brothers showed up, hustled us into the car, and took us home. Everyone that got caught ended up getting mandatory alcohol and drug abuse counseling, basically an hour-long seminar on how not to drink, but nothing more serious than that. Me and the running man got off scot-free. Turns out I would end up reuniting with the tenant of that dorm the following semester, after I left the fraternity. I would take up residence in the suite 2 floors down from her, and end up consorting for a bit, before I left the college. TLDR, was drinking in the dorm, got saved by a chair womb. One night quite a few years ago one of my buddies threw a party with about 50 people. We were mostly all under 21 at the time, and had a few other illegal substances as well. Soon enough, the cops show up. By the time they had opened the doors, I had found myself a nice tool bench to hide inside where the opening for the chair was. This was in the garage, and they also had black lights in, so it was difficult to see clearly. So the cops start to give people breathalyzers, all the while I'm crawled up in this little hole for hours. After about 2 hours, they finally load up the last wagon, and I think they pull away. I throw out my legs, which are completely asleep, and right after I hear the cops start heading back inside, I crawled back, and as they started to take pictures and dump out the alcohol. The best part about this is that with the black lights, the flash from the camera gave better sight of the room. I have a friend that works in the police station that told me you can see me scrunched inside this little area in one of the pictures. The cops apparently weren't even angry, just laughed and said they were somewhat impressed. I'm late to the party, but I have a good one. Me and my friends are nerds. We are pasty, white, play League of Legends, Dungeons, and Dragons, and we get A's in school for the most part. We also longboard as our only means of physical activity, because I guess that's probably a good call every now and then. So me and 2 pals are out longboarding when we decide for once in our lives we want to do something off the hook. There's this old factory in our town that's pretty much the proving grounds for teenagers, I guess. It's basically 3 stories of asbestos, nails, broken glass, and dust. Which is awesome in case you don't realize that point. So we longboard around it a couple times, making sure there aren't people around to watch us go in. Then, like a bunch of gangsters, we ride in on our longboard and duck to the side. Check our backs. We a good point now we have to get in. This place is known by the cops as being infested by nefarious teenagers, so they boarded the whole faking thing up, probably for good reason. Anyways, my one friend, let's call him Stacy, has been around the place before, so we followed him. Well, he was having some trouble finding a way in, but luckily he found some bars and Arkham Asylums the shit out of them. We get in, and the place is exactly how you'd expect an abandoned 75-year-old factory to be. It's dusty, it's really not that cool. Important to note for now, I took my longboard in with me because I was scared of it getting stolen, but Stacy and Bacon left his outside, and it was getting dark. We look around for a while and start to get bored, but I'm nervous as fuck this whole time. I just have a bad feeling about the whole thing. Well, we start to exit the way we came in, and we see police lights point. Sheet. They must have seen the longboards. Oh god, we've never been in trouble, we're so faked, is pretty much what we were thinking. I'm too busy worrying about the 3 squad cars outside to notice Stacy and Bacon ran off. They left me. Can you believe them? Well, I take off in a random direction because I'm so scared at this point, and I start climbing ladders. One literally broke off as I was holding it, and I had to jump to another platform. Imagine a movie action hero jumping to a cliff and holding on just by a hand with lava and spikes at the bottom. Same thing for me, except at the bottom was a tetanus and a broken leg. I had to ditch my longboard in a dirty corner when I was climbing the ladder anyways. I pull myself up onto this platform, literally 2.5 stories above the ground floor, and I have a beautiful view of what's happening below. Stacy and Bacon are running through this maze of dusty walls and broken glass. Right behind them are a couple cops with their flashlights out, yelling for them to stop. They keep running, and eventually they get into a dead end. They're pinned and the cops find them. The bastards didn't rat me out, and had no reason to. The cops thought it was just those two because they saw their longboards outside point after a half hour. I went back down, grabbed my longboard, and skated home. Stacy and Bacon had each gotten off with a warning, but their parents were pissed. Mine, however, were not. Oh man, it's my time to shine. Some backstory before this. I have Photoshop on my phone. I edit hockey players to make onto wallpapers and other stuff. I would say I'm a 4/10 on it, but if I take my time on some stuff it looks pretty decent. I almost got suspended for the rest of the school year and there were only 2 weeks left of school until graduation, and I didn't want to get in trouble. I was with my friend who we'll call S and my other friend D. We were talking in class one day and S mentioned my XX420BL at ZXX skills at Photoshop. I say I can Photoshop anything you want. D mentions that I should Photoshop S's face onto a penis just for fun. I accept his challenge, and the next day I show him the picture and they both enjoyed a lot. D mentions this I should A in school and I get a great idea to Photoshop his face onto a dick. A is a type of guy that would tell on you for just simple things. I work really hard on it, and it looks so amazing. S shares it to a couple of friends of his, and we forget about it the next couple of days. The weekend after that, S tells me to delete every single picture and conversation we had. Apparently some fuckhead, N, went and showed A the picture and he went and told the principal about it. S got held up for questioning about it, and mentioned my name as the creator of the picture. I'm scared as shit, because I don't want to get suspended for the rest of the school year and I have very strict parents. Monday comes, and I'm just waiting for the principal to call me down to ask about it. They never did. S and I think of this whole cover plan, so we don't get in trouble. He's willing to take some blame for it, because his parents simply just do not care if he gets in trouble or not. After a couple days I started to relax. I ask S if they are ever going to question me about this whole thing and he says that N took all the blame for it. N gets a day suspension, S gets a write-up, and my name never gets written down anywhere, and my parents do not know about any of this. As a rowdy 11-year-old, my two friends, my brother and I like to romp around on the horse trails behind my friend's house, pulling construction stakes out of the ground and brandishing them as swords, pretending to be characters in our own epic medieval story. Occasionally we'd pick oranges and throw them at each other to try and slice them in half. I proved a particularly good pitcher with a good arm and wicked accuracy. One day, we were having a grand time swinging sticks on the horse trail and yelling made up magic spells to incinerate our made up enemies. We romped like tiny explorers, but when we turned a corner and started down a hill, one of my friends, C, told us to stop. It's a beehive, he said. It was about as big around as my small torso and hanging onto a cliff face a few feet above the trail. We observed from afar for a minute, deciding on our next move. If we walked past the beehive, we might be stung. We could walk back, but as explorers, we would die before passing up the opportunity for a new adventure. And this beehive was the trailhead of a new adventure. Let's try and hit it off the wall, said C. He picked up a rock and threw it. It landed far shy of the beehive, but with his instruction and action, he had inspired us. Two more of our group started scrambling for rocks, leaving me standing there, wondering what to do. I knew it was probably not a good idea to throw rocks at a beehive, but I also had a sword and these magic spells, so perhaps I could protect myself. Just then I spied it. It looked like a piece of clay I had squeezed in my fist, perfectly contoured for my every finger. The perfect rock. I picked it up, looked straight at the beehive, and threw it. With a far off thud, the rock connected with the lower right corner of the beehive, and the impacted chunk broke off and fell to the ground. A cloud of dark smoke emerged from the broken piece of beehive, and as the cloud approached us with a foreboding hum, I realized that now would be a good time to run. Years later, in retrospect, I can't remember if I ever warned my friends and my brother about the incoming cloud of bees. I'd like to think I yelled run, but I think I just let my feet do the talking for me. I ran faster than I was aware my skinny legs could take me, down the trail, and then up again, down, and out onto the driveway. I knew my friends were following somewhere behind me, because I could hear their voices yelping and cursing in pain. I ran up the walkway, and into the front door. I closed it immediately. Then I opened it again, realizing my friends were still out there. They ran in one by one, first my friends, and then my brother. I was unscathed. My questing companions, however, were all stung multiple times by a swarm of angry bees that I summoned. And somehow we are still friends. TLDR, I hit a bee's best with some rocks, summoning angry bees to sting my friends but not me, like some sort of evil genius. Muahaha. Maybe not as good as some of the rest of the stories here, and I probably shouldn't tell this on Reddit, because they tried to catch the culprits for months afterwards anyways, on a scenic river a little ways above the financial capital of the world, Lair Town, that celebrates Halloween night in American traditional teenagers old fashioned by destroying the town and terrorizing trick-or-treaters while us being seniors in high school. Wanted to make this Halloween exceptional as well, one up the idiots who did the worst senior prank a few weeks previous. My friend had worked at the local grocery store and had been storing eggs in the back of the fridge that were past the sell-by date for months. Now come Halloween night, we have cases of eggs. Not cartons, but cases upon cases that are shipped to the grocery store before being unpackaged into the consumer cartons. In total we had about 10,000 eggs, many frozen and in various states of rottenness. We unloaded the eggs into my friend's truck and parked it at the end of a trail only really known and used by students to walk to school from another part of town. We used a dolly to carry the eggs to the school, and as we got closer we saw cops and school officials patrolling the parking lots and school grounds. We waited in the woods as the school was often a target for shenanigans on this particular night, and the town itself rented many rent-a-cops for the crowd control and to prevent assholes like us from destroying the town and tourists' cars. Anyways, as we wait in cover, we are counting the patrol's routines and figure out they come by every 30 minutes. Fine. Perfect, we only needed 15 we thought. The second the patrol left we descended upon the school like a bunch of maniacal insurgents. Being only 4 of us doing the work, we started at the front entrance and started throwing egg by egg. The admin office windows were next to the front entrance, so we made sure to cover it completely. We then moved to the other windows of the school and made sure to hit every window of every classroom. Meeting back at the classroom we came to a realization point. We were throwing eggs first at baseball speed, with full crow hop outfielder baseball style. But having 10,000 eggs and only 4 of us, we quickly realized we not only had the arm strength to throw 2,500 eggs each at baseball speed, but time was running out until another patrol came by. We ended by dumping cases of eggs out of their packaging all over the front doors. The entrance was fully covered in egg and we, arms thrown out, like we pitched 100 innings, left in a hurry back towards the safety of the woods. Coming to school the next day was a very interesting experience. The stench of rotten egg could be smelled from the parking lot of the high school. Power wash teams were working on trying to get the egg smell off the school, but it was just too much for them. It was as if they were trying to clean up the river of slime from Ghostbusters with a mop. Of course there were police officers and angry school administration intent on finding out who did this. Since we shaved our grad date on the school, that made it a little easier for them. They called every senior to question and none of us broke for the entirety of their investigation. They said we would not be able to go to prom, but if we confessed, that they would let us walk at graduation and would not be expelled. None of us took that bullshit bait. We all told them we had no idea what they were talking about. After a couple of weeks, the investigation died down and nobody talked about it for a while. However, the school stunk like rotten eggs for weeks/months afterwards, and eggshells remained on every window until we graduated. This is a work of fiction. names, characters, places, and incidents either are products of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual events or locales or persons, living or dead, is entirely coincidental. Well sheet, this is gonna be a bit long, but whatever. I was about 18 at the time. There was a party about half a mile from my house, so I planned on sneaking out that night and having my friend take me there. Anyway, I got to the party, and it was pretty loud and busy. The girl's parents who lived there didn't care about people partying, so people were having a pretty good time. At this time I'd like to say that the city we lived in was very heavily monitored by police that literally had nothing else to do except catch speeders and the like. Anyway, at some point during the party I'm standing outside in the driveway with two of my friends just hanging out when all of a sudden I see a cop car roll over the hill. I immediately turn towards the house and start walking to the side door. Almost instantly the cop had his light shining on us, and I heard him step out of his vehicle yelling, "Stop right there." I turned around for a second, and I saw that he was talking to my two friends and not me. Apparently the girl handed the guy a beer and he tried to hide it. I wasn't holding a beer at the time, so I just kept going and walked towards the door. I get to the door and tell the people smoking weed to put their sheet out and get inside. I immediately found the girl that lives there, and I told her the cops are, and I'm getting the fuck out. After I told her, I went to her backyard and climbed over the fence so that I could try and run home before getting caught. The way her yard was located in my house, it meant that I was going to have to pass the cops on the road in order to head toward my house. Across the front of this house was a line of fences to other homes, so I ran up next to the fence, got down on all fours, and proceeded to army crawl all the way through this ditch to the other side of the hill. It was the middle of a Texas summer, so it was hot as shit doing this. Anyway, I crawled all the way up the hill, and once I got to the other side out of sight of the cops, I faking sprinted miles back to my house point. So yeah, I made it home without anyone finding out. Quite a few people that were at the party got cited for McCormick, but I was able to get away. Not a matter of life and death. Just a funny thing that happened a while back. Point when I was 22 or something, me and a bunch of friends were all wasted after a night of heavy drinking in a nightclub. Point we got out of the club at 5 AM and decided to take the tramway to get home. Even if we didn't had money for tickets, we are on the tramway, and after 2 stations the controllers come in. They obviously start to fine everyone of us, but I gave a fake name, fake address and all. The stunt was working until a friend called me loudly by my real name. At that moment, they insisted that I pay the fine in cash right now. Since I'm the only one who didn't show his ID point, I don't have cash on me, but there is a cash distributor. Don't know the word in English at the next station point, so they make me go retrieve the cash at the distributor using my MasterCard. At this moment they have instructed the driver to stop the tram, and they are, the 3 of them, waiting for me 10 meters behind me at the enclosure of the door. I try to get the money, but my bank accounts decline. I'm in stress and really lost. I start to freak out in my mind, thinking that I will get taken to the police station. But one guy, casually walking by me, after having left the tramway and seen the whole event, I think, whispered to me, "Run man, run," point, and I just run, like my life depends on it. I ran for about 10 minutes and hid between 2 trash bin in a dark alley and just waited here, catching my breath. Point then after maybe 15 minutes my buddies call me. They were home and told me the controllers didn't even tried to run after me. They just cursed and asked my friends who I was. So that night/day, I was the only one who got away without getting fined. Okay, I got one. True story. Point looking back, growing up as a teen, I was stupid, like all teens. A point this idea started between me and one other person, now who I'm no longer friends with, and one other person who I also am no longer friends with. #1 is now a dropout and pothead. Gets in trouble a lot. #2 is a 1.3 GPA student. Pothead, minimum work wage type of guy. We thought it would be a good idea to shoplift from stores, particularly Walmart. Just the 2 of us, #1 and me, would go once a week and shoplift food. As this thrill of not getting caught progressed, we started going more and more often, getting wishlist items, earbuds, video games, C02 airsoft guns, clothes, and a lot more. We were shoplifting more than $300 worth of stuff per entry. It got really addicting real fast. One day, we wanted to share what we did to our other friends, #2, tell him of our success, and get him to join in. At first he was skeptical about getting caught and shoplifting, but quickly changed his mind after we showed him what we got after 3 days of work, 22 30 minutes/day. So on Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays, every week, we taught him how we played our game and led him. For 2 or 3 weeks, we were killing it, stacked on so much food, toys, Yu-Gi-Oh cards, toys, condoms, shampoo, hair gel, video games. The price tag was adding up, and we did but wondered, how have we not got caught yet? We had all what we wanted, and decided to heist one more time as a last, and put an end to this. We planned we were going to loot as much as we could hold, and quickly get in and get out. That particular day, it was rainy, gloomy, and we were in a good mood. On the way there, we were conversing about how this was going to be crazy, our biggest hit yet, how things were going to go, how much things we will have. In my head at that time, I brought up my thoughts on how it would suck we were going to get caught that day. It was an out of nowhere feeling I had on that day that I couldn't explain. It just felt like it was going to happen, but we joked it off and reassured ourselves not to worry. As we entered the door, we all huddled and went over the get in get out plan. We spread out like teens during a wild night party, running away from cops, and invaded the electronics section, looking out for each other and giving heads up for security purposes. Clock wind down as our time limit reached, but our lust did not. #2 told me he spotted something he really wanted as he was walking up and down the toy aisle. He told us he wanted a BB gun in plastic case, of those which are unbreakable with a knife, and had no idea how to sneak it out because of its size. We told him, friend #2, to hurry up regardless, while me and #1 walked around for another 5 or 10 minutes buying time. During this time, I was getting this feeling again of being caught. My paranoia caught something very unusual going on. I was on high alert after I spotted a very suspicious woman, dressed like customer, hawking down on #2 from a distance. Immediately, I knew she was not one of the customers, but the security blending in. I was calm and collective about telling #1 to convince #2 to hurry it up, urging and pushing him. He was confused and told me to chill. I guess he didn't figure out that we were being watched at this point, and I didn't want to tell him we were being watched because the watchers will find out they have been caught and will move in to lock us down. We get to as fast as we can and try to leave, but #2 was not in a hurry, as he told me and #1 to relax while he grabs one of the giant boxes of goldfish as his last item. I argue that the box is too big to sneak out and tell him to put it back and dip it. He puts it back and agrees to finally leave. Nearing the doorway, I told them I would be the first one leaving. They agreed for 0.025 seconds, but quickly changed their mind and let me go last, which I was okay with. So me, in the back of the pack, we got closer and closer to the exit, when all of a sudden, from 20 feet from the exit, the women who I saw hawking down early, of whom I suspected to be watching over us, blocked the exit. Number 1, 2 were ahead of me, so I couldn't grab their attention without me being noticed, so I kept quiet, as number 1, 2 both continued to make their way out. Number 1, 2 did not know who she was, only me. My heart raced 0 to 100 real quick. I paused, not being able to process information. I halted everything I was doing only to watch number 1, 2 being confronted by the women and 4 guys. I couldn't make out what she was mumbling, but knew something serious was about to go down. I went back inside the store instinctively, just deep enough to see number 1, 2 get escorted by the women and 4 security guys that came out of nowhere without them seeing me. I dropped everything I had on the spot, and as soon as they were gone, I walked calmly through the exit without being stopped. I kept walking, looking back just to see if I'm being trailed, which I wasn't, and vowed never to shoplift again. On the walk home, so much info was being processed my brain started to hurt. The only thing that day and week which ran through my mind was, how the fuck did I make it out? How was I the only one to get away? Edit. Weeks later they told me how the security caught everything on camera while they were taken to the back room. Number 1, 2 had to give up my name and told me how lucky I was to have made it out alive and started blaming me for being caught. They told me they had to return everything they had on that day, pay a whopping $1,000 plus fine, and were banned from Walmart for the rest of their lives. They also told me I was banned from Walmart, that if they see me there again, they would capture me. I did not get caught, did not have to pay fines, but is banned from that Walmart, which I went back in couple of months later to buy miscs on phone. I'll edit this in morning. Didn't happen to me, but I never pass up a chance to tell this story. I was on my way to some guy's house that was going to sell me and a recent acquaintance from work a bag of dro. On the way there, the guy from work starts telling me he thinks he's going to buy some crack as well and starts trying to convince me to just buy crack instead of the bag of dro we initially intended to purchase. I declined and told him I just wanted the weed. So we got to this dealer's house and immediately some raggedy looking crackhead with about 3 teeth asked us if we had any beer. Right through the window she looked at me and said, "I'll suck your dick for a beer." As tempting as a warm gumming from a random stranger sounded, I declined and immediately thought, what the fuck am I getting myself into? We get in the house and there are 4 people sitting at the table doing shots. I go over to them while my friend from work gets the goods and starts chatting them up. They told me they were doing some Drano, and I promptly asked what the fuck is Drano, not even considering the possibility that I just witnessed 4 people take a shot of high strength toilet cleaner, but that's exactly what just happened. Curious, I asked if they'd done it before, but unfortunately this was their first time, and for most of them, their last. I called them crazy, laughing it off. I really just wanted to get out of this place, but we were stuck there waiting on my friend's crack. About a half hour later all 4 of these guys are faking sick. All of them were vomiting and dry heaving, drinking tons of water after they'd realized that drinking toilet cleaner was a shit idea. After an hour the first dude just started shaking violently on the floor. I called 911 because I wasn't about to watch these retards die. By the time the paramedics got there one of the guys had already died right there on the dirty as cactus ridden carpet. I left shortly after with no intentions of ever going back. My friend told me the next day at work that 2 others died that night. I'll never forget that sheet. TLDR. 4 people took a shot of Drano, 1 lived. TLDR, cops made me drive while rolling on ecstasy. So in college out in Colorado, my friends had this crazy idea to try ecstasy. I'm not a big drug person, I've always been way too afraid of the long-term effects. But it sounded really fun. So, like the cautious girl I am, I read an excerpt in a book about E-Bust called Ask a Nurse, who advised me that he wouldn't want his daughter trying it, and ultimately decided that I would take 1 pill and not drink any alcohol, despite my usual 19-year-old party girl ways. I had to make sure that I was aware of how this hard drug was making me feel. Fast forward to the party. We were in this housing complex, about 25 of us crammed into a 2-bed apartment, neighbors on each side and all around us. We had dropped the pills on the way there, and everyone started drinking boxed wine, beer, and jungle juice. There were those awkward 10 minutes, like, are we feeling something? Maybe a little? And bam, it kicked in and knocked us off our feet. It was like the world was strobing. We were dancing and blowing on each other's faces and having a merry old time point, and then the cops came. Harsh reality. They start busting people, yelling, just general chaos. I just casually walk away from the party and end up alone somewhere in the complex. But I'm on drugs. And he is a love-aid of a drug. I'm all alone in the dark, in some random apartment complex. So, obviously not thinking, I wander back toward the party. I find the car I arrived in and realize there are 3 people inside, seats as far back as possible, hiding, our drug dealer and his 2 comrades. I hopped in, but too late. A stray cop saw me, sauntered over toward the car, saw there were 3 people hiding, and an empty vodka bottle, and forced us to get out and sit on the curb with our soon-to-be arrested friends. We were done for, and then magically, we all realized at the same moment these cops have no idea we are rolling. They send all the 21 plus people off in a car and start breathalyzing the rest of us. People were gnawing on the breathalyzer tubes, to keep their jaws busy, but the cops never figured it out. No one gets arrested. Everyone gets in but me, because clearly, drinking was the issue here. Yes. Off the hook. But not really. One cop points at me, tells me to get into the car I had gotten out of. I walk over to the passenger seat, and he laughs and tells me that, since I'm the only one not drinking, I'm driving. So there I am, 10 people squeezed into and shoved behind me, and I'm behind the wheel, rolling my face off, driving through Denver per the request of the police. We just went to the next party, but that whole ordeal was kind of a buzzkill. When I was about 16, my and some friends had been out drinking, the illegal kind down at the park. When you're just learning about that kind of stuff. Anyway, the night goes on, we are all drunk, and I get the urge to need chewing gum for whatever asinine reason my brain thought up at the time. So we go to the only place left open, a garage that had a convenience store attached. So I grab some gum and I'm waiting in line when these 3 dudes run in with knives to rob the place. Now I'm absolutely smashed at this point, swaying around and not thinking straight. So after a minute or two I realize what's going on and turn and run away, but run straight into the racking that had a bunch of chocolate and crisps on it, and without thinking I swipe a massive armful of stuff and run out of the door. I cleared like half the damn shelf. I didn't even realize what I had done until I was running down the street back to my friends with about 30 pounds worth of stuff in my arms. Turns out, the police turned up a few moments after I got away, and the actual robbers got nothing and got arrested. So in a sense, I momentarily became one of them and was the only one to get away. Never did get that gum though. Not much is at stake in this one, but I'll never forget it. Freshman year of college, a few weeks before winter break starts. 4 of my friends and I are out at a party with a ton of older students, no one we know, having a great time, drinking entirely too much, and the night is getting late. Buses stop running around 2 AM, so we decided to grab the last one. Bus ride goes fine, and we get off just down the street from our dorms. Now, I'll make note that this drop spot was right in front of the basketball coliseum, and was a very common spot, and tons of people would get dropped off here, tons of idiot freshmen. It was cold as shit out, and I can get a little hyperactive when drinking. I turn to my friends and say, hey, first one to dorms, I'll buy a cheeseburger, and start sprinting. Now, because I'm awesome, I get to the door first, fling that thing open, fly up 3 flights of stairs, sprint down the hall, and into the lounge. All our other friends are sitting there and say hi, then ask me where I've been. Now, because I'm not 100% awesome, I have asthma, and was winded as shit, so I go to sit down, and then notice no one is behind me. Confused, and a little drunk, I get up, and run all the way downstairs, out to the street, and look back to the basketball coliseum, to see 2 of my friends talking to cops, and 2 of my friends being helped into the backseat. I noped the fuck out of there, and waited inside the stairwell. Apparently, no one heard me say anything, and one guy slipped into a pile of snow. Some cops just happened to be chilling there waiting to catch underage drunk students, and they did exactly that. They all got written up, had to go to some honor court bullshit, and do a stupid amount of community service. To this day, I thank my drunken hyperactiveness, my love of cheeseburgers, and my need to prove that my asthma doesn't hinder me, as my reasons why I was the only one who got away. 3rd floor West Edge forever yo, TLDR, challenged my drunk friends to a race, was the only one who heard the gun go off. A little late to the thread, but I've got a good one. Typical night for a 20-year-old me 5 years ago, going to a house party in a somewhat rundown part of town. It's me, my buddy Travis, let's call him, and 3 random girls he brought when I picked him up, who were all 17-year-old high school seniors. The night's going pretty well, until 2 guys get into it as the party begins to wind down. The owner of the home isn't having it, and kicks them both out. Well, they continue to fight in this person's front yard, with a crowd around them telling and whatnot for a good 15 to 20 minutes. Around 3 AM, I tell my buddy and the girls that we are leaving, because it's only a matter of time before the cops show up. No more than 10 seconds after we start walking away, 2 cop cars show up, and 4 cops swarm the party. There's too many people for them all, but they get a few. So we are next to a house with a fence that runs along the street, but has a part that's perpendicular to the house, which makes a nice hiding spot. We jumped right there and hunkered down for a minute point as we're about to walk to my car, which happened to be right in front of us. Another cop shows up and parks in the middle of the street right next to my car. Faking great. He gets out of his car, looks around and right at us without noticing us, and then takes off towards the home point. I stand up, tell everyone to nonchalantly walk to my car, get in, and we'll leave. And we do just that, and get out of there no problem. I'm thinking we're home free, until I hear, oh no, I dropped my phone back there. Can we go back? From the backseat of my car, after bickering with this girl for a few moments, I park 2 streets over and tell everyone to stay in the car, as I was the DD, and that I'll be right back. I didn't even get across the road before my drunk friend Travis and all the girls got out of my car, and the one that lost the phone started walking with me. We carefully walk to the house and proceed to frantically look for her phone. I tell her it's no use and that I'll take her to get a new one in the morning. We start walking back to my car when a group of people runs by, followed closely by some cops. I immediately told her not to run, but she didn't listen. As soon as she took off, an additional officer chased her and I heard her get tackled. Didn't sound pleasant. Point as I keep walking back to my car, I start to feel a little relieved. I think I'm getting out of there again. I get to the street where my car is and I begin to jog back to my car so we can get the fuck out of Dodge. But as luck would have it, 2 cops were rounding a corner and saw me, flipped on their lights, and sped over to where we were. I knew I was about to be put in handcuffs, so I just stopped and put my hands up. Travis took off, and the other 2 girls, unbeknownst to me, were hiding in my car. As I'm sitting in the squad car, begging the officer to give me a breathalyzer, because it'll come up zeros I can get out of there, I see 2 officers escorting my buddy to the back of another police car. As soon as they put him in there, he pukes. Ugh. My car smells like 4 Locos now. That officer was pissed. After they brought Travis back, they found the 2 girls hiding in my car and asked me if I knew they were there. I literally had no idea, and that almost faked me over. In the end, I was released with a very stern warning. The 2 girls got mix, and my buddy got arrested for a slew of charges. Needless to say, I cut back on the partying extensively after that point. I have another story about running from Texas state troopers earlier that year as well, if anyone's interested. Point TLDR, managed to get away from the cops 2 separate times, even after being put in handcuffs. Not too interesting, but a few years ago I was in a car with 3 other people, and we got pulled over. I was the only white guy riding with 3 Hispanic friends. Friend who was driving has epilepsy, has a permanent suspended driver's license, and shouldn't be driving at all, yet he keeps driving cause fuck it, since the state won't give him any sort of help, and he has to do something to make money. Other 2 friends have a few warrants for unpaid tickets and bench warrants for not showing up to court. Point I was sitting in the back. I'm the only one not riding dirty, but I have no driver's licenses or insurance. So my friend has an older BMW. CACHP pulls us over, and they grab everyone's ID but mine. My friend driving tells them that he has epilepsy, but as far as he knew he was cleared to drive. CHP tells him that's bullshit. They take him away and take the car and find the other 2 warrants and take away the other people. The only thing they asked me was, do you have a valid driver's license and insurance? I saw nope, and they told me I'm free to leave. So I get to take a nice 9-mile walk. This was before Uber and the bus in LA don't run 24 hours like in most major locations. Home while everyone else got to take another type of ride. Sorry if this isn't what you're looking for, but I have a story to share. If you'll listen. Point I was playing a free online game, the easily hacked kind. It was a FPS, and in the lobby no damage could be dealt. Near the end of one map, with maybe 2 minutes left, a giant gloved hand suddenly appeared in the sky, descended, and started shooting lasers at everyone indiscriminately. By the time I was hit, the lobby had been taken over as well. The floor had been deleted, so as soon as you spawned a fall to your death began, and the background was a checkerboard image of the words new band hacks, along with developer's street name got hacked. Naturally everyone with some sense disconnected and left. About 5 of us stuck around though, wishing to learn who hacked it. We each assumed the hacker needed to be in the server still, or the game would reset after a regular check found too many variables were out of whack. It wasn't long before another left, and there were 4. We accused others of being the hacker for a good 5 minutes at least, naming incredible feats they'd supposedly been witnessed doing. A kill streak of 15. They must be hackers. A single moon jump, near a location well known to be glitchy, no doubt. Lag, noob. I knew I could outlast them, armed with a snack and water, but the stakeout was torturous nonetheless. Another one of us left, leaving 3. I think he must have been friends with another one, as I'd noticed they never accused each other, and he left as well within seconds, leaving only us 2. The girl, well, they were probably a guy, now that I think about it, kept finding ammunition against me, bringing up a lucky grenade toss here, a teammate's helpful airstrike there. I shot back with my best attacks for a few minutes, but it grew tedious, so in the end I only rebutted her points. She was just behind me in the cycle of death we'd been caught in, dying and respawning just moments after me, so it would have seemed she was standing on my head had my laptop been powerful enough to render our fall correctly. Finally, a victory. She left. I rubbed my hands together as I waited for the lobby to return to normal, and 4 players to join the server again. They never came. 0.5 seconds. 10. 25. It had been a minute. How long could it possibly take for the server to reset? As the second minute drew near, I tore off my headphones and cried aloud to my sister as I realized I was the hacker. Obviously, I wasn't the hacker. The effects just stuck around until the server was empty. But we had a good laugh about it and still occasionally bring it up as an in-joke. Oh seat hacker, reading these stories is really jarring my memory, or maybe these beers are kicking in, and just remembered another happening, only this time no one was arrested. So back in high school, again, myself and 2 of my friends were chilling by this river. We called it the river, but it was more of a stream behind a bunch of houses, drinking and doing coke. After finishing a few lines and a shared Gatorade bottle of something, probably vodka mixed with a little Gatorade, now that I think of it, we decide to start walking around. All of a sudden we see flashing lights. Fuck, I don't do well around cops usually, my last story being the only exception really, and my heart's already beating pretty fast, this time probably from a mix of anxiety and the cocaine, so we dipped. Suddenly I saw this sort of sewer drain sort of thing, and said something like shit, let's hide in there, so we crawled in. We are crammed together in this confined drain sort of thing for about 15 minutes, but it felt like hours. Plus side, got some ticks in my face. Anyway, I eventually slid out to check to see if anyone's still there. I don't hear sirens, and I don't see any more people, so we all get out and relax back at one of the girls' houses for a beer and a few bowls. Sophomore year of high school, we were all drinking at a girl's house, 20-ish people. Someone said a cop car was in front of the house, so I went out the back door with one other person. I see flashlights coming toward the house. Apparently 2 officers are hopping fences to get to her backyard. The other guy goes back inside while I jump the fence into the front yard. I walk down the street toward my car and a cop car pulls up beside me and rolls along the street as I walk. I look at him like I'm confused, but walk calmly and turn at a random driveway, walk up to the door, take one look back like I still don't get why he's looking at me, and open the glass storm door as if I'm going inside. He assumes that's my house and takes off down the street. I run and hide, afraid someone in the house will wonder who opened their door. I wait until the road is clear of cops and I can leave. I found out later everyone had to call their parents, and one friend got a ride home in a cruiser and got in trouble. One kid got arrested for being belligerent. I'm the only one who got away. Sometime in July this year, me and some friends just finished bridge jumping in Idaho. It's a cool thing to do in college. I got stuck driving with a car full of people and another girl is driving with her car and people. Just so happens that this girl has a very rich daddy and drives a very nice truck that also happens to have one of those police radar devices that go beep when the POPO is near. So she smartly decides to start going a little faster than normal as I was ahead of her and passes me. Am I gonna take that? Hell no. So I start passing people on this 2-lane highway like a maniac ready to meet my maker. She decides to do the same. After a few minutes of this, we get up next to each other and share universal signs of dislike. We are chill. Then, I look down, and we're each going about 95. In my Mazda, I'm pretty used to it. Her Tundra is screaming next to me. Suddenly, I see their faces freak out and start tripping in their car. This happens as I'm flying past them. They put on the brakes at V. I look ahead, and there's a cop underneath the overpass just chilling there, like he knew we were coming. I slam on my brakes, and am sure that, since I put my brakes on last, that I was getting a ticket. Speed limit is 65. We were going 95. So we keep driving. The cop flips on his lights and starts turning around. He was chilling behind the barrier, thought he was being sneaky. Turns out, since I was going faster and was ahead of her, the girl decided to get behind me and slow down as I'm doing. So we are chilling driving a cool 60 miles per hour and wait as the cop starts approaching. Of course he passes some cars and gets up to us. Turns out he decides to take the nicer vehicle and pull her over. Thank ya Lord. Ticket ends up being a couple hundred. She was pissed, but didn't care cause her daddy bought her truck and the radar didn't help. Aka he was paying the ticket. Wasn't too happy. TLDR girlfriend got pulled over instead of me. About 80 older teens, including me, are playing this game called Fugitive. It's like kicking the can, except across an entire town and the catchers drive their cars around. After a couple of successful rounds people were really starting to get into it, jumping fences, hiding in yards, running across roofs and whatnot. It's like 2 am, and we need to get from our high school to a park on the opposite edge of town. Right as the round is beginning, with everyone all together in this start area, several cruisers zoom around the corner and start blocking that direction, which none of us were taken anyway. Every single one of us takes off down this neighborhood. House lights are flipping on, people are leaping into yards trying to escape, and getting nabbed by adults, all while others are trying to jump in cars that are taking off. I was one of the few that noticed the cops early on and took off, looking for my younger brother, while also trying to either hide or find an escape. I end up finding him. He's freaking out as neither of us have ever done so much as gotten a speeding ticket, and right as we are about to join the fleeing crowd I see it. The perfect hiding spot, this huge prickly hedge bush. Both of us had all black on, so we decide fuck it, and leap into this hedge. And I mean like comedy movie style where both of us, in mid-run, just full body dove into this bush. We ended up sitting there and watching as the cops stopped kid after kid, even very clearly arresting a couple people who seemed weirdly aggressive, right in front of us. Once all the commotion had settled we just walked the mile or so home. We even got stopped on the way home by a cop, who was immediately hostile towards 2 dorky looking 16 over 15-year-olds. And I lied by saying some car seemed to be chasing some teenagers that ran past us. He was very clearly looking for participants, and he ended up speeding off. Huge announcements were made at school the next day that they would more harshly arrest people for trespassing and whatnot, and that playing the game was unacceptable. All in all it wasn't like anyone died or anything, but it was still a pretty cool experience. My parents actually thought the game sounded fun and had a good laugh when I recounted what happened. This isn't my story, rather, it is my grandpa's. He served in both WW2 and Korea. Before he passed he would tell me and my dad countless war stories. In Korea he saw little combat, from what I've heard, but WW2 was an entirely different story. My grandfather served in the Philippines during WW2. The story goes that one day he and his troop, I don't know specifics on size, but the way he told it made it seem like a large patrol, maybe 20 or so men, give or take, were on a regular patrol down a road. On all sides there was nothing but dense vegetation. They were traveling down a road that was dug into the ground, so on either side of them was a roughly 4-foot tall wall of earth, and on top of that, nothing but jungle. Everything seemed to be going as normal, nothing out of the ordinary. Bam 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 bam, telling it like he told it. As soon as the first shot rang out my grandfather hit the ground, like he was trained. There was a frantic and desperate attempt to exchange fire by the Americans, but ultimately it was futile. Everyone was dead point. When I say everyone, that's exactly what I mean, except for my grandpa. He was the only survivor, but he wasn't out of the woods just yet. My grandpa, during the exchange, rolled into the ditch which was littered with bodies lying face down. My grandpa had to endure nothing short of a nightmare. He remembered hearing some of his men moan, followed by a gunshot. Then silence. Anytime he heard a moan, it was followed with a gunshot. My grandpa remained as still and quiet as possible, all while his comrades lay dead around him. He said he waited forever for the enemies to move through, and then he waited some more to be safe. He said it was a total of 3 hours, give or take point. Eventually he began to crawl forward, through his dead comrades. He didn't want to risk getting caught by standing up and walking away. He didn't know if there were any enemies nearby or not, but he didn't have a choice. Eventually he stood up and had to walk back to his camp. He didn't say much about the hike back, but I can only imagine walking through dense jungle at night, knowing at any moment that he could be shot dead. I wasn't alone on the walk back. Many of those good men were following me. I don't think we were going to the same place though. This story still haunts me. I can't imagine the utter horror of that situation, and I have nothing but respect and reverence for my late grandfather and the horrors he endured for this country. TLDR. Nobody faked with grandpa on mobile. Please excuse any bad spelling, grammar, formatting, etc. When I was a teenager, one of my friends ran away from home and started living in an abandoned house. He jokingly referred to it as his trap house. Mostly we just hung out and smoked pot and did stupid teenage shit. One day there was about 15 of us in there passing blunts around, and out of nowhere the front door slams open. It was poorly boarded up by my friend. We used a window for a door, and a bunch of cops run in screaming, "Everybody on the ground, hands where we can see them." About 20 seconds prior to this, I went to take a piss in the bathtub, no running water, and in the commotion I was able to bust out the window with the cover to the back of the toilet and disappear into the woods. Everybody there was arrested. Turns out my friend had been robbing houses in the area to support his drug habits. The few 17 and under got turned over to their parents. Some people got minor charges for vandalism and graffiti. My friend served 5 years in prison. I went home and played Xbox 360. Note: I've turned my life around since this. I swear I'm no longer a scumbag. And I don't talk to my friend anymore. I've shared this story before, but y'all have been good to me, so here it is again. I had a recurring dream that started when I was young and lasted until the incident. It's a group of my friends and myself in a house in the country. We're bullshitting in the living room when I get up and go to the kitchen for more booze. I grab some for my friends, and as I close the fridge to turn back, a sharp pain shoots through my stomach. I barely take a breath and the searing pain moves up to my chest. I drop and watch in horror as someone walks into the living room. I hear shots and screaming. People run. A door slams. More shots. Then the darkness takes me. In high school, my friends and I were talking about weird shit, and I brought up the dream. I saw some of their faces drain of color. One of them cut me off. She described the house perfectly. The color of the couch, the layout, how a fat guy leaves the room and doesn't come back, everything. She's been having the same dream, but from her point of view. Near graduation, we realized that we need to have a get together. It's almost real lifetime. A new friend of ours offers up her summer home a few hours away. We pack and head out. We pull up to the house. The house. I freak out. I've died in that house countless times. My friend starts telling everyone that we can't stay. We go in just to be sure. It's the same. Our friends are mad as hell, but we convince everyone to leave. We tell our new friend we didn't stay and that we were locked up. She called us a few days later. She had forgotten to lock the back door which led into the kitchen. We didn't check it because we didn't unlock it. She had just broken up with an abusive guy, and she said she was going to be with a large group of people so he wouldn't try anything. In reality, she was with her parents at their home. He lived near her summer home. None of us have had the dream since. TLDR dream saved my life. I know I'm late to the party, but here it goes. During the summer before my senior year of high school, I was a member of Boys State. Students get together and make their own government and stuff for a week. We were staying in the dorms at a college campus, and the very last night my floor went insane. We started with one kid running into the bathrooms and grabbing a roll of toilet paper and running down the halls while everyone else tried to tackle him. Then it devolved to just throwing around toilet paper. So there's about 40 of us kids on our floor, and we all run into the floor meeting room, overturn the tables and position the furniture to make makeshift forts, and then we just unload, firing toilet paper rolls, wads of paper, pretty much everything. By this point, the hallways are in a disarray, and so is the meeting room. It's a blast point. Then all of a sudden, these two kids poke their heads through the doorway and say, "Oh shit," they know, and we can hear this lady by the elevators say, "Oh my god, I can't believe this mess," and she starts freaking out. So all of the other kids start running out of the room to try to get away from the scene of the crime, but I know there's not enough time for me to make it out. I throw open the sliding doors, and there's barely enough room for me to stand hunched over in this closet. Looking back, no idea why the room had any closet, but whatever, I didn't go there for college. I look over and see that one other kid ran into the only other closet, the one closer to the door. At this point I know that if she finds him, then I'm next. I hear this lady come into the room and go ballistic on the other kids, telling them that our behavior is unacceptable and that we will clean up this mess. Then I hear her voice farther away until I can't hear it anymore, and soon the kids are back in the room cleaning up. I open up the door from the inside and sneak out like, holy shit, that was intense, but help clean up anyways, because I'm not a bitch. It would have been awkward getting caught and having a trial, because I was the only elected state's prosecutor for about 300 kids. But hey, it was fun while it lasted. TLDR, hide in the closet, didn't get caught, helped clean up, because I'm not a bitch. 2002, I'm 17 years old and hanging with 3 of my good friends at some giant outdoor party at a recently shut down park. It's like 1 AM, and there's a lot of shit going down, drag racing in the parking lot, drinking, drugs, such. Some idiots start shooting guns up in the air. A few minutes pass. I'm drunk and stoned as hell, stumbling around, but in the distance I see all of these weird bouncing beams of light. There's this moment in which I'm actually admiring the beauty of them before it hits me. These are flashlight beams. That belongs to cops, who are running as fast as they can toward me. I grab my 2 buddies and we start hauling us the other way. The cops are shouting at us to stop immediately, but fuck that. Only problem is we are all wasted, so we are not exactly breaking track and field records. To get out to their point, the parking lot of this place is tiered and connected by a concrete staircase, which itself is surrounded by landscaping, trees and bushes and shit. So if you're on the lower level you can't see what's going on at the higher level. We are close to the lower level, but the cops are gaining on us. I reach the stairs first and start bounding up those fakers as fast as I can, which is apparently not very fast. My 2 buddies are right behind me, and the cops at this point are maybe 10 feet behind them, and they keep getting closer and closer, louder and louder. I realize there is no way in hell we are going to outrun them. I hear them take down one buddy, then the other buddy. The entire time I'm not looking back, but trying desperately to make it to the top of the staircase, because maybe there's some way I can hide or double back through the landscape. But there's just no faking way my drunkers can outrun these grown-as men behind me. At the absolute last second possible, this green Jeep Cherokee comes screeching to a halt at the top of the stairs. The doors open, and I see these completely random dudes screaming, "Get the fuck in! Get in!" I reach the top of the staircase and literally dive headfirst into the car, and we peel the fuck out. It was like a goddamn action film. The door is still wide open, and we are flying down the road. They pull me in, and I look back and see 2 cops receding into the distance, too far away to make the tag. We take a zillion turns and are eventually just anonymous dudes driving around Atlanta on a Friday night. They drop me off at a bar and I call my other buddy who comes and picks me up. I didn't know a single one of those guys, but they saved my ass in a major way and I'll never forget it. My 2 friends got busted for a ton of shit that would have ruined the best years of high school for me. Thank God I got away. One Friday evening, when I was 17, I was spending it lazily at my girlfriend's parents' house. She was being boring, and I was pretty broke, so it looked like it was going to be HBO for the evening entertainment, and hopefully Cinemax once she dozed off. Around 8 p.m., her little brother came in with 2 friends. He was talking about a murder house in Fort Worth. Some dude named Cullen Davis had built some fantastically huge house and killed 20 people in it. He and his friends were around 13 years old and very excited. They were more entertaining than the TV, so I listened as they went on about you wouldn't stay the night in it for $1 million because you are chicken shit. Oh, I would too. After around 30 minutes of listening, I casually tell them, do you have the address? My little brother did. It was on Hewlin Street, about 45 minutes away. I tell the girlfriend, hey, I'm going to drive them by the place. Cool. And she lazily agreed. What she didn't know is that I had an old bottle of Cisco. It was supposed to be wine, but it tasted like Gorilla Sweat. It would get me hammered. In the car that was calling my name. I loaded up the boys and we headed out. My car was a CRX, which was a two-seater. It had a hatchback area that was absolutely unfit for passengers, but that never stopped me. The driver was comfortable and that was where my caring ended. I fully expected to pull up to this house, get out, and the boys would be far too scared to get out with me. We drove the 45 minutes, talking about ghosts and murders and cults. Basically all the stuff that a 17-year-old and 3 13-year-old males would talk about. When we got there, I was pretty surprised. In my mind, I had thought it would be out in the middle of nowhere, but there was an apartment complex next to the property. It seemed pretty nice, so I pulled into it and parked. The house itself was on a hill, surrounded by some very old cyclone fence, about 8 feet tall. The fence was in bad shape. The property was pretty big. Going off my memory, I would say it was about 20 to 30 acres. Large enough for the house to be imposing, but definitely not scary. The house was built with a modern style, not the haunted New Orleans type plantation I had in my mind. I grabbed my bottle of Cisco and headed across the road with my car flashlight, not expecting to even make it to the fence before the boys begged me to come back. Yeah, that didn't go as planned. The boys wanted to see it as well, and were far more enthusiastic about it. We were nervous, to be sure, but feeding off each other's false bravado as well. I was pretty well donkey faked, because as the elder, I couldn't turn back until each of them did. Once at the cyclone fence, we basically walked over it. It was leaning so bad due to age that you could get up some steam and run right over it. Cool. Now we will head up to the house. I put it on at about 9 p.m. when we got to the second fence. We couldn't see the second fence from the road, but it was a lot better maintained and had barbed wire. We circled it around until we found a way through. It was cut up in places. We walked up to the house, which didn't seem that big from the road, but was now huge. We were at the back of the garage, I think probably a 4-5 car garage, and that was the end of the road. We couldn't open the garage doors, and walking around the house looked painful as nature had grown up all around it. It was then that we heard what sounded like kids faking around, drinking and shouting. Some teenager came over from the roof and looked down on us, laughed, and pointed to a wall that we could climb up to get up there. We did that, and it was hella dangerous. You basically climbed up a 2-story wall, then dropped down about 8 feet onto a roof below, walked 30 feet, and climbed up the house's proper exterior wall. After I climbed the first wall and was looking to make the drop down, I noticed a ton of broken glass. Like a metric fraction of it, I would be landing on basically a car crash. As the elder statesman, I had to go first. I dropped and the broken glass made me wobble badly, reaching back for the wall that I couldn't see from above, as it was under my feet when I dropped. I felt nothing. I forced myself to fall forward and looked behind me. There was nothing there. It was a glass wall to let light into the garage, and it had been broken long ago. Had I fell back, I would have been severely injured. No idea because it was pitch black in the garage. I kicked away some glass and waited there until the other 3 fell down to me. I wasn't bringing my girlfriend and her little brother home in a body bag. Once we climbed up to the main house proper, there were probably 10 or so other teenagers up there. It was 4:20 and there was a safety meeting in full effect, if you are curious. We got to talking, and I passed around my bottle of Cisco. It made us welcome. Basically it was a hangout for Fort Worth delinquents. I was shocked that one of them claimed to be 28. None of them were physically imposing to me, so I felt at ease. We talked to them for a bit, then decided to do some exploring. We walked around the roof, climbing and falling all over it due to it having an insane roofline. Google Cullendavis house to get an idea of how bananas it was. There was no way into the house proper. Everything was well boarded up. One thing to note, while you were on the roof, there were boards where windows would be, and they were like walls to the roof. Some were clearly skylights, but others were way too big. We made our way over to an odd board. It was small and clearly a door-size board. We took turns mule kicking the board until we bashed it in. It was basically a door or window into Cullen's old bedroom. I should now mention we only had 2 flashlights. I had one and my little brother had one. Once we entered the house, you were next to us, or you were in the dark. Where I grew up, gambling is illegal, but there was a poker house that my best friend introduced me to. I've been there a few times. While he was a regular there, you go in and use money to buy some drinks and play poker. All the money were under the table and were kept in a Velcro lift up spot where part of the rail foam of the poker table was. This place has been running for a couple of years with the police having full knowledge of it, and nothing has ever happened. They decided they were closing the establishment one year, and people started passing the word around that they're having a final party before officially closing. My friend and I were considering going to it for a last hurrah, since we haven't been back there after leaving for college, but decided at the last minute to ditch that and go somewhere else to drink. A few days later, as I was reading the newspaper, in a small column it said that a huge raid went down and everybody, about 180 people, were arrested and detained for up to 21 hours and were facing gambling charges. Immediately I texted my friend and we were so relieved that we decided to get drunk instead. If I remember correctly, most, if not all, charges against everybody have been dropped, but everybody had to go to court and deal with all that shit, which I definitely wouldn't have been able to while being in college abroad. And all. TLDR illegal poker house decided to shut down and have a final party. Friend and I decided getting our livers blasted was a better idea and avoided getting arrested in a raid. Army story. At the end of training one summer, those of us not deploying got a free day. So, what does a bunch of army people do when they are getting paid to do whatever? Drink, of course. We started drinking around 8 or 9 am. We were on base, at the base pool, and most of us bought our own stuff, so there was no shortage of alcohol. Fast forward to about 7 PM. We are all feeling pretty damn good and a bit pleased with ourselves. Someone brings up the idea of going to the enlisted club for non-military people. This is a bar where only enlisted go. Officers have their own bar. This is somewhat necessary because fraternization between officers and enlisted ranges from frowned upon to a really big deal. Our unit would go out drinking together all the time, officers and enlisted, but that's not the case with most, so around 8, we all went and proceeded to drink as much as possible. Our first sergeant comes in there and starts buying all of us shots and drinks. Finally, at 2 AM, the E-Club tells us they are closing. Get the hell out. At this point, we have been drinking for a solid 16 to 17 hours, so all of us are pretty much walking like Gumby. But as we all stumble outside, lo and behold, there is one of the officers from our unit, and she is not happy. We had a free day, yes, but we still had to wake up at 0430 the next morning. My group of friends were the last 4 to walk out, so we snuck around and began our stealthy trek back to the barracks. Everyone else got reprimanded for being irresponsible. I somehow convinced a sober sergeant from another unit to take me to Taco Bell when I got back to my barracks, where he ordered about $40 worth of assorted tacos and burritos. I think I finally fell asleep around 0330. I woke up an hour later asleep on a taco with lettuce and cheese stuck to my face, still drunk. We had just won state champs for baseball, so our team got together at one of the older teammates' house for celebration. We got someone to buy shitty beer and some people brought weed. We all drank and some smoked. Around 20 of us are sitting in his living room playing MLB 2K13 and screaming B/C. Half of us were drunk. Someone complains of the noise. Cops show up on the wrong side of the house. Luckily there were 3 people smoking swishers on the back porch who saw the cops coming through the backyard. They run inside and tell everyone to run. Some run through the front and try to leave in their cars, but the cops blocked off the only exit from the cul-de-sac. I ran upstairs and hid under a mattress that was laying on the floor. I heard some of the cops come in and start shouting. I could hear some teammates talking to the cops. Lots of people got put in the cops' cars because of underage drinking, and the people who tried to drive away got DUIs. I heard the cops come into the room and I could see their flashlights on the walls. They checked the closets of all the rooms, but never checked on the mattress. Everyone was taken out of the house, except the people who lived there and me. When I came downstairs they were shocked how I didn't get caught. When I was 18 or so, my friends and I went to a huge house party another friend hosted. He was 19 and bought a ton of booze. Probably would have opened his own liquor store. Well, later into the night these Asian kids show up from another school and they were already pretty drunk. They start talking shit and wanna fight my friend. A friend smashes the Asian kid in the face with a beer bottle full, and the biggest fight I've been in started. I was busy beating the shit out of one of them, and by this time it's complete chaos. We hear cops pull up outside, and my friend drags me out the back door. We jump the fence and run into this other neighborhood a few blocks away, and hide in the backyard of a house that's for sale. Wait there for about half an hour, and make sure it's safe. We walked back to his place, and got cleaned up. Thankfully his mom was out of town for the weekend. End up passing out on his couch in the basement. The next morning we find out pretty much everyone was charged that night for various offenses. My friend got a faking parking ticket of all things, but the cops figured he had just parked illegally. Most of us were pretty faked up from the fight, but those Asian kids never faked with us again. When I was a kid in middle school my mom would drive us to school in an old Volvo station wagon. I was the oldest of 3. I have a younger brother and sister. My brother is the youngest, so he always sat bitch in the middle of the back seat between my sister and I. He also had a lot of stomach issues growing up. Like every morning he was nauseous. Well, it's time to go to school, so we all pile into the Volvo. My mom doesn't even turn the engine over when I notice the look on my little bro's face. He is going to puke. He's trying to hold it down, but it ain't gonna happen. He is going to pop. I'm halfway to buckling my seatbelt but abort, open the door and hop out, just as my brother exorcist projectile vomits into the front of the Volvo, getting on my mum's right side, even in her hair. It was an explosion of puke. I did not think the little dude could possibly puke that much. My sister was already belted in when this went down. She is clawing at the buckle release, but she is panicking and freaking out, so fine motor control is not her thing at this moment. She is stuck. And she is a sympathetic puker. I want to mention now that we were going to private school with uniforms. Part of the uniforms were button-down shirts. It was cold, and we were wearing long sleeves. This is relevant, because as my sister realizes she is trapped and cannot get the seatbelt off, she covers her mouth and nose with her hand to try to prevent the pungent puke odor from hitting her nostrils. This does not work. And with her hand to her mouth she pukes as well, down her shirt sleeve. I see it pool up in her elbow area. It was null point, so I was the only one that made it out of that Volvo not covered in puke. I was super shy in high school, so I became friends with anyone who wasn't a complete asshole. This of course meant that I hung out with some misfits who did things like smoke cigarettes. There was a spot where we all used to go and smoke near the school. It wasn't on school property, so we always figured we could get away with it. One day a police car rolls up, and he says on his loudspeaker, "Stay where you are." Of course all 12 of us ran. I could hear the officer mutter something like "God damn it" over the loudspeaker, and he got out of his car and started chasing us on foot. The other 11 kids for some reason ran back towards the school in a pack. I simply ran the other way, jumped a fence, and hid in the wetlands. I watched the police officer, with the help of a vice principal, round up my friends and march them back into the school. I then watched the officer walk back to retrieve his car and file his report. I sat in that swamp for what felt like forever. As soon as the coast was clear I just walked home and vowed never to smoke another cigarette. All of my friends were suspended and had their parents called. All I got was muddy shoes. This one time, at band camp, we decided we would form a caravan and go to Burger King for our lunch break. We all street raced to Burger King. The winners were crowned with paper crowns of victory, so we decided to race again on the way back. It was coming down to the finish line, and it was us and the winners of the first race. It was a 2-lane road through our parking lot with buildings on either side. We were neck to neck with the other car. The passenger in the other car was hanging out the window throwing fries at us. Then around the corner comes the principal in his big truck. Our friend is driving in the oncoming lane and has to stop. The principal tries to pull across sideways and block us as well, but we barely squeak by without getting clipped. All I remember is our whole car turning back while collectively saying "fuck" and seeing our friend hanging out the window with a fistful of fries, paper Burger King crown on his head, mouth hanging open, while our principal was running to the car screaming at them. At my school there was this kid who was running what he touted as an investment business. I had a long history of disliking the guy, and so far as I was aware he was an imbecile, so there was no way I'd ever put money in. But the months dragged on, and more people were getting involved, more than doubling their money. I was in my final year, and my parents had said if I wanted to go to college I'd be paying on my own. It was getting more and more tempting to put money in and get easy money back. Then Monday rolled around. It had been a quiet weekend, so I was kind of surprised to see a whole bunch of people huddled together having some kind of intense conversation. The guy had been operating a Ponzi scheme, and more than 100 people were out tens of thousands of dollars. I kept my money and had the cool sweet satisfaction of being proven right on all counts. I'd been saying for ages that his business couldn't possibly be legitimate with the turnaround he was giving. Better still, he was far too stupid to operate the scam he'd been running. See, what you do in a Ponzi scheme is take money from people and put it in a big pot. When people want to see return you give it to them, so they'll invest even more because they've seen proof of return. But your end game needs to be taking the money and running away somewhere that nobody can find you. He was such an imbecile, he had no end game. This will be buried. My uncle, John, had a great story about getting away from the cops. He was about 21 or so, 20 years ago, and was driving while smoking a bunch of joints. You had to smoke a lot more to get high then, and being drunk, while he had a bunch of cocaine in the car along with what weed his friends had in there too. Needless to say, he's super blazed. He is about 10 minutes from home when he sees a police checkpoint to try to find drunk drivers. But this wasn't just any checkpoint. The Channel 10 news station was filming live, and it was in the middle of a busy highway, so there were a bunch of people being arrested and taken off in police vans. It's a big scene. He is freaking the fuck out and at the same time trying to calm his buddies down while they all approach the officer. When they finally reached him, the officer could tell John was on something. So he made him do some field sobriety tests and everything, cameras and all around, and he passed them somehow. The officer knew he was high and or drunk, so he was requesting an ambulance to come do a blood test on him to check his back that way. Then, out of nowhere, the police chief comes up and tells his officer to let John go because he passed the test and to not spend all that time testing when he passed the tests. Ever been to Oktoberfest in Munich? Ich now. Liter steins of beer, pretzels, men in lederhosen, women in those dirndl dresses with their cleavage showing, singing, dancing, and general debauchery. Righto. Well, they do a scaled down version in the spring, called Frühlingsfest on the same grounds, and instead of the 14 or so tents there's 3. Now anybody that's been to these festivals that isn't local or sensible enough to make reservations well in advance knows that the only way to get into these tents without waiting in a massive line is to show up early. Each tent can comfortably fit a few thousand inside, but once they reach capacity, it works like any other nightclub and security lets people in at their discretion. A word about the bouncers at these festivals. You do not want to fuck with them under any circumstances. These no-nonsense, tough as boot male physical specimens are mostly former military or off-duty police officers that specialize in maintaining order in one of the rowdiest drunken atmospheres on the planet and kicking us when necessary. They do their job well, with the sort of stern efficiency the Germans have become notorious for the world over. Cut to scene. 22-year-old fresh-faced American kid, wearing borrowed lederhosen in a size too small, ready to get my drink on. Having never been to one of these festivals, I know nothing about getting there before the masses arrive, and tell my friends that I'll just find them inside the tent, a bold task in and of itself, after I've taken an afternoon nap and shower. I show up to the August in a tent around 4:30 to a considerable crowd already waiting to get inside. There's yellow crime scene tape separating the pavilion leading to the entrance doors from the waiting area, replete with 4 bouncers facing the crowd from the other side of the tape. Sentinels reminiscent of fairy tale giants. Fuck it. Guess I'm waiting a bit. Find myself in the middle of the pack after 20 minutes of waiting and end up chatting to some other Americans that have been waiting for over an hour. Geez. It starts to rain. First a drizzle, then a shower, then full on pour. Everyone is getting progressively colder, soberer, and angrier watching the fun they aren't having 20 feet away through the doors. Inside, the polka is playing, everything is nice and warm, and the beer is flowing like wine. I can feel the pulse of collective frustration as the mob mentality starts to gain steam. Another 10 minutes pass, and people are actively screaming from the back to let us in. A group of tall, bouncy Aussies make their way to the front of the pack and start testing the elasticity of the tape separating us from happiness, while the bouncers call for backup and start shouting orders to the crowd. Unfortunately for them, we have the numbers. The tape breaks, and the flood bursts in. Immediately, the crowd makes for the doors, but the bouncers aren't stupid. They've radioed ahead, and the wooden doors are shut and boarded up from the inside, walling us out. Any easy entry is out of the picture. Everywhere people are shouting in their native languages, while security makes loud commands in German to get the fuck back, pushing, punching, and headlecking the non-compliant. Unwillingly pushed by the wave into the danger zone, a rush of adrenaline courses through my body, and while I have no strong desire to tend a blackened or bloody nose, I sure as hell want to get into that damn tent. Out of the corner of my eye I see a couple guys hop the wooden railings that separate the front pavilion from the side of the tent, and seeing the way behind me as a flurry of fists and chaos, I follow suit. At this point there's 7 or 8 guys ahead of me in the dead sprint of men trying to outrun a tsunami towards the open air bathroom area on the left side of the tent. This area is barricaded from the outside by a 10-foot high metal fence, with foot-wide gaps on either side from both the walls of the tent and the men's room building. A couple of the guys try straight hopping the fence, while the rest try getting through the gap on the side closest to the tent. I get there last, and I'm the only one to try the gap in the fence on the bathroom side. Looking over, I see a swarm of security guards pull the guys down from the top of the fence and bury their faces in the mud, while the other guys who tried the tent side gap are getting smashed against the tent and handcuffed. Quickly, I make my way through the other gap, unnoticed, save for one guard who looks me dead on in the eyes. I feel the cold sweat of pure fear as my mind empties itself of conscious thought. To this day, I don't know how I played it off. But by the time I was through the gap I had somehow managed to have my phone in my hands, and within a second, a fake conversation was going on. This 6'6" ogre holds his stare and narrows his eyes at me for a second, then turns his head, radios to his partner on a walkie-talkie, and walks away. I walk into the tent as casually as possible, feeling like Bond. Found my friends, got hammered on fresh Dunkel beer, down at a full stein on top of a table to the cheers of thousands, ate like a Bavarian king, and hooked up with a girl I'd been after for ages. Hill overnight. This actually happened pretty recently. Went on the lash downtown. Wanted to get pretty drunk as I had just been paid, and I hate my life etc etc. Got a group of friends together, like 12 of us. Got dressed looking quite dapper. There was an even female to male ratio in the group, so we didn't look like a school trip, and proceeded to enjoy our night out on the town. One of my friends wanted to go out to smoke. I don't smoke, but I'd accompany him anyway, because I'm cute like that. On the way out I bumped into a girl I knew once. Let's call her Andrea. Andrea was out with her friends as well. She had a lot of friends there, including her sister and a few mates that were a bit older than us. Now, I should mention a quite important detail about this girl's family. This girl's dad has murdered somebody. I faking shit you not. And she has spent years telling everyone how her daddy is the best man alive and how he was justified in murdering her. I think 16-year-old girl. Like, we are talking that level of crazy. These guys are seriously undesirable. Anyway, I brushed past here, hoping that she didn't notice me. I was in the clear, thank fuck. About 5 minutes later we were knee deep in conversation outside when I felt a tap on my shoulder. It was Andrea fuck hey. I uttered. Hello stranger. She sparked. We chatted for a while, all the bullshit catch up stuff it now the deal. But it quickly changed to my friend. She was saying how good looking he is and was really trying to flirt. This girl is really not my friend's type, but he's recently single and wants to get back out there. So he invites her in. I'm sweating bullets by this point trying to warn him of the impending bunny boiler situation. I went to the toilet, drained the lizard, and returned to the table where all my friends were sitting. And lo and behold, the table was chock-a-block with my friends, and Andrea's friends 23 people huddled around like 3 tables. All of these guys were absolute chav bait. The sort that would extort their nun for a can of special brew points, so there I was, pint in hand, nowhere to sit in this sea of an advert for cultural blending. I knew the deal straight away. It was going to be one of those nights. I stood behind a wall of my friends and some chav sipping my pint, like I had just shat my pants at a wedding. For a good 45 minutes these guys chatted away, including precisely 0 of my input. I decided to drink up and leave, but my friend called me over at the last second. He convinced me to stay and said we'd all go dancing. I agreed. Perhaps this night could be salvaged point, so we started walking down to a semi-decent nightclub. And that's when it hit me. All 12, and I mean all faking 12 of my friends that I invited out that night, had faking paired themselves up with a chav in the 45 minutes I was exiled to the spaghetti desert of awkwardness. All 12 had a date. And I didn't anyway. We got to dancing. I was feeling pretty shit after coming to the realization that I was the loner in a group of like 10 trillion people. Typical, I thought. I went to the bar to get the strongest drink they had, and upon my return I found all of my friends getting off with their new partners. I literally did a Martin Freeman's Office face, sighed and then went out for a smoke. And I don't even faking smoke. Out in the smoking area I met a few other people I knew, and started chatting to them for a while. Best part of the night in my opinion. About 20 minutes later, all of my friends and their new partners walked out, and said op. We are gonna all go back to ours now. For activities. For fuck sake. A group of 7 guys and 5 girls, and I was the only one to not get laid. I literally couldn't believe it. I went home in a bad mood point, but here is how I got away. While I was the only one to not get laid by a 5/10 chav, I was the only one to be completely sexually transmitted disease-free a week later. That's something Madagascar would close its borders for, as that transmission rate was spot on. 12 friends got laid, 12 got the clap. Absolutely stunning. And that's how I was the only one to get away. TLDR went out, didn't get laid, everyone else did. They got to be an impressive stat in pandemic too. Last night I was playing World of Warcraft, doing mythic dungeons with 2 guildmates and a couple of pugs. We were in Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. I was tanking on my main, pally tank, and the run was going pretty smooth until we got to the last boss. I was on voice chat with my 2 guildmates, and I told them to move far away when the boss spawns fire and to watch the frontal cone when we have to group up for Ritual of Bones. Long story short, everybody but me did everything wrong and died like bitches. So I'm sitting there with the boss at 35% health thinking I should probably just go kill myself so we can get a fresh start on the boss, but I decided to be stubborn instead. I engaged in full badass mode, played everything perfectly, and was somehow managing to out-heal the damage the boss was doing to me. When the first ritual started, I just ran through it with bubbles. For the second and last ritual, I popped all my remaining CDs and sprinted through it while chugging a health potion. About 3 minutes after the rest of the group died, I finished off the boss solo. One of the DPS claimed he was going to suck my dick. It was pretty intense. Were stories like this not the point of this post? I wasn't the only one to get away cause I carried 2 of my friends out on each side. I was at a local party a few years back and I was like the oldest person there, a bunch of peeps just out of high school, and I was drinking with this guy with 2 bottles in his hand. I was there with a friend, cousin and younger brother, both mashed cause skinny and hard kept, no chasers. Small entrance to the party, fully packed backyard. Cops show up, barricade the street on one side, ghetto bird right above the house. Friends can barely walk. Carry both on each side through people rushing out, and cops coming in. Get to the car, he sits in the passenger and brother is out cold in the back. Hands me the keys. I'm also drunk and have a suspended license. He says there is no way he can drive. Cops closing the road, hit reverse and bust a bitch and go into side street, then hop to main street, evade cops all the way to his friend's house, drop them off and have homies take me home for saving his cousins. Not me, but a close friend of mine. Freshman year at university, we are all celebrating a friend's birthday party in my dorm room when an Rai overhears me shushing everyone and decides to investigate. The whole dorm room stank of booze, so he came in, took down names, had us empty everything out, etc. etc. Fast forward to a few weeks later and everyone who was there is getting emails about their upcoming student judicial hearing. All except one. We'll call him Jamie Lannister. So Jamie reveals to us that the Rai apparently wrote down the wrong name for him, a miracle since he checked most of our ids when he was taking names, and instead of having the name Jamie Lannister, it's something more like James Bannister. A change of story on all of our parts. And at our judicial hearing each one of us was asked about this James Bannister who they weren't able to track down. We responded with an already agreed upon story that he was some weird dude tangentially related to our group who more or less followed us up to my room, and that none of us were familiar with his last name. The faker got off scot-free. Okay, this didn't happen to an elementary classmate of mine, and not much as I was the only one, since there's just the 2 of them. So I was probably in 3rd grade, and during class the whole room suddenly smelled foul. Our innocent instinct started telling us someone shat in their pants. Smelled like poo. No one was admitting it, no one, and others wouldn't dare open their nostrils to investigate. Except me. I immediately found out it was my seatmate, Benji. Goofy looking fella with lenses in his glasses that looked like magnifying glass. It was obvious the stench was reeking off him. I felt sorry for Benji, so I didn't rat him out. Teacher actually sucked. Instead of allowing each row, class of 30 with 5 persons per row, to visit the bathroom to clean up and maybe hide the suspect's identity, she made every person line up and go in front of class so she can allow her nose to point at the culprit. She was in as Benji was on the 3rd row and our teacher has started. I could see Benji biting his nails and rubbing his on the seat like he's trying to treat his asshole like a vacuum. I swear I can tell he's clenching his asshole hard by the look of his face. 2nd row's turn, and I'm actually interested to know what had happened. Okay, so I realized maybe I was mean as well. I couldn't felt empathy and distracted our teacher or suggesting a better idea, but I felt that would just make me the numero uno suspect for class and they'd tease me, so I'll let it be. Elmer was the last guy in the 2nd row and he walked slowly towards the platform and all of a sudden you see brown liquid leaking from his shorts. What a crazy coincidence. The cruel class laughed and teased, and Elmer ran out the door. Class continued and were loud and talking. I was just observing Benji, sitting there with his mouth open, and decided to sneak out to the bathroom after grabbing something in his bag. He wasn't in there for long. He got back smelling like perfume, and I assume, without underwear. I can imagine his accomplishment, him dodging the bullet and hitting the unfortunate Elmer. Here's a story where only 4 people got away. One Friday night as a grade 11 there was a party we heard about in a forest behind a factory. It was their weekend in a row where there was a party hosted at this exact spot. Me and my 2 friends and I decided to go. That night the party grew to 50+ people. Me and my friends were around the fire after a 26 between the three of us and some weed plus rumors of cops showing up for 10 minutes. We decided to leave. Me and one friend started walking out of the forest and the rumors were true. Cops were coming in. We turn and run back towards the party yelling cops. They were shortly behind us. As we stumbled through the forest, it turns out a group of people started to follow us since we warned them. We hit the edge of the forest right before a field. The only thing between us and freedom is a goddamn chain link fence with razor wire on top. My two friends and 20-ish randoms who followed us. People are saying, if we are all quiet the cops won't find us. We speak up and are like fuck that we're jumping the fence. I climb up on top, put my shirt on the top, one hand on the shirt, then bunny hop it. I cut my hand badly. The next buddy jumps, adding his shirt over mine, so he didn't get cut nearly as bad. Third friend jumps it perfectly fine. We turn back to people and say wish you the best of luck, but it would be smart to jump the fence with us. Me and my two friends walked around for a couple hours, looped back to the entrance of the forest to get his car, and we drove home. The next day at school everyone knew of the three that got away. The party with 50 plus people, only 4 got away, the 3 of us, and some girl who passed out drunk randomly sleeping through the whole thing. The group that followed us eventually got found since they wouldn't jump the fence. Either way, it made my grade 11 year, and it was still a story told throughout the year. If anyone in my year were to read this, some would know it was me who wrote it, but fact it points. So at the end of the year 12th ball, there was an artist party that the whole year was invited to, as well as a couple of the host's friend. This was the first party that I dared to get drunk. Turned 17 just a few days prior. Anyway, I arrived, got shouted at, started off strong, and gulped down half a bottle, 300 ml of mixed bourbon, and I could tell I was partially drunk. Words and actions that I wouldn't normally do were done. Later on, I caught up with a girl who left the school, who had a talked down reputation amongst the boys, like don't touch that with a 10-foot barge pole bad. We chatted up a bit, and she was leaning towards a hookup. Comes past one of my best friends and I eventually shifted her target to him, and the two to hook up as I walked off with a crush. Come Monday, physics period, we talked about the party. He talks about the hookup and how he felt violated, and I thank him to allow me to shift her interest, to which my friend has endlessly called me a dog for dogging the boys' lunch. Same day, I learned that I was the only single boy that got a waypoint edit, grammar and specifications on phone. Went to a house party in high school. The cops showed up and were citing people for underage drinking, so I hid my beer in my jacket before this officer swaggered towards me. We are talking about some bullshit, and I'm lying miles off saying I was just seeing what was going on coming home from some made up extracurricular activity blah blah blah. He probably knew I was drunk, but I was being polite and was held together better than my other belligerent peers. In the midst of our conversation my beer drops out of my jacket at our feet. Fuck. Instead of panicking, I played dumb and just looked around with a confused expression and exclaimed something like whoa. Where the heck did that come from? The officer saw this dude acting like a drunken jackass a few yards away from us and started yelling and charging after him. I dipped and walked home. Apparently everyone got faked by the police that night. Not as flashy as some stories, but in high school a braggart friend of mine swung by the house telling me about a party he was headed to. The Suburban he was driving was full of girls. He told me about how awesome it was going to be, how cool I would be if I went, and then what a loser I would be if I didn't. When he said the loser bit I told him that a single party won't define me, and to fuck off. Point he leaves with all the girls waving by. Point this part of the story is a little vague because it is all second hand. Apparently he had a very large amount of weed and moonshine in the suburbs. He was speeding to the cabin where this party was happening and found a smoker. The cop thought it was strange to have a Suburban full of girls out at that hour. The story goes that he pulled people out to question individually. He had my friend for speeding already. One of the girls was freaking out because she knew about the drugs/booze and spilled the beans. Smokey called for backup and the friend got many more charges. They even tried to get him for pimping, but none of the girls would work with the dat point. This ends with him being 18 years old at time of arrest and being charged with felonies for possession with intent to distribute and a charge of some type for the 3 gallons of apple pie moonshine. Then additional heat for each minor in the car with him. More or less it was like this country made him an example for the world and his lawyer did no favors for him in his defense. They rejected the plea deal and went to trial. The jury was full of people who thought he was a fuck up and it showed. Guilty of everything. He's getting out of jail soon, I think. He stopped writing to me a while back, so I have no idea what to expect. I just know that that night I made the best choice of my life. It was just after lunch during a school day. Me and some of my friends decided we would go up the giant hill behind our school. When we got there, one of the guys told us he had brought a banger. You know, one of those really loud firework things. We were all young and stupid, so we decided that it would be a good idea to lit it on fire and then run to the school. Fast forward 5 minutes. The loudest bang ever has just gone off and we, 7 teenage boys, are running towards the playground. Now 5 of us just ran inside. I don't even know how they got away so fast. So now it's only me and this other, let's call him Lucas, left. Here is where I get lucky. This guy was like the class clown, known for causing trouble and such, but he was also the biggest snitch ever. I hear our 50y/0 6 feet 5, 200 pounds teacher scream Lucas and I freeze, waiting to hear my name, but I never heard it. Our teacher ran past me, right up to Lucas, and started screaming at him. I gave Lucas a quick tell and get killed look, and then I went inside. I made my way to our school's chill room, where you can find everybody during the breaks, but the 5 other guys weren't there. I saw some of my friends, and walked up to them. Ayo, where is guy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Question mark. Quote here. The vice principal came here just like 1 minute ago, and grabbed all of them, took them to his office, and that's all I know. I was sure somebody would ratted on me, but nope. The day went on. Every time I saw a teacher I froze, but nope. Never once did they ask me about it. I like to believe that Lucas snitched on everyone except for me, but that might be a bit unrealistic. All I know is that I didn't get suspended. When I was about 9 or 10, me and my 2 best friends, both 11 or 12, got into shoplifting. It turns out I had a gift for opening complex packages in one hand in a coat pocket, so we had all the action figures and Lego we could ever want. Now, even at that point I had a knack for it. I cased 4 cameras, found areas of the store with shitty security coverage, and that's where I did the deed. My 2 friends were competent, but they always needed my lead to prevent them from doing something stupid. So we had hit the same store, a local Zellers, Canadian Walmart, no longer around, several times in 1 week, and had pretty much every biker mice from Mars action figure out at the time. My 2 buddies tell me I should ditch school with them to go hit Zellers again. I bow out. I try to tell them that we've hit them too many times too quickly. We need to pick a new store or just lay low. They kept pestering, but I held my ground. So they both got arrested, while I continued a lucrative life of petty crime until I was like 16 and stopped stealing everything not nailed down. This is a little different than what Op asked for, but it mostly fits. I was the one to get away with a very embarrassing event. There I was, sitting in my 9th grade French 1 class just zoning out. At the time I was extremely shy and would die from even the smallest embarrassment. What then happened was a slight adjustment back into my seat as I had been leaning forward, and bam. The loudest faking fart possible. It was heard by absolutely everyone, 32 to 35 kids, but fortunately was very abrupt and quick. Since the fart didn't drone on and everyone was still stunned, I just froze, knowing that I would soon be caught. I could even feel my face flush bright red, which should have been obvious that it was me who dealt with it. Surprisingly, like a miracle from God himself, the few students around me immediately began blaming each other, while everyone else laughed. No one pointed at me. One girl says, "Ooh, that was not me." Another guy says, "Hey, if it was me then I would just own up to it." He then turns towards me and, "No shit, a sauce, who was the one that did it? You tell us." I just kinda shrugged my shoulders until the teacher soon calmed down the class. To this day, I still cannot believe how no one thought I did it. TLDR, I was the only one to get away with cutting the cheese. Got caught smoking a joint in a park forest after hours by public security. We call them pubies. They're rent-a-cops for the city. No real authority, but to give loitering tickets and enforce local bylaws. So because we're in a park after hours, it's a loitering ticket for like $50. There were 4 pubies, and maybe like 5 to 6 of us. We were in high school at the time, so probably 15 to 16 years old. They start asking everyone one after the other for their addresses and ID and sheet to write them up for tickets in my high state. I had a sudden moment of clarity. They have no authority to ask me for ID. These are guys that did police training but couldn't get a job as a copper. When it was my turn, I gave them fake information. They asked to see my ID. I told them I didn't have it. They asked me to empty out my pockets. I told them no. They said they would call the cops, and I said simply, I'll be long gone by the time they get there, and you can't detain me. Besides, I'm sure they have better things to do than entertain you and rent-a-cops. They wrote up the ticket with my fake information and handed it to me. I walked away and tossed it on the ground. Then the guy yelled at me again, wrote up another one for littering. I then threw out both tickets in a garbage can. Oh, the good old college days hanging with the guys at 19. A dark parking lot has painted the scene. We sat in the car, did not get that far. The cops that showed up were mean. They asked us where the weed was. Officer, there is none. Indeed. Stepped out of the car. We did not get far. My face just couldn't read. They searched the car galore. There were cans of beer on the floor. It was my car. I didn't get far. Explanations. They wanted much more. The beers were not under my seat. My lies. They started to eat. The friends in the car. They didn't get far. Their lies admitted defeat. I told the truth of the Mary. The situation I thought would get hairy. I sat on my car. I didn't get far. The situation of ours was scary. My friends charged with MIP, but no evidence could incriminate me. I got in the car. We drove really far. As it seems, I got off scot-free. TLDR. Smoked weed with friends in my car. Lied miles off. Friends got a minor in possession, beer, and they didn't have enough evidence to charge me with anything. This one is pretty scary actually. I'm a special contractor for the military, mostly consultation work, and often get posted to forward bases and carriers and such. I can't really divulge what I do. Anyway, I get posted to this large force projecting carrier in the Cold War. Think South China Sea, when it gets attacked by these retards in small craft in the littoral zone, which isn't really much of a threat, because we have huge guns, right? Wrong, these assholes were packing special ordnance or something, and we only just realized once they'd got too close to use our anti-ship weapons. Of course, me being a lowly consultant, I don't have any cut through to the captain, because he's actually an 08 and thinks he knows faking everything. Apparently I'm the only one who thinks it would be a good idea to launch smaller craft that can interdict them and keep them at appropriate range. I muster up a few good dudes and engage these rebels ship to ship. In the meantime, these guys managed to blow up the station somehow, and only I got away in my TIE Advanced. Had to warp back to the Empire like a peasant. Second worst day of my career, although I did get promoted after that. Finally, I have a story I can share with the Redig community. Normal day is going on around me. Friends and I all just got off of work. In other words, doobie time. Unbeknownst to us, however, a certain acquaintance, in a small town of about 2k people, everyone is sort of an acquaintance, had just recently taped his moobas to his chest and robbed a gas station. This will become important later. So, me and my 2 friends go and grab blunts, etc. Buddy 1 and Buddy 2 are both heading to the drug dealing wooded area of the time, but Buddy 2 realizes he's still dressed in work clothes. He lives 2 blocks away, tells us he'll change and meet us there. No worries, brother, we'll wait for you, I tell him, as we split up on the way to the wooded area. Just outside the wooded area, 2 groups of miners are up to the exact same sheet we are up to, and we are making arrangements to join them as we wait for Buddy 2. Buddy 2 is a skinny guy, the robber is a fat guy. Can you tell why the taped moobas are still important? Buddy 2 gets seen by a person in the town running up the street to the wooded drug dealing area about 2 minutes after the robber vacates the premises. Fast forward about 5 minutes. We have 3 blunts lit for around 9 people and 6 SWAT team members roll up. The assault rifles were impressive and scary as hell. I have a blunt in my hand at this moment, taking a hit as the first 3 guys take off past me. I didn't know why until later, but it saved my ass. I raise my hands quickly, dropping the blunt onto your classical wooded nature path 2x4 construction as the other 3 members of the SWAT team run around the bend shouting for hands up, etc., and placed my foot over the blunt that was just in my hand. I looked to my left, where the other 7 people should be, only to realize that they all ran off through the woods at the arrival of the first SWAT guys. Me and one other guy are here. Neither of my 2 original buddies are there. The SWAT cop instructs us to sit down slowly as he maintains radio contact with his other people who are apprehending the 7 other people on foot in the woods. I thought, very smoothly sit down directly on top of the blunt without lifting my foot and proceed to move the blunt from the top of the 2x4 boardwalk to the underside of the 2x4 boardwalk through one of the many conveniently placed gaps in the board's point. Faking crisis averted, but it's not quite the story of I was the only one to get away quite yet. As there are 2 of us there, remember? SWAT cop takes us to one of the regular town cops' cars. SWAT was on loan from a nearby metropolitan area, and in processing the other individual and they find this other guy has a bag of weed wrapped up in his sock and saran wrap. So, I didn't get charged with anything. All the others got resisting arrest, fleeing, or possession. P.S. Later, I was able to return to the boardwalk and recover half a blunt, so the night wasn't even ruined. TLDR, I'm the most lucky motherfucker alive. During my freshman year of college, I went to a party with a group of my friends from my dorm. Now, I had just recently started drinking, and I didn't know what house we were going to, but I wanted to be cool and accepted blah blah blah, so off we went. By the time we arrived, the party was already in full swing, and by the time we finally found a closet to put our bags down, it was around midnight. I poured myself a drink, separated from my friends, and attempted to get a feel for how the night was going to pan out. Less than 10 minutes past. I was walking through the kitchen near the back of the house. There were so many people that you could walk maybe 2 steps at a time without stopping, but I didn't care. This was a party. Everything was fine. Until the back door opened to reveal a number of flashlights that began assaulting the eyes of the partygoers. I'm underage. This is one of my first parties. I don't know what to do. Wait, I just got done playing Assassin's Creed. I know exactly what to do. I immediately set my drink down on a counter and began to easy-o my way through the crowd and away from the cops that were beginning to spill in. My objectives were clear. My best friend was upstairs, as were our bags, and there were exits at the front and rear. Realistically, I realized that I could only hope to grab my friend in the allotted time frame before the house was overrun, but we had Avage friends there that I was sure could grab our things later. After continuing to assassin blend throughout the first floor, I found my friend coming down the stairs to see what was going on. Cops. One word was all she needed, and we were off. I grabbed her by the wrist and continued to easy-o back across the dining room. Luckily, the cops by the back door had moved further into the house, allowing us to gingerly blend right past them and out the back door. The night breeze hit our faces and we bolted through the backyard. One fence was the only obstacle between us and freedom, and we vaulted it with ease. 3 blocks later, we took a right turn. I swung my arm over her shoulder in the classic helping a drunk friend home pose, and we made it back to the dorms unscathed. TLDR, use the tactics of Assassin's Creed to escape a potential MIP. TL, DNR, crazy chick with the most bizarre effect on men I've ever seen. Slept with my buddy, our other roommate, and a couple of guys we knew from the place where we'd met her, and made them all regret it, and not at the same time. I escaped due to being too drunk the time she wanted to work her whatever it was on me. Part of me still regrets that. We'll call her Becky. Becky worked at a gaming and hobby store that a buddy and I patronized. I briefly ran games there before her presence caused an issue and led to our holding games in somebody's home. Becky wasn't especially beautiful. She was pretty, but there were lots of pretty girls. That said, something about her turned heads, and it was more than just her smile or the way her big blue eyes seemed to sparkle. Guys' heads rotated in real time as they passed by her. I saw men up to 3 times her age walk into door frames while trying to leave a room Becky was in. I saw married men risk their wives' wrath by ogling her when their wives were present. I felt my heartbeat speed up when she smiled at me, not in some figurative sense, I mean to the point where I had to grab onto something once. I wasn't in the best of shape, and I honestly thought I was in trouble. I saw men that I know had very specific sexual preferences for kinds of women that Becky was nothing like, including one dedicated lifelong chubby chaser who, on top of liking his women fat, liked them hairy, affected by Becky in the same ways as every other guy. I heard at least 4 men, one of them a Marine, one of them in his 50s, Becky was about 19 at the time, talk about how they felt that they clicked on a spiritual level, the sort of smitten sentiment you'd expect from a 19-year-old girl, not the other way around. These weren't guys who were prone to this sort of thing. And the almost revolting degree of pseudo-chivalry. Imagine a girl who somehow transformed every guy she met into a real-world equivalent of a white knighting laddie tips fedora. Instantly. If I didn't disbelieve the concept of literal spells of enchantment, I'd have sworn Becky was using one. I've never seen another woman affect men the way she did, before or since. On top of all the rest, once a guy left the room she was in, he was fine. Back to normal. I've considered the possibility of Becky being a freakish genetic throwback, someone with some kind of human pheromone. Now, the part about my being the only one to get away. It's simple. Becky was batshit insane. In ways that are just as outlandish, just as much the embodiment of literal interpretations of the stereotypes that we like to apply figuratively to almost everybody. If she didn't feel right about you, she would turn everybody against you. I saw her go up to male business owners and persuade them to refuse service to people on a one-time basis because they made her feel funny. Thing is, wherever she went, she had to have that one person who made her feel funny. Someone was always following her, or thinking about her, or waiting for her. We once stopped at a grocery store together. Why? Because she became a part of everybody's lives, and would want to go wherever her boys were going, with a clear hierarchy of favorites. We only needed 3 things, but we had to stay in the store for an hour, because she was sure that this dude who was creeping on her, according to her, when we entered, was waiting for us outside. I went and checked for her, repeatedly. Hell, I'd have probably confronted him if she asked me to. I think she liked that. To this day there's still a part of me that hopes she did, a part that wants to believe there's an explanation for all of this that isn't Becca's fault, and that my presence provided her comfort. But I saw her smile once when she thought I wasn't looking, and it was the most evil expression I've ever seen. It was gleeful, twisted, and childish in its complete self-absorption. Wish I could say it cured me, but nah, not as long as she was physically present. Plenty of guys discussed her in negative connotations once she was gone, sure, until she came round again, and we all stood ready to defend her from each other. Becky came over to my buddy's house one day. I rented a room from this buddy, so I was there, as was another roommate. That night, she faked my buddy. She started doing this regularly, often bringing in attractive and slovenly friends along for threesomes. Becky, apparently, surrounded herself with girls who were unpleasant to look upon, or maybe it was just how guys saw other girls in her presence. I don't know. In addition to faking my buddy, she faked the other roommate. She tried to fuck me once. There was a party going on. Occasion. Becky was there. It led to parties a lot, and I was drunk in my room, alone. Without going into details, I was too drunk to perform apparently, which is just as well. Oddly enough, I was her favorite for a very brief time afterwards, but it was like a gay friend favorite. She didn't treat me like the other guys for a while. I was out of the running, afforded a certain amount of respect, but also given something of a cold shoulder. During this time, she had sex with some of the guys from our gaming group. I still don't know how many. Ultimately, it tore the group apart. See, and I know how crazy this will sound, but once you had sex with Becky, her effect began to last after she was gone. I remember discussions with my buddy that I was renting from where we talked about how she was a manipulative, conniving, self-centered and narcissistic bitch, and he'd just smile at the end and say yeah, but we have this connection, like he'd been brainwashed. He wasn't offended by anything I said about her, he said the same things he had right along. And since I lived with him, I got to see the follow-up point. Becky started showing up saying she needed a place to hide. She'd screw him while she was there. He was by no means the only person she'd do this with. Then she'd call him while he was at work, while he was trying to sleep between his 3 jobs. Dude was a workaholic. She knew that. I wasn't privy to their conversations, but his half of them was creepy as fuck. Once, he told her, miswrote, previously, to say she told him about things I was saying about her, but he also said he believed them, and that he was saying the same things, and commented in this brainwashed drone-like way like isn't that crazy, that I would think that? Why do I think that? Which wasn't like him at all. She apparently ordered him to give me his phone, and spent half an hour trying to talk me into committing suicide. Having seen the other guys, the ones who'd actually slept with her, I'm very glad I never did. I might not be here if things had otherwise gone down the way that they did. She started pulling fake pregnancy scares on my buddy. It was like she was trying to test the strength of his dedication to her. She'd even gain and lose substantial amounts of weight in short periods of time to try and back up her claims. He finally snapped out of it, much as I eventually did, after lack of exposure for a while. The gaming group had left the store behind and was meeting at various houses, then it had fallen apart. Becky found other guys and stopped coming around so much. We heard that she'd moved to California eventually, and then that she was in Florida, then that she was back in the area. I'm sure that if she'd actually wanted to go anywhere, she'd have found some guy to take her there, but who knows if she actually did or not. For a while, people I knew who had met her talked about her in passing, like some kind of hypnotic suggestion, and eventually it just kind of faded. Saying that, I'm going to dream about her tonight, now, probably off and on for the rest of the week. Oh, the hobby store? It went under after she slept with the owner when he knew his wife was on her way home from work. She broke up with him. Word is she did this to get back at us after we stopped hanging out with her in the store. Like, oh, you won't come see me? I'll take your special place away. Who knows? Too late to be noticed, but it's a good story point. So I was 19, and my friends were about 19 to 20, and going to college on a campus in the center of a city. They wanted to have a big group of us over for a party at their dorm room, but the problem is that they are only allowed to check in 2 people each. The dorm is set up almost like an outdoor motel with chain link fences closing off entrances to a central courtyard. The chain link fences only go as high as the 3rd floor, which coincidentally was the floor that my friend's room is on. We came up with the great idea that those of us who couldn't get checked in would just put whatever booze we had in our pockets/jackets and climb the chain link fence, while everyone else, meaning the girls, checked in legitimately. I had a 1-liter Mountain Dew bottle, one of the green clear ones, filled up with cheap vodka, so I put that in my jacket and I start climbing this fence with 4 or 5 other guys. I reach the top of the fence and decide to make a phone call, so I walk about 50 feet away from the group, take the Mountain Dew bottle out of my jacket and set it on the ground. Light a cigarette and pull out my phone. Everyone else is milling around in a large group together over by the door to my friend's room. After about 2 minutes, 5 uniformed campus policemen run up every staircase to the 3rd floor. I'm sitting there away from the group, so I decide to play it cool and act like I'm not with anyone. I continue to smoke, like I didn't even notice, and act like I'm talking on the phone. After surrounding and detaining everyone else, one police officer comes up to me and starts trying to talk to me. The cop asks me how I'm doing and insists I get off the phone. I pretend to hang up, and he starts asking me questions about how I got in the dorm. I told him it was with some girl I just met, and I don't know her name. He says we had a group climb the fences that we just saw on the security cameras. I'm going to need you to come with me. So I shrug and start walking with him, at which point he turns around, looks me in the eyes, and says, "Don't forget your drink, sir." At this point 19-year-old me is sheeting bricks. Having no choice, I bend down, pick up my Mountain Dew bottle full of General Zemkov himself, and start walking with the cop. 2 other cops see us and join us, flanking me on my left, and right as we walk point at this point it dawns on me that, unless I ditch this vodka, I'm totally screwed. Also at this point, I came up with the greatest idea I'd ever had in my young adult life. I hatched a plan that was so stupid, so audacious, and so simple that it could only come from a desperate teenager. As I'm walking with these 3 cops surrounding me, I open my Mountain Dew bottle of vodka, take a small swig, make a face, and mutter under my breath gross, this sheet's flat, and then throw the bottle into a nearby trash can we were passing. Not a single one of the cops called me on it. To this day I can't believe that they let me ditch an item while I'm walking with them. I guess I should be grateful they were campus cops and not city PD. Once I get down to the bottom floor of the dorm, they take me to the security office and grill me about my name, where I'm from, who I was with, etc. After about 20 minutes, I guess they were satisfied that I wasn't in the dorm properly, but I didn't climb the fences. I guess they were pleased enough with the 4 other guys they caught. They end up letting me go with a warning and telling me to always be sure I'm properly checked into dorms because it's trespassing and I'd be in huge trouble if I ever was caught in a dorm without being checked in. Everyone else I knew got banned from the college dorms for a year or 2, and those who had alcohol on them got tickets for minors in possession. I got off scot-free. Bonus, I went back to visit my friend who lived in the dorms the next day, and on a whim I decided to check the trash can. To my surprise, my Mountain Dew bottle of vodka was still sitting on the top of the trash can. I retrieved it, washed it off, and my buddy and I proceeded to get drunk and relive my clutch performance under pressure. I was 16 back then, and a friend of mine had spotted a pretty cool place to have a gigantic party. Oh, I'm French by the way, so excuse the poor English. It was close to a little town near the Spanish border during spring. The place was a private property with a huge lake, lost in the middle of nowhere. During summer it was open to the public and of course crowded, but in spring, a totally restricted area. My friend's folks knew the owner and made an awful mistake by talking in front of my buddy about the long trip he had planned. So here we are, me, my friend and his older brother, 18 years old back then, dreaming about this. 2 weeks later, party by the lake, almost 100 people, lots of beer, vodka, girls and weed. One of the coolest parties I saw in my life. After a while, lots of sheets started, setch in the water, naked people, wasted people, passed out guys, fighting. The party went wild. My buddy asked me to run by his brother's car, parked very far away of course, to grab the camera. You know, naked wasted girls everywhere, so I was like, no sheet, you go. The car, it's too far, and I'm too drunk to find it anyway. After a while, we chose to play this. I did rock, he did paper, I walked. By the time I got to the car and found my way back, pretty hard on the countryside when you're wasted, there were cops everywhere. Drugs, alcohol, underage, trespassing, you name it. Cops Christmas. In the end, I had to walk my way back to the town. In France you can drink and drive only at 18, but I got away. Not me, but a couple of buddies of mine back in senior year of HS. They were all just chilling and drinking at someone's house in a ritzy part of town when they heard about a girl who was having a party a few houses down. They show up around midnight and things are big, but not completely out of hand. Fast forward like 45 minutes and the party is in full force with people from all different schools that they have never met before. 5 minutes later the cops show up, surround the house, and raid the party. My friends, deep into the house at this point, see no escape. They grab their alcohol and bolt upstairs, open the door to the attic, and climb up there with the intention of staying until the cops left. Well, the pigs stayed about an hour, calling parents, making arrests, and handing out underage drinking fines left and right, all while they were in the attic. The girl's parents show up, send the cops away after everyone leaves, and then start laying into this girl, saying how she was so faked, how their beautiful home was completely faked, and that they were basically disowning their daughter. All while they are still in the attic, listening to all of this. At this point it's about 3 to 4 AM, and they've pissed in that attic multiple times, and documented their hiding via Snapchat for hours. It seems quiet enough for them to make a dash for it, so they slowly open the attic door and one by one start bolting down the attic ladder until they hear the mom yell bloody murder honey. They're in the fucking house. It's a mad dash through the house and down the stairs to the front door, where they are met by the father, who begins yelling and chasing them out of the house and down the street. They get scrapped up and bruised from hopping fences into backyards, but finally make it back to the original house they were at. No fines, no warnings, no nothing for any of them. Kinda late but whatever. So about 6 months ago, my friend decided that it would be a good idea to smoke some weed in the school bathroom. I pass, for obvious reasons, but I still brought a one-hitter, a lighter, and a grinder to school because I wanted to smoke after school at a friend's place point. So the next day my friend says he's going to go and smoke and that I need to come with him because he forgot all of his stuff except for his weed mayo. I'm very hesitant, but I came so I can watch out for my friend, plus he offered me $20. So he goes to the bathroom. I go about 3 minutes after him, so it doesn't seem suspicious, which in hindsight probably saved Maya's point. So I walk into the bathroom and I see my friend talking with a very scheming looking guy. He's apparently going to smoke too, so I get my sheet and they go at it. After about 5 minutes I start to panic because it's starting to smell and there are no windows to open in the bathroom. My friend tells me to chill and offers me a hit, me being the dumb person I am. Takes 2 hits. After about 3 more minutes they walk out together and give me my stuff plus some leftover weed. I get my sheet together and go back to class. Now I haven't smoked in a while, so I was plenty high and my friend was at a solid 8. Everything's all good until 2 faking deans walk into class. They start walking down the class studying everyone. They walk past me and my friend, and I'm practically sheeting my pants at this point. It's him. A dean said, and dragged my friend out of class with his backpack. I'm sitting at my computer completely palatalized in fear, and I remember I have a bunch of stuff I shouldn't have in my backpack and run over to another friend of mine and ask him to hang on to my stuff for a bit. But before I can give it to him, a dean walks in and asks me to come with him with my backpack. Fact point, we get sat down in the dean's office and they start to interrogate us. They seem to be focusing more on my friend. Probably because his eyes were red as fuck. I'm still sheeting my pants though because I still have all of that stuff in my backpack, and if they ask me to open it and completely faked. After 20 minutes or so they walk my friend out of the room and leave me with the dean. She asks me what happened, and I told her that I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and I didn't see them doing anything. Point, after awkwardly sitting in silence in the dean's office, another dean walks in and says that they got my friend to confess and they found 5 faking ounces of weed in my friend's backpack. Somehow our stories matched up and they said I was free to go. The faking relief I felt was unimaginable. I was about to get away with it. I walk out of the dean's office and see my friend and the other kid being walked out of the office by a cop, and that's the last I saw of them for a while. Point, they both went to court and got community service and a fine. They never ratted me out, which I was so thankful for. I still never got that $20 though. Point, so to everyone, don't smoke weed in school. It's really faking stupid. Little late, but here goes. My entire pilot training class was at a house party. Late in the night, as the party was winding down, a group of about 8 of us decided to walk to a nearby Whataburger for some drunken foods. This was 6 years ago, and I don't know if the situation is different now, but the police absolutely hated military folk because a lot of drunken incidents around town usually involved military personnel. It shouldn't have been surprising then when two cruisers saw our group, put on lights, and sped towards our position. We had no less than 3 different safety briefings on base about not being stupid while in town, and how drunk in public is a major problem for military in the local area, and that there would be harsher than normal consequences for any officer that was arrested. Point, because of this, as soon as the others in my group saw the police lights, they immediately bolted into the yards of the nearby houses. The police officers, I think there were 3 or 4 of them, all got out and began chasing down everyone who ran. I stood perfectly still on the sidewalk watching this all go down with this puzzled look. 2 of the officers looked at me, then ran completely past me and after my friends. After the area was deserted, I turned around and walked back to the house, calm and cool. When I was young, about 16 to 17, my friends used to like to throw parties in public outdoor venues at night. Our favorite venue was the Jew Center, which had a nice open lot out back away from the road. It had plenty of light, spare picnic tables for games, dumpsters for our trash, basically everything we needed. We used to think it was the perfect place to get trashed as a teen. Now we realize it's a really dumb location, because it turns out the local police station was maybe 1/16 a mile down the hill behind the lot. The final night we partied there, we had 40 to 60 people there, being loud and rowdy and just having a carefree good time. We had several tables set up with a giant beer pong tournament going, tables for kings, flip cup, etc. Few of our friends liked to sell goodies and brought their entire stash, 2 to 3 ounces of weed, that they were trying to sell, music playing loud, yada yada. And little did we know, but the cops could hear and maybe even see the entire event from the station. So a few friends left to get cigs and drive by cop cars. On the way out, they called me and I alerted everyone, but it was too late. They pulled in the lot right after my friends pulled out and suddenly there was chaos. Everyone sprinted into the surrounding darkness in different directions and made their way to the nearby roads to try and evade capture, but the cops had the entire block surrounded on all sides and basically got everyone. The only person they didn't get was the only guy that wasn't from our town or familiar with the area. Turns out, he ran in the direction of the police station and hung out across the street until he heard from us. Not a single person was over 21 at the time, so we all got minor trespassing charges. So it wasn't a huge deal, but it was definitely memorable. I escaped Chechnya in 1996 after 2 years of surviving in the war. Mother died, sister Maya. I was a young boy and addicted to heroin, but my father's friend brought me to an apartment in Moscow and attempted to help me, but instead I ran away. When he found me again, he sent me to live with my aunt in Brooklyn, New York, who killed herself, and her daughter, my cousin, took care of me and applied me to school, but she had her own problems and mostly wasn't around to take care of me at all. At 13 to 14 years old I had my own apartment in Brighton Beach, and I was a heroin addict. The school which I was going to was one of the most rough, violent schools in New York, filled with gangs and drugs, but somehow I made it out. I don't really know how I did it, but after all of that struggle and violence, which would continue until my mid-20s, I escaped. I now have an American girlfriend, barely use drugs, have my own apartment, and have a nice journalism job in Manhattan. Hey, I have one of these. Finally, a story I can share. It was the first semester of college for me. I was out and about in the dorms, getting to meet people. A lot of people were hanging outside the dorms, with nothing to do on a Friday night. Perhaps like 60 people. After a while a friend of mine starts trying to organize a party out in the mountains. Probably a good 4 to 5 miles from campus. We figure out how many people are going and shove as many people as we can into about 10 cars. It was pretty badass, kinda like a convoy of 4WD vehicles headed to this remote little area out on BLM land. We had some people run to go grab pallets and alcohol/weed point. After about 2 hours, a big fire, some drinks and many blunts later, everyone was pretty faked up. We were all having a really good time. Full disclosure here, I was pretty high at this point. I was starting to panic a little seeing vehicle lights far off into the distance. Some of the people I was immediately around just dismissed me as being the paranoid guy in the group. I settled down after I figured they were right. In less than 30 minutes I saw red and blue light up the sky. No siren or loud engine noise. A state trooper stepped out of the darkness near the fire, where I could see him. Sheet. I quickly started to panic inside my head. I was way too high for this sheet. I remember hearing the cop's authoritative voice, "What's going on here, fellas?" After that I looked around and saw state troopers outlining our bonfire. At least 6 state trooper vehicles. They had K9 units, the whole shebang. I had a beer in my jacket pocket. I was 17 at the time, before weed was legal too, that I quickly removed and put on the ground. I remember hearing the first cop saying everyone stay calm. I wouldn't advise running away, considering you have nowhere to go for miles. We will chase and find you. I quickly ruled out running away because I was just too faked up. I started to accept my new position and sat down on a log next to me. Okay, everyone, this is how it's going to go. Everyone who's 21 come over here. Everyone else 21 and under go over here. Officer 30 will take care of you. There's no reason to destroy your pipe or throw out alcohol. Just remain calm. Have a form of identification prepared. Everyone started to disperse into lines besides a few stranglers, including me. I just stayed right on the log point. As soon as I heard about the form of identification, I took out my wallet and shoved it into my shoe. Didn't want to deny having my ID, while they could simply give me a pat down. It seems like forever passed. I just remained seated on the log. I figured a cop would come over to me and order to see my ID. That never happened. I sat there for what seemed like forever, didn't say a single word, just stared at the ground. One of my friends came over to me and said, "Hey, you alright?" I quietly mumbled yeah. It was then when I realized the ticket he held in his hand. He showed it to me. He had a court date, MIP, littering, and several other charges. Fuck apostrophe after what seemed like another decade. All the cops started organizing the drivers, or anyone that was competent enough, to drive everyone back to the campus. I quickly got back into the Jeep with the same guy I rode down with. We were pretty shaken as well. After our car was full, we headed back to campus. After we left the immediate area, I started to calm down. My special ability of going unnoticed has paid off. I slipped through the cracks like a professional. I'm so faking lucky. This is a lengthy story, but should be a good red point. When I was 18, 32 now, I moved into a house that was a work for your rent situation. The landlord was fixing up this shitty house and had turned a 3-bedroom house into a 6-bedroom. So there were 6 different adults living in this house, all coming and going at all hours of the day. I had become friends with one of the other tenants, we will call him Troy, and while I was at work I would let Troy hang in my room. I had a TV and a Dreamcast. One night I came home after my hockey game. I pull up in front of the house and turn off the car. At that moment I noticed several people with flashlights up by the side door of the house. Next thing I know, don't move, don't move, hands where I can see them, point faking. SWAT team is raiding my house, point. Now I had drank a couple beers in the locker room after my game, and I had 2 beers on the passenger seat next to me. The cop pulled me out of the car and reached in and took the keys out of the ignition. He didn't see the beers. He handcuffs me behind my back and leads me towards the house. Troy was not home at the time, but he had a Rottweiler who was freaking out in the yard. The cops asked me if I could control the dog. I said I could, so they let me walk over, still handcuffed, and try to corral her. Well, this dog is dragging me around like a rag doll since I'm still cuffed, so I tell the cops if they want me to get her tied up they will have to uncuff me. So while one cop is uncuffing me, 2 others have their guns pointed at me, faking lasers on my chest. Now this backyard is rocky and full of roots sticking out of the ground. I'm thinking, fuck, if I trip or slip I'm going to get shot. All goes well, and I get the dog tied to the cable and the cuffs go back on. They lead me into the kitchen where the landlord and one other tenant are also handcuffed. They ask me which room is mine and continue searching the house. I mentioned letting Troy hang in my room because at some point he had left a tinfoil pipe in my room, hidden on my bookshelf. The cops found it and proceeded to write me a paraphernalia ticket. Now I'm sitting there pissed because it wasn't my pipe, and a cop comes and pulls me into a back room. He asks me if the landlord has ever tried to come onto me or anything. I'm like, no, why? He tells me they found some things in his room that led them to believe he liked little boys. Anyways, back to the kitchen, and at this point they finally uncuff us. I sign my paraphernalia ticket, they give us an evidence sheet saying what they took from the house, and they leave. All in all they took, -3 guns. They found stems and seeds in his room, a marijuana pipe, 8.5x10 photographs. Turns out city councilman lived next door and reported us as a drug house. So now I will tell you why this story relates to this thread. The faking cop added a T when he wrote down my last name. It never went down on my record. Years later someone called my parents' house and my sister answered. He asked for blah blah extra T in last name. She said there is no one here by that name and I have never heard anything. Since point I have been arrested since then. Nothing was outstanding on my record. Oh, and Troy showed up while the cops were searching the house and he saw them through the window. He went back to his car and drove away. Point I still laugh at the fact that somewhere out there blah blah extra T in last name has an outstanding warrant for their arrest. Point TLDR. Shitty house I lived in got raided. Guns pointed at my chest while I restrained a Rottweiler. Cop wrote down my last name wrong and I evaded an paraphernalia ticket. This was a long time ago. When I was a teenager, I did some dumb shit. We all did. Point I was 16 and just got my license. Me and my friends decided to prank a kid from school and use my car as the getaway. We part a little bit down the street, quietly sneak up to the house. We hear someone talking in the garage, the dad on his cell phone, which just taunts us into doing more shit. Point someone unfolded a Taco Bell burrito and rubbed the greasy insides on the back window of their BMW. Then someone bussed all over the front door and their Jeep. I started making my way back to the car because I'm the getaway driver when I decided I had to shit. Without missing a beat, I pull my pants down and leave a perfect huge solid turd in the middle of the driveway. I had the burrito wrapper in my hand, used it to pick up the turd, and chucked it at the Jeep. It made a wet smack and stuck to the windshield. We all fucking lost it and started laughing. The guy in the garage must have heard us because he kicked the door open and started yelling. I was already halfway to the car and my friends were laughing so hard they couldn't hardly run. I got in the car, started it and took off, ditching all of them. They knew the neighborhood like the back of their hand and didn't have any trouble getting away on foot. I looped back around and picked them up a few minutes later. It was probably the stupidest thing I've ever done for my own enjoyment. Fun as fact though. In high school I had a pretty tight group of girlfriends. When we were all 14 to 15, a bunch of seniors invited us to a party. My friends had all come up with elaborate plans to come home late. There was a big lie about this late night movie that everyone was going to see. Point I thought this movie plan was dumb as shit. My parents generally go to bed at 11 PM on Friday nights, so I made a plan. I knew that the moment they started getting ready for bed they would no longer check on me, so as soon as my mother turned off the TV I started to do my hair and get dressed. The lights were turned off and it was almost 11 on the dot when I heard the phone ring. My first thought was those drunk assholes are calling and are about to ruin my whole plan. But nope, I hear my parents talking someone down. Then I hear I'll go double check. In a split second I hauled my ass in bed and pulled the covers to my chest and turned on my TV. My mother came into my room and informed me that my little group of friends were all at the police station where they were brought after being picked up for being drunk and hired some party. I replied by telling her I knew about the party but thought it was a bad idea, so I decided to stay home. She went back, told my friend's mom on the phone that I was safe and in bed, and went to bed herself. About 20 minutes later I heard my parents both snoring, so I took to the phone, called the boys that were throwing the party. One of them had a cell, so that was super cool to see what had happened. He stated that they were walking to the park not far from my house to keep drinking because it got busted and all the really young people got hauled to the station. I then proceeded to sneak out my basement door and meet the boys at the park and drink my face off. The next morning my parents woke me with a huge breakfast. They spent the rest of the weekend celebrating their perfect daughter, buying me shit, and giving parenting advice to all the other girls' parents. I was known as the good one for faking ever by all my friends' parents and even school teachers. Little did my parents know I was wearing a tube top and a mini skirt under my covers, and I have no idea how mom didn't notice the bright blue eyeshadow I had just put on. To make a long story short, some people I knew had a Halloween themed party at a girl I knew, and I was invited, met about 10 to 20 guys I knew along the way who weren't invited, and it ended with me not getting into the party because they thought I brought the guys with me. So we crashed the party, and some guys climbed through the girl's garage roof into the house and stole a lot of expensive drinks and brought it to us. The cops showed up with like 4 to 5 cars and all of us split up into groups of 2 and 2 or solo. I jumped fences and whatnot and managed to get away, but tipsy me decided to casually walk back to the party, and maybe a block away I see like 10 to 15 of the guys sitting on the curb while the police took their information. I turned the corner and started jogging towards the bus, where I met 2 other guys who didn't get caught. Took the bus to McDonald's. While we waited for some of the other guys, I know it was a dick move by crashing the party, but if I'd relive that moment in a heartbeat, if I had a chance. Senior year of high school. By this point everyone is a raging alcoholic looking for anywhere to drink. Every point, single point, weekend point, big group of us. 15 to be exact. This is important. Head to the camping grounds 10 minutes north of town, BC. This is a completely reasonable place to underage drink in the middle of March. 30 packs strewn across picnic tables. Tents set up all around. We were having a faking blast point midway through the night. All of us are around the campfire after multiple games of flip cup, beer pong, you name it. We were sufficiently plastered. All of a sudden 10 flashlights turn on at the same time surrounding us, and we all look at each other and pretty much say collectively, "Oh, fuck, cop." Cars are blocking us in the sight and we are all forced to explain ourselves, present our IDs, and get in multiple breathless lines. At this point I finally resolved to getting my first underage after countless years of dicing around. As I'm standing in line contemplating my impending doom, I come to the conclusion that I should call my father, a big head in the local police department. Not exactly to get myself out of trouble, but to just fess up before his buddies give him a direct call. No answer. Well, I'm faked, I thought to myself, mulling the consequences over with my other classmates. I look around and simply decide to just walk out of the line. I sat down at the campfire, as if they already checked me, nonchalantly, and carried on until everyone's been checked. They're too busy flipping out about how we are now 14, and that someone ran. Kid was faking on his game that night, that they literally paid no attention to me casually walking out of line. After all was said and done, they sent us home, strangely, letting us all drive home. Everyone got a citation, except for me. I left grinning so faking wide, knowing I didn't have to confess to my father as well as getting out of a future court date. Next day my dad did ask why I called after midnight but dialed dad. My bad, carry on. I'm probably a little late to the party, but this is one of my favorite stories to tell. It is common for people in my neighborhood to get a shore house after graduating high school. These houses are typically occupied by 6-8, 18-year-olds, usually 2 to 3 per bedroom. My house was having our end of the year bash on Labor Day weekend, and I joined the party a bit late after watching my new university's football team play. We are all underage and drinking, and the party grows bigger and rowdier, and after a while the cops come. I had looked up the local laws before the summer in case of a situation like this, and I developed my plan. I grabbed my roommate and his girlfriend before anyone saw, and locked ourselves in our bedroom. I knew if we didn't make a peep, the cops were not allowed to enter a locked door. They tried telling us to open up, to no avail. They pretended to be your buddy Jimmy asking us to let him in. They threatened to knock the door down, but we remained silent, even through their count of on 3. 1, 2, 3. Finally they come back with a good friend of ours who is clearly crying. We could hear her through the door. She said that if we didn't come out, everyone was getting cited, but if we cooperated they would be more lenient. My gullible roommate let them in, and they lined up all the residents to get cited while letting the guests leave. There were already 16 residents between 2 apartments to write up. They had plenty of paperwork to do. Back to my master plan. I've been drinking water, eating snacks, and panting the entire time to try to metabolize all of the alcohol in my system. I had only had about 4 to 5 beers at that point, and almost 3 hours had passed since my first beer. When one of the officers began to explain the charges, I calmly told them that I had nothing to drink that night. The other officer then pulls out his pass/fail breathalyzer and says we'll see about that. After blowing too lightly 3 times and getting the officer pretty frustrated, I finally blow hard enough to register a fail. I then explained to the officer that sometimes those machines can malfunction and that if he were to take me to get a blood test, I could prove my innocence. We lived on an island in southern NJ with no hospital. It would be a few hours of paperwork and processing, and then a trip to the mainland for the blood test, etc. The officer remarked that the whole house smelled like beer anyway and offered me the breathalyzer outside on the porch. He led me out first, and I made sure the wind was at my back, which was strong, because we were on the second floor balcony less than 2 blocks from the ocean. I blew too lightly again into the machine. The wind did the work for me, and since the wind wasn't drunk, the breathalyzer read pass and lit up green. The dumbfounded officer let me go and told me to return to my house in an hour. I thanked him and strolled off to grab some diner food and calm my nerves. As my heart was pounding and my hands were shaking, I felt like a badass. Okay, so this is a poem I wrote a while back. I felt it should be here. It was written in Norwegian, then translated through Google and fixed up. Sorry for any poor translations I missed. Do you remember the day we threw snowballs on the cars driving under the railway bridge? One of us had to constantly make sure no trains were coming, but often it was too fun throwing snowballs. So we forgot about it. We could have died that night. Do you remember the day we competed in holding our breath underwater? We collected stones from the nearby field and jumped into the river with stones in our arms. We sank to the bottom and sat there. The ones on shore timed us. We competed a little too much. We could have died that day. Do you remember the time we made the huge tree house high up among 4 pine trees? When we had completed the house we wanted to make it extra awesome and decided to cut the trees over the tree house's roof, so it was just a house with 4 tall supports. We cut the first tree and it almost fell upon us, but it just missed us, so we decided to cut the next. It did not go well. We could have died that day. Do you remember the day your father was sick and you learned that you were going to lose him soon? You cried so much and we supported you. A few days afterwards we couldn't get a hold of you. You were so upset that you had taken some strong sedative. Too much, too strong. You died that day. Do you remember the day you picked up your son and drove home at night? You were sick and fell asleep behind the wheel. Your son did not wake you before you met the oncoming traffic. You died that day. I remember the first day when I was alone. Both my closest childhood friends were gone forever. I remember the first day almost every day. Something in me died that day. Mine is boring. I was at a party where I'm pretty sure every single person there was underage. The house had absolutely no furniture in it, and there were about 60 people just filling every space of this house. I did not know this when I got there, and being 17 me, I didn't much care. I just wanted to get drunk with my friends. So obviously the inevitable happened, and the cops came rolling up flashing their lights, and what do? All 60 underage kids ran into whatever room was furthest away from the front door and shut off all the lights, except 60 kids can't stay quiet for even a second. So we hear the knock. No one answers. They were busy down the door and the first door they came to was the room I was in. They throw the door open, and I'm standing right in front of one of the angriest cops I have ever seen. He screams at me, "Get out." So I move my feet and don't stop. I walked right past him, down the staircase past a crying teenager and 2 more cops that were rushing inside and outside to the front lawn, and then all the way down the street to the parking lot we parked in. It wasn't until now that I realized I was completely alone. 1 hour goes by, and I see cops bringing people to their cars, and then what seemed like hundreds of kids pile out of the house. Apparently the kids under 18 all got arrested, and the rest got ripped, and a new asshole but let go. I was the only one to get out without anyone saying a damn word. .edit/TLDR. Went to a party that got busted by the cops. Walked out the front door while everyone got told to stay behind. This is from back in high school. A few buddies of mine were hanging out at a friend's house working on cars as we usually did on the weekends. We ran a small auto sound business out of our garages, so typically had a few cars lined up with people hanging around while we worked. Anyway, the main garage we worked out of belonged to a buddy of mine whose family was pretty well off. They had an M5 in the garage that was the envy of many a kid that came by. This particular day, my friend's parents were going away for the evening and another guy that was there getting something installed was very persuasive and said we should go out racing in the M5. Fast forward to that evening and 4 of us, buddy with the M5, Persuasive Kid, myself and one more of our friends all sneak out of our houses and get picked up in the car. We circle around a few known racing spots, primarily around this big business park, but can't find anyone to race with. At this point we are all talking about just calling it a night when a Persuasive Kid comes up with a genius idea. I know where they keep this built up VW bug we can steal the engine out of. There were a few performance shops in this park and one had a desert bug they had been working on behind a small, easily hoppable fence. I realize this is an incredibly stupid idea since 1. We don't have tools and have no way of transporting the engine. It's not going in the M5, and 2. I really don't want to be breaking into cars. We drive over, and I'm trying to weasel out while not looking like a wuss, but get outnumbered, so I just hung back as a lookout. Needless to say they weren't able to remove the engine, but did grab a couple of junk speakers out of the back. This lights the fire in a Persuasive Kid, and he convinces everyone they should look for more cars to break into to steal more audio stuff for us to wrestle. I tagged along for 1 or 2 more stops, which netted basically nothing since again, we didn't have tools as a lookout before finally getting them to drop me off near my house. I lived fairly close to the business park. They went back, and I went to sleep. Fast forward to the morning and I've got some missed calls on my glorious Nokia 5190. Turns out we had been seen earlier and cops had been called. At the first stop they made, after dropping me off, a cop saw them and arrested all 3 of them. Persuasive Kid and M5 buddy were 17 and got released pretty quickly to their parents, but the other friend was 18 and his dad was pissed, so he left him in jail for a few nights. I told my parents about it the next morning. They would have found out from M5 buddy's parents anyway and got grounded for a few days for sneaking out, but they were happy I was smart enough to realize how dumb the whole thing was and leave, although I should have just walked home after the first stop. I was at a party all night. The next morning a friend and I went to buy some coffee for breakfast. When we went back, we knocked on the door but no one answered. I was tired and decided to go home, but my friend told me that he got stuff into the house and that he had to go in. I wished him good luck and I left. That was the last time I saw him. The following day I found out that after I left my friend tried to go into the house through a window. A neighbor saw him and called the cops. When the police arrived they knocked on the door, no reply. Then they forced entry under the presumption that a crime was being committed inside. According to the neighbor they found a lot of drugs, stolen stuff and a bunch of drunk people lying on the floor. The owners of the house were accused of dealing with drugs and my friend disappeared a few hours after being released by the police. A lot of people went to prison because of him, and he left the country. He thought they were going to kill him. I was the only one to get away. When I was in high school, a small group of my friends and I decided it would be hilarious to wear ski masks and go skinny dipping in one of my neighbor's pools while they were home. A couple days before the fateful night, we bought our ski masks and ran surveillance on the residents. Our plan was to make sure the homie owners would discover us in their pool naked, so we located all the floodlights and planned for 2 guys to jump in front of them continuously until the resident and his wife noticed us. So skip ahead 2 days, and it is about 10 at night on a Friday. With 9 people squeezed into a van we drove to the gated community where the house was located. We sat outside the house for about 2 hours until all the lights in the house were turned off. We counted down from 3 and one of my friends said go, go, go. Wearing nothing but our $4 ski masks and bathrobes we all jumped the 6-foot fence and made for the pool. Halfway to the pool all the robes came off and 2 guys split off to set off the floodlights. 2 extremely bright lights came on and 7 loud cannonballs could probably be heard 3 houses down because it was so quiet. After about maybe 10 minutes of splashing around, one of the guys noticed flashing blue and red lights over the fence coming towards the house and we all started freaking out. What had happened was one of the neighbors saw 9 guys in ski masks run out of a van parked in front of our house and jump the fence. Thinking we were trying to rob the house or kidnap someone, they called the police. Once we realized this, we all got out of the pool and ran as fast as we could. A few of us were able to grab our bathrobes, but not everyone was so lucky. Instead of running out the front towards the van where all the police were, I jumped the back fence and ran into the woods behind the house. but naked and in a ski mask, and ran 4 miles back to my house. A couple days later I saw my friends at school, and they told me how they got arrested and charged with trespassing. Boy was I happy that I was the only one that got away. I used to work as a bartender. When I got off work, the bar next door would still be open, so I, along with 2 of my customers, decided to walk over and have a few drinks. When it was time to leave, I realized I can't drive and tell my friends. This one guy, I will call Frank, offered me a ride home. Here we go. I'm in the backseat, Frank is driving, and this girl I will call Mariah sat up front. I'm pretty drunk and half asleep when I hear Mariah screaming, "You are driving in the turning lane." I got up and looked. She was right. We all spent the rest of the ride arguing over if he was actually in the turning lane or not. I was freaking terrified. We finally make it to my parents' house, and as soon as we pull into the driveway we all notice blow lights behind us. Oh shit. Well, Frank gets arrested. They have no concern about me or Mariah. They knew we were not driving until Mariah starts screaming at them that they would all get fired, blah blah blah. They kept telling her if she did not shut up, that she would go with him. I tried to get her to shut up. Mariah just keeps going with her shit, so they arrest her too. I was the only one that got away because I know when to keep my mouth shut. The cops were actually really nice to me. Side note, my parents were also drunk and sitting outside when we got there. Also, I had about $20 worth of weed in my purse. Went to my friend's dorm room for a small dorm party, like 8 people, in a tiny ass dorm. I knew from the get-go that Rad was gonna come at some point. I let everyone there know that I was already on probation for another alcohol violation and that if something happened, I was bailing. They were cool with it. Well, sure enough, about 2 hours later there came a knock on the door. I'm in the middle of playing Guitar Hero, but I know who it is. It's Turaz, both female. They proceed to come in the room and say it smells like alcohol and basically use scare tactics to get everyone in there to confess to drinking, except me. I'm still in the back corner playing Guitar Hero. The Rad addresses me. I tell her that I've got no idea what she's talking about. I'm just here playing Guitar Hero. She asks for my school ID. I tell her I don't attend school here. She asks for my name. I tell her I don't have to give her that info. She says she's going to call campus police if I don't tell her my name. I tell her that I think I'd rather just leave. She blocks the door. I stand in front of her for about 5 seconds, then say, "You know you can't force me to stay." She steps aside and I walk out the room smooth as fuck. Then as soon as I round the corner out of sight I sprint my ass back to my dorm room and lay low the rest of the night worried that a knock was coming. Never did. My friends covered for me and kept saying I was some random guy they met earlier in the day at a house party. They all had to attend alcohol classes and go in front of the review board. I never had to do any of that shit. BC I lied to them about being on probation in the first place, haha. Late to the party, but here goes. In college I was visiting friends at their school for a bug football game. We were all 19 to 20 years old. Being stupid kids, we all got in the back of a friend's truck and headed to the game, beers in hand. Of course a cop sees us and pulls us over. I'm double fisting, and I have several beers in my cargo short pockets. We were 1/4 mile from the stadium and we're so close to being left alone. Cop comes up to the back of the truck and sees we all have booze in our hands. Cop says, "Are any of you 21? I raise my hand thinking, fuck it, what's the worst that can happen? I get in trouble for lying, so I raise my hand and say I'm sir without even checking my ID. The cop then says, "You get to the stadium then, the rest of you stay seated." All my friends got MIPS that day except me. They were pretty salty about it, and I felt kind of bad, but it all worked out for me in the end. Outside a club in Miami my brother had an exchange of words with someone. Don't remember the exact details of what happened, but I was standing close to him, and he turned over and hit me after I said something. I chased him down the center of Washington RV and tackled him to the ground and started throwing punches. I think out of the corner of my eyes I heard the cop saw something because I got up and darted straight down one of the side streets, and my buddy followed. We ran behind a building and realized it was a nightclub, feeling that the cops would show up. My friend actually gave the bouncer in the back like $200 just to let us in. We ended up in the middle of a club mansion dressed like scrubs ducking from the cops. It turns out later my brother and the guy I beat both ended up getting arrested, which was ridiculous because my brother didn't even do anything. It was stupid, but a ridiculously close call. Was working a graveyard shift at a convenience store shortly after high school in a small, Texas town. Nothing ever happens there, and there's nothing to do, unless you consider meth as something to do. I finished my boring shift, where I saw maybe 3 people after midnight. Probably because you couldn't buy beer after that point. I found out the next morning that a woman working at the same chain 15 or so blocks south of my location was hacked to death by a kid with a machete who was on meth and was refused alcohol on the grounds that it was past midnight and b. he was underage. Our 2 stores were separated by maybe a mile and a half on a straight road. This guy could have decided to come to my store, to which I would have refused to sell him alcohol for the same reasons. While looking for some of the stories surrounding this online, I found this particular person has a profile on what looks like a Facebook version for prisoners. Proof. 3rd story. From Fort Worth. His prison Facebook page. Oh yeah, and he escaped from jail while waiting on his trial. Well, it seems like 99% of these stories are about parties with underage drinking and escaping. Mine is nothing like that point. When I was in Cairns, Australia, I took an extended boat ride to the outer reef, about an hour and a half from the coast to get there. I'm sitting on the front deck on what seems to be a serene picturesque moment out on the water, until the water immediately got so choppy that I was nearly tossed off the front, so I got back inside as fast as I could. I have a relatively strong stomach, but minutes later everyone started dropping like flies. People were puking into garbage cans, off the side, and back of the boat. In total, there were around 60 people on that boat other than the crew. I'd be lying if I said I didn't come really close to throwing up, but I made it, just as the boat slowed to our dive spot. Out of the 60 passengers, I was one of 2 people that survived the onslaught of projectile vomiting off the side of the boat. This isn't mine, but instead my younger brother's story. My brother was 14 at the time and was not a good kid. He smoked weed, drank, broke into cars, stole from stores, yada yada. I was a good kid who studied and went to bed early. My brother was still my best friend though. One day, he comes to me and says that on this Tuesday night, he's going to go out with his friend Elliot and they are going to walk around and do stuff. I tell him to call me if there's any trouble, though there wouldn't be anything I could do. I had a car, but no license yet, and would definitely not drive without a parent. My brother sneaks out on the roof about 9 PM, and I doze off. At 4 AM my phone is going off, with my brother's ringtone. I jolted awake, asking if he's okay and such. I can hear he is running, out of breath and ragged gasps. He finally manages snuffleupagus. I'm running from the cops. They got Elliot. They're looking for me. I don't know where I am. I'm just running. Immediately I'm pumped up and awake. I ask him what buildings he sees, and he describes a place about 6 miles from a house, off of Main Road. I tell him this, and tell him how to get home. He explains to me what happened as he walks through people's backyards. Elliot and I had been behind the library, smoking some weed, and drinking out of a fifth that we stole from the back of a car. I see this car drive by real slow, then turn around and come back real slow. Elliot notices and tells me to stand but not move. They pass under a street light and we can tell it is definitely the cops. They pull up about 20 yards away from us and stop the vehicle. I ask Elliot, should we run? He says not yet. We kept waiting, and the second the door popped open Elliot told me to run and we ran the opposite way into the woods and into a neighborhood. Elliot dropped under a truck. We could hear 2 or 3 cops come charging for us. I stopped and looked at Elliot, and he told me to keep running. He'd be fine. As I ran, I heard dogs start barking at Elliot, and the cops screaming at him. I didn't look back, I just kept running. I knew I had to change my appearance, so I ripped the badge off my jacket as a keepsake, and tied my hair up. Pretty long hair for a boy. I've been climbing through people's backyards for 30 minutes and I can keep seeing the cops driving around with spotlights. My brother was a chunky kid also. He ran 6 miles home, came into my room, plopped face down on the bed, and my alarm for school went off 1 minute later. He went to school, and his friend went to JJC for 2 years. Halloween 1982. I was 12, and for some reason decided to go trick or treating dressed as a woman. Don't ask me why, I thought it would be funny. So I wore my mom's nightgown and her wig. She had a wig that looked identical to her regular hair, which I guess women wore in the 70s, when they didn't have time to do up their hair. So me and friends are out trick or treating, pillowcases filled with candy, and we decided to cut through a baseball field. This field had bleachers and were unlit. We heard some teenagers up in the bleachers and my friend, Perry, because he hit puberty earlier than us, and had a deep voice, yelled up to the bleachers, "This is the police. Come out with your hands up." 5 older teenage boys came out with their hands up, and upon seeing us yelled, "Those aren't the police. It's just a bunch of kids. Get them." The 6 of us ran helter-skelter around the field as the older kids started tackling us and taking our candy. Except for me. One of the teenagers said in my direction, "Leave her alone. She's just a girl." So my friends ended up losing all their candy, while I was left alone with a pillowcase full of loot. I did not share my haul with my candy-less friends. My first Dungeons and Dragons game. Our party consisted of 4 evil/crazy murder hobos of various races and classes, and my half-orc barbarian. Enough murder happened, though none of it was on my hands, that the DM got fed up and sent a high-level paladin after all low-level asses. I was new, but somehow managed to recognize that this situation was the DM deliberately killing us to end the campaign. I opted to leave the obvious paladin bait that was the rest of the party behind and run. I had a bonus to my land speed from being a barbarian, and so would have been easily able to keep ahead of a heavily armored paladin, at least in the short term, and I was the only party member who'd not fallen to an evil alignment, so I wasn't easily detectable, though I don't know if he actually ever tried to chase me. The other 4 all got killed. My character ended up living and getting an epilogue where she bought a ship and became a pirate hunter. Winter of 1967. I was 16, working at a gas station in Waterloo, Iowa. Nearby was a KFC. The manager, a guy named John, would come over after the restaurant closed with a bucket of chicken for me and my buddies that would hang out around the station. He liked to hang around, shoot the breeze. Sometimes he'd talk to my buddies in the parking lot when they were leaving. He was always asking them to come over for beer at his place. Some of them went, some didn't. Months go by, and some of my buddies stopped showing up to hang out. I'd catch up with them later, and they just said that John was bothering them. One night when I'm closing up, John comes over with a bucket of chicken and a case of beer, and asks me to come over to his place to watch some movies. I tell him no thanks, and head home. Turns out he was trying to fool around with my friends when they'd go over to his place. He ended up getting in legal trouble, went to jail for assault or something. He moved to Chicago. When he got out, dropped off the face of the earth. His name was John Wayne Gacy. That got away college sophomore year. Our fraternities/sororities each semester had formals. Formals meaning pre-game with your brothers/dates. Take a bus to the hosting venue, drink more until you're hammered, and dance until it's time to go home. This particular time I had formals on back-to-back nights. Formula 1 went smoothly. Formal 2 was rough getting started, but I was feeling pretty good. In fact, I was feeling exceptionally good. Unfortunately, my night ended prematurely when I walked off the bus with a plastic cup full of straight vodka. After browning in on a fraternity living room couch, I was told I paid for a $40 cab ride home for my date, who apparently was in tears. So many other people were drunk that the police decided to come and investigate. Everyone underage, estimate 25 to 40 of those there, had to either go to court or pay a $480 diversions fee, which included a few classroom safety education sessions. Needless to say, that sorority did not have many more off-campus formals. The kicker, my buddy in his drunk officer's mind, said this isn't happening, and went out through a second-floor fire escape window to wait outside until the police left. Remember, this is dead of the winter in NH. He got away. TLDR, was kicked out before a college formal for being too drunk. Formal is broken up by cops anyway. Friend uses evasive measures to get away too. 16, 17 years old. 4 of us in a car cruising around town looking for something to do. We got the bright idea to go buy some cap guns and see what trouble we could get into. It was probably around 10 p.m. and we drove down Main Street in my small hometown shooting the cap guns out the car windows screaming. I decided it was time for me to go home, but my car was parked in a lot just down the road, so they dropped me off. As soon as I get in my car and they are pulling out of the parking lot, I see 3 cop cars with lights speeding down the road, so I sit and watch. My friends made it just across the street into another parking lot where about 6 cops had their guns drawn on them yelling at them to slowly get out of the car and on the ground. Friends later told me they were scared shitless because they had seat belts on and didn't want to look like they were reaching for a gun. I just sat across the street as all my friends were thrown on the ground and held at gunpoint for a few minutes while cops searched the car. Eventually one cop says, "They're just faking cap guns," and scolded my friends, but just let them go with a warning. High school, as always. I was a good kid. But when it came time for our senior prank, I knew it was time to become a legend. Luckily for me, so did my entire senior class. Usually, senior prank happens the night before the last day of classes for seniors. We wanted to do something a little bit different. So we went in on a Wednesday night. The boys who were in charge of all of this told their homeroom teacher their plan. He hid up in the library the whole night and let the first boys in so the rest of us could arrive. We spent a few hours, like the entire 124 person class, creating chaos. The class before us had done something similar, but it was unorganized chaos, so the result was lackluster. Not us. We rose to the occasion. We turned half the chairs in the auditorium around, but only in the freshman/sophomore area, so they couldn't see the stage. We turned the junior lounge into a giant spider web of yarn. We put half-filled cups of water on nearly every staircase and in front of key areas. We emptied out the faculty lounge of their furniture and the Coke machine and placed it in the senior lounge. We also took the furniture from the junior lounge and put it in our lounge, and the rest was placed in random areas around the school, on top of roofs, the front lawn, all that jazz. Then, the PSD triumph. Our school security guard was infamous. He had this huge tan hat and a mustache. He had a vendetta against backpacks and good taste. We called him Safari Steve. Being the enterprising young adult we were, we decided to fill his office up with balloons. This required, as the door was locked, one of the smallest members of our class climbed up through the ceiling, so we could push balloons through the opening of the ceiling tiles. This was the time where I became exhausted and just kinda went, "Alright kids, I'ma go home and sleep." Good thing I did, because as I pulled away, the cops showed up and started trying to arrest everyone for trespassing. One of the balloons had hit the panic button under Safari Steve's desk. I missed the entire thing, but that's not all. Because of some water damage, we had to skip class to clean everything up. I was able to get away from this, as I was away on a field trip. It was pretty great tbh. I was at a small apartment party in Tempe, Arizona, when I was 20. 12 people, tops, sitting around listening to music, drinking and smoking weed. There were a couple girls on the back patio being loud as shit and the cops got called. We hear a loud knock at the door, and one of our friends gets up, doesn't even look through the damn peephole, and opens the door. There are 3 huge cops standing outside, and the one in the front immediately says, "I smell weed, we are coming in," and all 3 just storm the fuck in. They look like they're keyed up to bust a meth house, and they just see a bunch of skinny white kids calmly sitting in a circle, and I can almost sense disappointment. They round everyone up, ask us to raise our hands if anyone is under 18, and I raise my hand because I'm high as hell, an idiot, and was waiting for the "who's under 21" question. The cop is like, "Really? You're under 18? And I sheepishly say no. They call us up, one by one, taking our IDs and breathing a Lazarus. I go up to take my turn. The officer asks how much I've had to drink over what period of time, and I answer truthfully, 2 beers in half an hour. He tells me to blow into the breathalyzer and I do. This look of confusion and frustration crosses his face as the machine beeps, and he reads the screen. He resets it and tells me to blow again, so I do. With that same annoyed expression on his face, he turns the screen towards me. It reads 0.00. He bitterly hands me my license back and tells me to go sit down. Every other person at that party got an mic. German Irish alcohol tolerance genetics for the win. I used to be the smallest kid in the school. I was shorter and skinnier, but also pretty damn fast point. It was a hot summer day and myself and 3 friends decided to take a stroll through an industrial park on the way to the beach near our school. The industrial area was under new management and had recently put up cameras and fences, but the shortcut was worth it. So, after we climbed the fence and were well on our way through the property, we heard the cops yelling at us because we were trespassing. They were still outside the gates and were waiting for security to let them in. They told us to come to them. We were trespassing. We all sort of looked at each other and figured we could outrun them, knowing that we would get caught if went for the road. We decided to head to the opposite end of the property and the fence near the water. Security went one direction and the cops stayed on the road and in the parking lot, figuring we would get flushed out or caught by the 5 or 6 security staff chasing us. As we came around the backside of the building, they were right there a mere 30 feet from us, and never have any of us run so fast in our lives. We are hoofing it across the grass towards the gate in the back corner. My 3 friends went for the climb and all 3 got nabbed by security. Being smaller than the rest, I literally dove headfirst towards the bottom of the gate and slid right underneath. My shirt got caught and ripped a little, but there was no way the security staff were going to get over that fence in time to get me. I immediately climbed in the water and swam across the river to the other side. All of my friends got escorted home to their parents, grounded, and a good speech from the cops about trespassing. The company decided to not press charges and none of my friends ratted me out. Now when we see each other we still joke about how lucky I was, mostly because I've gained a little weight and there is no chance I'm slipping under a fence now. I might be a little late to the party, but I haven't told this story to anyone, and it's been a few years since it happened, and I honestly can't believe it still sometimes. So here it goes. I was at a summer music festival in the mountains of North Carolina a couple of years ago, kind of like a summer camp, but for college-aged musicians who have loved nothing more than to drink, smoke and party before they go back to their respective schools. I had been there a few summers prior, so I knew the small town's layout moderately well, including the places to go when you wanted to do something not necessarily camp approved. Anyways, I had driven up from where I was living at the time and had decided to bring a lot of weed with me to make my mountain excursions more interesting. After a few weeks of making good friends with some people there, I decided to share my stash with those I felt could partake in and enjoy such activities responsibly. So after we all had a few beers, I collected the group in my car and I drove us up to a spot where I think we can smoke and chill the rest of the night. Just so you get a better idea of the area's setup, the camp is recessed into a national forest reserve, so it's fairly remote, but there are a lot of rich donors who fund the camp that have houses near the property. So being that these houses put some distance between us and the camp, I decided they would be a prime spot to smoke the ganja. We drove up the twisting and rough dirt road that led to the top of a nearby hill with some houses on it. I turned off my lights and put my car in park at the far end of a dirt cul-de-sac, and we took up. Had ourselves a good old time listening to some classical music while stoned and just shooting the shit. After some time passes, I see another car pull up behind us with its lights on. They pull up to the dirt area and turn around and head back down. I can only assume that it was another festival fellow that had a companion in the car and was looking for a secluded area to get native, saw us and realized they couldn't bang next to another group of kids and headed back down to continue the search for their sechcapade. We were initially spooked for a bit, but decided to chill some more. After another 5 minutes, I see another car pull up with its headlights on and crack a joke about how we have another visitor. Everyone laughs. I then realize that our visitor is in fact a local police car that patrols the campground at night to ensure everything is safe for the fellows of the festival. Just typing this, my heart is racing Just like it did in that stoned and terrified moment. Just like everyone tells you about fight or flight, time slows down, and I have to make a decision as everyone is freaking out and asking what to do. I decided to get my ass out of there as fast as possible. There was no way I could get caught with marijuana, get kicked out of the camp, have criminal charges on my record, and be responsible for my friends getting in trouble as well. So, I put my car in gear and do a quick U-turn around the cop car, lights still off, and head down the dirt road quickly. I'm basically flooring it down a 25-degree sloping and winding dirt road with lots of switchbacks and potholes, alternating gas and braking to make sure we don't die. I have never driven so recklessly in my life, but I honestly felt like I didn't have a choice here. People are screaming from the combination of fear of the cops and my driving as I maneuver us the hell out of there. After the dirt road ends and get back to some paved roads, I hit the gas even more, speeding around the turns. We head back to the campground. I hit a short bridge as we entered the campground and felt the car lift off the ground as we went over the top of the hump, and you could have taken a freeze frame of our car and faces just like the Dukes of Hazzard or something. So stupid. I find a parking spot in the main lot near the cafeteria and we all bail. We are running as covertly as possible to get out of sight. We all eventually end up hiding behind some bushes in front of another building used for rehearsal and practice about 100 yards from where I parked, so I can monitor if they recognize my car and get my plates, which if they do, I'm faked. While we sit and wait, everyone is just talking about how crazy what just went down was. Some people congratulating me on my driving and decision making, and others just freaking out about how close of a call that was. After 15 minutes, I see the cop car come down the hill and turn the other direction from where my car was parked. Thank God. We continue to wait for another half hour or so, just to make sure we don't get seen walking from anywhere suspicious that late at night. Everyone else just goes home, but you bet your ass I hid in the shadows for another hour watching them patrol and pray to Allah that they don't go inspect my car, because I still had the weed in there and it definitely reeked. Plus I couldn't sleep then if I had tried, from the adrenaline still pumping through my system. I eventually do make it back to my bed and sleep that sheet off. The next morning at breakfast, we all just kind of nodded to each other and agreed to not speak of it as it might have been risky if anyone found out what went down and decided to turn in any information. In case you don't know, musicians can be a little petty and bitchy sometimes. I didn't go near my car for a few days just to make sure that they didn't get the plates and just wait for the driver to return to their vehicle and ask some questions. All of this seems like extreme paranoia in retrospect, but I wasn't taking any chances. Eventually, everything just got back to normal, and yes, we did smoke again, but not in my car. We just found secluded spots on foot and enjoyed being in the woods more anyways. The only reason I can think of that the cops didn't pursue us and ask what the fuck was going on was because they just assumed it was another dumb and horny college kid trying to get lucky in their car. In retrospect, I realize how incredibly stupid all of this behavior was, but damn it if it wasn't one of the galvanizing moments in my college life when I found out that I didn't have to think twice about fleeing from the cops when felony charges for myself and others I'm responsible for are on the line. I don't know if this fits the question per se, but damn it feels good to recount that story years later. Back in high school, at least 6 or 7 years ago now, I was chilling with a bunch of friends. I use quotes because I talk to maybe 3 of them still, and even then it's not on a regular basis, at the stairwell in my apartment complex that leads to a boiler room and laundry room. Something to know is my complex is huge, multiple buildings huge. The stairwell is outdoors. Anyway, we were bored and decided to have some fun. For us, fun means drugs and alcohol. So we got 2 bottles of vodka, Smirnoff watermelon and Smirnoff liquor ice, a few bags of weed, assorted pills, and a small bag of coke, and of course cigarettes and blunt wrappers. Back then all we used were Game Greens. So I had about a quarter of each bottle, a few pills, a line or 2 of coke. Only myself and one other friend would do coke, so we were set, and was in the rotation for a few blunts. I was pretty faked up. We somehow found a bottle of Pepsi mixed with tequila also, though I have no idea where it came from. All of a sudden someone just walks over to a dumpster and walks back with it. Probably left it there to pick up later. Anyway, I have a few swigs of that too. Eventually I decide that I should probably head home. Now I lived in the complex, so it wasn't a long walk home, maybe 5 minutes away. As I said, it's a huge complex. So I leave and walk for a minute when suddenly I see a cop car. I think to myself, fuck, I'm faked. No wait, fuck it, I got this. So I stand at the corner and wait for the cop to drive on by because he was there first and had the right of way. Then the cop makes a motion with his hand and I think, fuck, I really am faked. My heart is racing a mile a second, but it wasn't the coke. That wore off a while back. It's faking anxiety, overthinking, probably just faked my life up right here. So I walk over to the cop car and the cop rolls his window down. "Is there a problem, sir?" he asks. I somehow get the words nope, no problem. "Why do you ask?" He responds, "Well, you walked over to me and I thought maybe there was something wrong." Confused and also pretty faked up, I ask, "Didn't you wave me over here?" "Nope, was motioning for you to cross off." Then he starts to actually look at me. I had long hair and looked like a stereotypical drug addict. I'm faked no matter what. "Where are you headed, boy?" he finally asks. "Oh, I'm just headed home." "And where's home?" I sort of point vaguely to my right and say that way. Now he sort of scrutinizes me and looks me over. After what felt like hours, but was probably more like 5 seconds, he finally says, "Go home, son." I slur out "thank you" and continue on home. The rest of the walk home was pretty uneventful. I eventually made it back home. The second I get in, I walk into my room and just plop myself onto the bed. I pull my phone out to check the time and notice I have a text. It was from my friend, though honestly I don't remember which it was now. All it said was "cops are here." I remember thinking to myself, damn, that sucks. Later that night I realized, damn, that cop let me go because he knew there were more people he could have gotten not even 500 feet away. Such a nice officer. My friends weren't even pissed at me. They never found out that I had talked to the officer who busted them maybe seconds later. I guess the cop never said, "Yeah, I just saw your buddy leave here a minute ago," or "your buddy said you were all here," or anything. A couple of years ago, it was a very hot summer night, and one of my friends suggested we go to a public swimming pool. In the neighborhood there was a sporting complex with indoor ice skating and pools inside as well as outside. So me and 2 friends jump the fence and head to the pool, and just as we go around the corner we see 2 naked girls jump into the pool. We are like, okay, take off our clothes and jump in, just to find out there are like 8 people already there. The longer we are there, the more people are showing up, and I think we were with a total of 40 people in about half an hour. The side of the pool was stacked with bottles of alcohol and everybody was skinny dipping. After about an hour I was like, I have cooled down enough that I'm going home so I can sleep. I bid everybody good night and started to walk up the road in my slippers and with a towel around my waist. I hear a sound. 3 cop cars and a van come around the corner and are headed towards the pool. I couldn't phone my friends because we didn't bring anything except our towels and summer clothing, but they got to spend the night in a big holding garden for not having an ID on them, else it was just a fine, together with the 2 girls, and I slept like a baby. Edit, waist to waist, cause I suck at English. I was lighting fireworks off behind my house about noon with my 3 cousins and my brother. Prior to me joining them, they had already lit off a bunch and apparently a woman yelled at them to stop and they called her a fat bitch. Obviously it pissed her off, so she called the police. They weren't aware the police were on their way and continued to light off fireworks. So right when I show up, the cops show up and start asking questions. They can't get too close to us because there's gates blocking off the area. The cop gets out of his car and we all book it around the corner back to my house, and as soon as he sees this, he gets back in his car. It's gated off so that he has to go around the block to catch us, while we only need to go down a few houses. Sadly our garage is open and we all make it back before the cop comes around the corner, and they all think we are safe, and so they just chill in the garage for a minute. I wasn't that stupid and ran upstairs to my room and put on my pajamas and came downstairs to see what was going on. No one ended up getting in trouble, but it's still funny, and I don't know why I thought of getting into my pajamas. The cop was so pissed. I was on an island in Panama, and we had to walk through a really wet muddy jungle trail to get to the beach, like at least a couple of kilometers anyways. We all had backpacks on, filled with beer. Enjoy our time at the beach, drink some, yada yada. I was trying to be the conscientious one, so I picked up the cans and crushed them and placed them into a garbage bag inside my backpack. It had been raining off and on, so I also had my DSLR camera in a black bag to kind of protect it from the element. Returning from our little adventure back several kilometers through this jungle trail, a couple friends split off ahead without really noticing how far back we were. The three of us were just laughing, talking, slagging through the mud, when a man with a t-shirt covering his head and a machete runs out on the trail in front of us. We all turn to run, when another guy with his face covered and a machete pops out on the trail behind us. Realizing at this point the three of us are completely faked, we kind of just stand there while these dudes are wielding their machetes and yelling at us in Spanish to give us all their shit. Fearing for my life, I hand the guy my whole backpack, to which he opens to a whole sheet load of beer cans. He kind of looks at me, and I was like, well shit, give me the bag, I'll give you what I want. While the other bandit is like forcefully removing items from my friends such as a wallet, camera, etc, and starts throwing their shit out of their bags all into the mud, while still yelling maniacally at us, chopping at the air with the machete and stuff. This genius bandit handed me back my bag, so I casually removed the can bag and as well casually removed the black bag containing my very expensive camera that has 3 months of photos on it from my trip. I grab the guy like $10 in random change and shit I have in there. He appears satisfied, so I just pack the 2 bags up and stand there while he completely shakes down my 2 friends of every belonging they have as they beg him to leave them alone. Eventually these bandits leave us unharmed, thank God, with pretty much everything stolen, but I still had my faking camera. The whole experience was crazy, surreal and kinda traumatizing, but man, I was the one who got away but not having my sheets stolen. I thank the Lord every day for those ridiculous beer cans. TLDR, sheety bandits foiled by beer cans. Alright, folks, here's a good one, but a little long, and no cops involved either. It might also be a bit too specific, but it's worth telling with the right amount of detail. Point: I went to a smaller, private high school, and in the fall, every grade, frosh, sophs, juniors, seniors, all went on a week-long trip somewhere. So, the juniors and seniors combined were maybe 80, 90 students, and so the school sent our 2 classes together to Ashland, Oregon for the Shakespeare Festival. I was a junior, so this was my first time on this trip. Now, of course you stick a bunch of 16 and 17-year-olds together in a small hotel, and you get the usual couples having sex, brothers doing bro shit, pranks, etc. Point: on the last night in town, everyone had the option to either go see another play or they could go to the movies, and so a lot of people chose to see the movies. About 90% of the guys between the 2 grades, we all went to see Inglourious Bastards, since it just came out. By the time the movie ended, it was maybe 9:30, 10 p.m, and we looked to the back of the theater, where some of the senior boys were starting to freak out. One of their friends was completely slumped over in his seat, like, he looked like he died half an hour before the ending. While we are trying not to freak out, teachers call an ambulance. They checked. He was still alive, but with a massive fever, unconscious. Rush him to the hospital. Point: when we all get back to the hotel, everyone's pretty quiet, kinda on edge, and scared about what happened to the guy. Teachers tell us they are being updated by the doctors, but for now, we are all still leaving tomorrow morning, and that curfew and everything would be normal tonight. Point: my roommates and I wake up the next morning, see the teachers all looking worried and talking out in the parking lot. See, on the drive there, we'd taken 2 buses. One was the quiet bus, the other was the social bus, since we couldn't fit both classes and all the teachers on one bus anyways. We ask them what's up, and they say that there are about 20 people who woke up with similar symptoms to what the other guy had last night. This is 2009, so what was a big deal back then? You guessed it, swine flu. As of that morning, we had about a third of the students on the trip infected with faking swine flu. The teachers decided that there would now be a sick bus and a healthy bus, and that anyone who even had a slight chill was stuck on the sick bus. I felt fine, and so did several of my friends, so we all just chilled on the bus. Ride back home point the next week starts. Out of close to 90 juniors and seniors, maybe 15, no more than 20 show up for class that week, myself included. The school, all of my classes are just deserted. Close to 75% of those 2 classes contracted swine flu, and once the frosh and the softs got back from their trips, they got hit with it too from the handful of students on our trip that decided to come back to class despite still being sick. Point now, how am I the one to get away in all of this? Because I was always the sick kid. Every cold, flu, virus that ever came through campus, I got it, and I got it the worst, and I always had it the longest. I was the sick kid, infamous for the amount of class I missed due to disease, and during the worst outbreak in the history of the school, I'm one of 7 people who were completely fine and never got sick that season. TLD, a high school gets infected with swine flu on a class trip, and the guy who's always sick is the only one who didn't catch it. Dated a girl for 2 years. A little over a year into the relationship, she faked up her birth control and got pregnant. We didn't really get along too well, and I was planning my breakup with her at the time. That went out the window. At 38 weeks, she lost the baby. Things were really hard on both of us, but we grew closer and thought about legitimately trying for a baby. Our relationship started to tank fast, and I changed my mind and began to plot my breakup again. We eventually came to a mutual agreement to break up after her living in denial about the health of our relationship for the last 6 months. We cut contact with each other and go our separate ways. A few months later, she ends up calling me to see how I'm doing. She tells me she's pregnant and living a couple hours away with her new boyfriend, who is super excited to be a father. I congratulated her and asked her when she found out. She told me and I froze. About a month and a half after we broke up. She didn't start dating her current boyfriend until about 2 weeks after I moved out. She said she had figured we were going to break up really soon and stop taking her birth control because she decided that she wanted a baby. I asked her if she remembers when the last time we had sex was. She doesn't, and I remind her. Off act, she says. We hang up and agree to talk later. A couple days later she calls me bawling her eyes out because she doesn't know what to do. She confesses that she still has feelings for me and that she wants the baby to grow up with its father in the picture full time. I tell her I'll have to think about it, but she should talk to her boyfriend and get him up to speed. A few days later, she's visiting town and we talk face to face. Her boyfriend doesn't care if the baby is his or not, he wants to be there. I tell her straight up that it's her choice and that a decision has to be made. I tell her straight up that if she chooses to stay with him, she's going to have to fight for any kind of support from me because I'm not going to play backup dad from 3 hours away while some other man raises my kid. A week goes by and I don't hear from her. So I call her and she tells me that she chose to stay with her boyfriend and doesn't know what to tell me. I told her hasta la vista and not to contact me anymore. We broke up in the middle of May of last year and I moved out on May 28th. The baby was born in early February. Just by chance one day, I ended up talking to her best friend. They don't talk anymore because her 36-year-old boyfriend is a gigantic control freak. I'm 25, she's 23, and he convinced her not to get a DNA test and signed the birth certificate. I got away from raising a kid with a psycho girl that I didn't want to be with. As bad as that sounds, neither of us were in a financial situation where it was a good idea to have a kid. It would have been a massive struggle. Her current boyfriend is much more well off than I am, so the kid's upbringing will be a hell of a lot more comfortable than if me and my ex had gotten back together. The only regret that I have is that the kid may never know who his real father is. When I was very young, we were on the way back from a long road trip to see a relative several states away. After the course of several hours, you start to see the same people driving around you. One in particular was a family that also had a little boy and girl in the back seat. My sister even waved at them out the back window at one point when out of nowhere the car in front of us ran very suddenly into the guardrail, causing it to lift straight up and over our car. It all happened so quickly, but in the moment my mother screamed. I will never forget the image of seeing the underside of a car hurtling towards us as we drove helplessly towards it at blinding speeds, only to have it pass effortless over us when as quickly as we escaped the projectile vehicle did it come crashing back down onto the hood of the family behind us. After the moment of shock ran past us, we suddenly realized that we were the only ones on the road now. Everyone who was behind us was not trapped behind the accident point. I remember my mother asking after a few moments if we should go back to see if everyone was okay. My father slowly shook his head and said how there was nothing that we could do for them now. It's amazing how quickly something can go from completely mundane and ordinary to devastatingly life-changing in an instant without the slightest warning. Didn't exactly get away, but this story is somewhat relevant. When I was in law school I worked the 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. shift driving a forklift at a loading dock. I lived very close to two of my co-workers, let's call them Big and Slim, so we would often take turns driving. I was living in a very rough city and these other two guys could be described as hardworking, tough, and loyal. I was happy they liked me and considered me a friend. After work, we would always stop at the same gas station for a snack or a drink on the way home. The guy behind the counter clearly never trusted us and always gave us the evil eye. It was not rare for just one of us to make a small purchase, while the other two would just walk around the store aimlessly, so I figured he was just being cautious/nervous given the time of night and the crime rate in the area. But something was just off with this guy, because we had been there dozens of times before and given him repeated business. Not a lot of business, but good business nonetheless. We all wore the same shirts with the company logo, so he knew where we worked. Well, one night I bought a bag of bugles, while Big and Slim stood at the back of the store and didn't buy anything. As he handed me my change, the clerk said to me, "What are your friends back there doing?" Totally caught me off guard and Big and Slim both heard him. I don't remember what my immediate reaction was, but I recall looking right at my friends and I'll never forget their reaction. They looked totally defeated. I assumed I would have to hold them back as they charged the counter. I wouldn't have stood a chance, but they just stood there in disbelief. We left the store and all got in the car. Nobody said much, and I was dropped off first. I wasn't seasoned enough to handle that situation properly. I just remember saying thanks for the ride and I'll see you guys tomorrow. The very next night I had to call in sick, which, oddly enough, was the first and only time in my life that I was too sick to go to work. Big and Slim both worked and checked out promptly at 2 a.m. The rest of this story I heard directly from Slim. Slim was driving that night. Big told him to stop at the store and they argued about going back. Slim eventually agreed, but refused to go inside. Big went inside alone. The clerk was counting money from the register. Big noticed and grabbed a few items off the shelf and went to pay. When the clerk opened the register, Big reached across and punched him in the face and knocked him out. Big cleaned out the register, causally walked out, and got into Slim's car. He handed Slim a soda and they left. Slim had no idea what Big just did. 5 minutes later, Slim's cell phone rings. Our boss was calling him to say that the police were there looking to arrest them for robbing the store. Slim looked at Big and asked him what happened. Big told him to let him out of the car right there. Big took off on foot. Slim drove home, and the police were waiting there for him. Big was caught soon after, and they were both arrested that night. I was home, asleep with the flu. Big was convicted and sentenced to 5 years for that crime. I heard he was out after 2 years. Slim's case was dismissed. I graduated law school and became a prosecutor, got married, had 2 kids, and bought a house in a quiet town near a beach, where it's not uncommon to see horses riding up and down the sidewalks. Not sure my life would have turned out the same if I had to explain a charge of unarmed robbery on my record. I still talk to Slim. He's still working hard and making a good life for himself and his daughter. Neither of us know what Big is up to these days. I never had friends like the ones I had when I was driving a forklift on a loading dock. Jesus, does anybody? When I was a month shy of 3, my mom, then 20, decided to invite strangers to her parents' house for a party while her parents were out of town. Needless to say, this bad idea ended badly. The guys she invited gang raped her in front of me before ditching out when they heard the cops coming. The cops found no one there except my mom, her boyfriend, and me. Mom was unconscious and naked in a pool of blood on the kitchen floor. Her boyfriend was unconscious with his head through a wall. I was the only one there unconscious, which sorta makes me the only survivor of the party. If you're wondering what else happened, the guys drugged my mom with something that made her go psycho, throw her boyfriend through a wall, break a guy's nose, and then pass out. I was supposed to be upstairs in my room sleeping, but I went to see what all the yelling was, and ended up having to sit and watch the whole thing. The cop found me sitting by my mom, and took me to a foster home without telling me my mom wasn't dead. Mom was in a coma for a week, and I ended up adopted by her parents. PTSD sucks. I'm Brazilian, as the username gives away. Anyway, I live in a southern town, one of the most important and big cities from Brazil, which means some things. 1. There's a lot of people living here, a few millions. 2. Since we are talking about my beloved Latin America, no irony intended, I'm really proud for being Latin American. You can imagine that we still struggle with inequality and poverty, which means that some forms of criminality are somewhat common. Introduction made. Let's get to the story. People depend on public transportation a lot around here, and everything happens from funny to pure freakish and frightening on the bus. We don't have a subway yet in my city. I was 16 at the time and used to be the poorest of my group of friends. I've grown up in a lower middle class neighborhood, and my parents always struggled a lot with debts and low income. Anyway, here I was, with another 3 friends, on a delightful afternoon, going to the movies by bus. I used to have messy hair and to wear cheap and old clothes, so I think that kind of saved me on this one. My friends got to sit, while I was standing up holding on to the bus bars. Suddenly, 2 dudes, clearly thugs, come from the back of the bus, pass through me, and proceed to mug all of my friends just a short distance. I recall that one of them had a snake tattoo on the wrist, and both were much stronger, taller and badass than any of us, so no one even glimpsed about reacting. They took my friend's cell phones, money and even a jacket, while I was unscathed. It was pretty funny. Being poor has its occasional advantages, like not being robbed randomly on the bus, probably out of pity. Summer of 2009. It was my summer. I'm sure people can relate to the feeling when you're just winning at life. I won all summer long, won't forget this year, ever. Well, let's get to the point. I used to hang out with a lot of shady people, some of them even went to prison. One of them invited me to his birthday party. I was like, yeah, sure, let's go. Got drunk really fast, got high on weed even faster. Fast forward a couple of hours and we are walking down a street, somewhere in the city. There's a bar on the right side and we are walking on the left side. Suddenly, I see something flying towards the bar, and hear the noise of shattering glass. A true what the fuck moment for me, since I was fairly drunk and high as a kite. Turns out, some of the people I've been with started to throw their beer bottles at that bar, calling out some people who were drinking inside. Out of the window, I kid you not, jumps a huge guy and starts to charge at the group of people I've been with, which have been at least 10, at most 15 people. I was just looking at this guy charging at us when I noticed he had something in his hand. Turns out it was a hammer. I took a step back by instinct, and, due to being really drunk and really high, I tumbled backwards. I didn't notice that I was standing in front of a huge hedgerow. I'm a little more than 5'7", so a short guy, and this thing just swallowed me whole. If someone wants to know how it feels when you're getting swallowed, try to hop a hedge. Anyways, I was still kinda hanging out in the hedge, and heard a shitload of noise from across the hedge, where a huge brawl broke out. I could kinda see a tiny bit of the action, and wished I was somewhere else. Fast forward a little, I'm still high, drunk and hanging inside that hedge, not being able to climb out on my own, when I hear police sirens, and see a lot of blue lights filling up the little vision that I had. I decided to give my best effort and roll backwards, faceplant into a flower bed, ruin my jeans, shirt and last bit of self-esteem. There's still a huge commotion going on while I'm laying in the flower bed, solid snake style, with my best effort to be a sneaky guy and pull out my phone. I called up my ex-girlfriend, who, at least I thought, lives fairly close, and asked her if I could stay the night and explain why. When we met up, it was like 3 AM or SMTH, and I didn't really know where I was, so we set up a meeting point. She agrees and I try to find out how the brawl is going. Cops joined the brawl, starting to arrest people, sneaking and crouching through the flower bed. Eventually, I got out and left the property, found a road which led to the meeting point, fully covered in dirt and looking like I just got killed, robbed, buried, and dug myself out. She eventually took 30+ minutes by bike, so yeah, she didn't drive around the corner to get there. I explained it to her and slept over, blah blah, not interesting. The next day I got a call from one of the people, telling me that they all got beaten to shit, arrested, and charged, but no one ratted me out and no one knew where I was. I told him I got hit by something while fighting someone, and passed out in a flower bed. To this day people still believe me. They will never know that I pulled a stone/drunk Batman on the hedgerow, and eventually got laid, while avoiding all of the commotion, charges, and violence. So I was in high school, probably around 17 or 18, and my friends, let's call them Jacob and Alex, and I were just sitting around trying to figure out what to do that night. A couple girls tell us there is this huge party going on at this kid's house a couple miles away, so we decide it's a good idea to go meet those girls up at the party. We get there, and this house is completely packed. Like at least 100 kids in one tiny house in the middle of a nice neighborhood. All high school kids smoke, drink, kegs, pretty much every high school kid's dream. We are having fun, messing around, and Alex is already completely trashed trying to hit on every girl. We were taking it a bit slower, but still getting there too. Jacob and I decided to go outside to the backyard, because the house is packed, and they wanted to smoke. I just didn't feel like being left alone in the madness. So we are chilling in the backyard and we hear the party go suddenly silent. Everybody stops talking and tries to figure out what's happening. There were a lot of parties being busted by cops lately and everybody was worried about getting arrested or MIPS. We were in high school and we didn't know any better. So after everyone gets quiet you hear somebody yell, "The cops are here." Ruin. Suddenly the entire party is tearing into the backyard heading towards us. It looked like a scene out of Faking 28 Days Later. A bunch of drunk kids just charging after you stumble over everything. Jacob and I are freaking the fuck out. So we turn around and see some kids starting to jump over this high wooden fence in the back that leads to the neighbor's yard. This fence was probably 6 or 7 feet high and went all the way across the backyard. Our friend Alex is still inside. We know it's too late for him. We say screw it and start running towards the fence. Jacob flies over and I'm right behind him. Right when I get to the top I look back at the crowd. They saw us jump it and now they are all trying to do the same thing. I jump down and right when I do I see a group of girls running towards the fence. Probably about 10 of them. They don't even try to hop it. One of them gives a half-assed attempt at jumping on it, then all 10 girls just ram the shit out of it and the entire wooden fence comes crashing down into the neighbor's backyard. The entire 6-foot-tall wooden fence just got laid out by a bunch of drunk high school girls. Now the entire party is just tearing across the neighbor's backyard. Jacob and I hop the next fence and find ourselves in the next street over of the neighborhood. We hear sirens everywhere. I see a kid I know driving down the street and I jump in front of it and he stops to let us in. As we drive off I look back and there are cop cars pulling in and kids dodging them left and right trying to get away. We speed off to the nearest park and try to figure out where our drunk friend Alex is. It turns out he passed out in the bathroom and woke up with everybody gone. All in all it was a good night. I will always remember seeing that group of drunk high school girls and the determination in their eyes when they said fuck jumping a fence, we're just going to knock this shit down. I'm 16 hours late, but I'm proud of this getaway point. I was in army basic training. Easiest shit ever if you just do what you're told and keep your mouth shut. So of course everyone acted out at every possible moment. We were living in a large barracks building neighboring about 6 others, all in a long straight line. Eventually, one of us noticed that the barracks way down the line had a vending machine. Keep in mind that we weren't allowed to just leave the barracks whenever we wanted, and we definitely weren't allowed to purchase and eat candy. You can guess what some of us adventurous ones did. When it was my turn on guard duty in the middle of the night, I'd sneak my ass over to that vending machine and drop $40 on everything I could get, stuff my pockets, and sneak back. Throughout the next couple nights I'd fence it all to the other privates for $5 a pop. I was selling Skittles, honey buns, paydays, etc. for $5 faking dollars each. I'm a pretty cautious person, despite my tendency to do stupid stuff like this, so I was particular about whom I sold to. Only about 20 people out of the 120 person company knew what I was doing. Other dealers like myself were making bank, but they were also sneaking out way more often than I was. They'd gained reputations throughout the company as the guys you go to get your candy fix. I think I made about $500 before shit went down. People gossip in basic. It's all there is to do to pass the time. Everyone tells everyone everything eventually. It wasn't too long before the drill sergeants had picked up on our little escapades. One night a couple of guys tried to sneak out before we had been officially released for the night. While they were gone, the DS walked in and lined us all up with that evil smile that we'd all become too familiar with. He walked over and stood by the door, waiting for the missing privates to come back. As soon as they started to open the door, the DS ripped it wide open. I still laugh when I think about the look of utter horror on those privates' faces. Drill sergeant had them empty their pockets in front of us. A few minutes later they're doing push-ups next to a large pile of sweets. The next couple of days were a shitstorm for the whole company. We woke up to push-ups at 3 o'clock every morning, endless runs around the barracks, and full battle armor guard duty that lasted most of the night. It was hell. People were being lined up outside the first sergeant's door and interrogated about the whole situation. Every dealer was getting ratted out by his fellow businessmen. The lineup was getting longer and longer. I was so sure that I'd be caught. In a panic, I ate/flushed almost everything I had left as soon as I had the chance. But my day of reckoning never came. I'd managed to stay under the radar enough that nobody, except a close few, really knew what I was doing. A bunch of my buddies got kicked out of the army for character unbecoming a soldier, and the rest had to start basic training over again. Cabin fever catches up with you really quickly in basic, and it makes you do stupid stuff. I was just lucky enough to get my reality check before it bit me in the ass. This was at Oktoberfest in Munich around 10 years ago. It was late in the evening, and I had been drinking for a better part of the day. I was sitting at a table with a few friends and the rest of our table was a bunch of people we didn't know. You sit where there is space at O-Fest. This random guy sitting next to me pulled a little case out of his pocket and started filling up a cigarette at the table, but before rolling it, he sprinkled some neon green plant on top of the tobacco. I recognized it as some pretty good looking weed, and when he caught me looking we exchanged a friendly nod. Flash forward an hour or so later, the guy sitting next to me and his friends were getting up to leave, and he handed a rolled cigarette to one of my friends and they exchanged a few words in Finnish, which I do not speak. Later on, as we were headed to the train station to go home for the night, my Finnish friend stuffs his hand into my back pocket and says, "Here, hold this." I was drunk, and I hadn't noticed what he did. I thought he was just goofing around and grabbing my ass. Crazy Finns. We rode the train a few stops away and then disembarked at the station nearest the apartment where I was staying. As we filed off the train, I immediately noticed 6 fully geared up police brandishing their submachine guns and staring menacingly in our direction. It was then that my brain clicked on, and through a drunken haze, I realized what I had in my back pocket was most likely not just a cigarette. Coolly, I avoided eye contact with the German SWAT team and made my way towards the stairs leading out of the train station. My friends barely made it out of the train car when they were each violently thrown against the nearest wall and thoroughly searched for contraband. After a short wait, my friends came up the stairs looking pale and haggard. They were looking for drugs, they said to me. Well, I had the drugs all along, and I was the only one to get away. Went to a party at my boy's house. He was notorious for throwing wild bangers. In the garage there were close to 30 kids blazing, and throughout the rest of the house there were over 100 underage kids getting wasted. Kegs everywhere, kid pools filled to the top with cans of beer and ice. Liquor everywhere. I was the driver, so I only had a beer throughout the night. My friends on the other hand were doing keg stands, guzzling Absolute and smoking stuffies. We had another party to get to, so I was doing my best to wrangle up everyone. Needless to say, it's hard to get people to leave a party when they are trashed and having a good time. I finally got everyone loaded into the car, me and 2 more in the front and 4 passengers in the back of my 86 Mazda 626. Before I pull away, my one buddy announces he has to throw up. He rolls down my back driver's side window and commences to violently throw up while hanging half out the window. My other buddy in the back sees this and starts throwing up out of the back passenger window. Now this shit is ridiculous. The kid in my passenger seat has a weak stomach too and proceeds to start puking out that window. FML. Here I'm trying to get to another party to get some tail and I have 3 kids that can't handle their liquor. I'm getting upset cause I do not want any puke on or in my ride. I just happen to look up and I see at the end of the block at least 10 squad cars rip around the corner and head straight down the block toward where I'm parked with 3 kids. Fuck that. I pull out of the spot and start driving down the street towards the approaching police vehicles. As I pass them, all 3 kids are still spewing from every window. I drive right past while the police proceed to pull into the driveway of my buddy's house. Close to 100 kids got underage drinking charges. A bunch were arrested on drug charges, as well as my friend's father having to pay some crazy fine for having underage kids drinking in his house. So while everyone got jammed up, I was able to try and pick up chicks. To no avail, that is. Forever alone. My sophomore year of high school, we had an issue with kids pulling to the fire alarm. I went to a smaller private school, so every time the fire alarm got pulled the school would get evacuated. Now the frequency of this would be like planned tornado drill, Midwest school, fire alarm rings as students head back to class, go back to class for 20 minutes, fire alarm rings a second time, etc. etc. This happened for a few straight days, and it cost the school a $500 fine every time it happened, so by now they had racked up thousands of dollars in fines. Now teenagers like to boast, so word got out quickly. There were the usual suspects, and then a handful of goody two-shoes kids proud of their new rebellious accomplishments. Funny side story in TLDR, well, I always liked to see what I could and couldn't get away with, so, after weightlifting class, I went to the far side of the gym. I was worried they'd collect fingerprints or something like that, so I put my undershirt over my arm and booked it back through the gym. Fire alarms have about a 15-second wait before they go off, so I had time to get out of the area. As we gather outside, one of the louder seniors says, "This idiot's gonna get caught. They put iodine on all the alarms now." Oh shit. I look down at my index finger and there is a slight but noticeable purple tinge on my fingertips. The iodine bled through my undershirt. No, I went straight towards the restroom and washed my hands for way too long. Yet there was still a very faint purple distinction on my fingers. For some reason I ran into the vice principal and nervously asked, "UHH, are we good to go to our 8th period class?" He looks real pissed, but says, "Yeah, get out to here." Now they can tell which alarm gets pulled in these situations, so about 15 minutes later I hear over the intercom, "Everyone in the 7th period weightlifting/P.E report to the front office immediately." Fack. Here we go again now. As soon as I walk in the door there's about 30 other students saying my last name, "Kelly, you're screwed now." And as I make my way to getting my fingers checked I see my little fucking cousin. This idiot has pen marker all over his hands and was taken over to the side of the room with a sheepish grin cause he knows he didn't do shit, but he likes the attention. They check my hands. Pause. "Okay, you're good." Hell yes. Heads back to class, but not 10 minutes later. Vice principal appears in the doorway. "Hello, Mrs. French teacher, I need to check some people's hands for the fire alarm incident." He beelines it to my desk in the far front corner. "Show me your hands." Flip them over. Then he moves to the desk behind me. Checks every single kid in that room. I'm about on my 3rd diaper now, but he leaves the class with a quick "Thank you, freedom I got away with." The next day they send out an email for all the teachers to read to students. Please stop. It cost us $sign and we've suspended too many kids. Just stop. I'm so relieved. However, to the best of my knowledge, my French class was the only class in the whole school that got checked a second time by the vice principal. He faking knew, man. He knew. TLDR, kids pull fire alarms constantly, getting suspended for it. I'm the one that got away. Okay, so this isn't exactly the most exciting story, but it's pretty much the only one I got. So when I was in middle school I hanged around a lot of guys. I'm a girl, because I was super aggressive and angry and girls didn't really like me. We all eat lunch together, and as you probably know, 11 to 14-year-old boys can be quite destructive. They would smash up their food, throw things, hit each other, yell profanities, basically become every lunch lady's worst nightmare. I wasn't like that. I never contributed to the chaos, so I never got in trouble, but they always did. We always played this game where, if someone was drinking, you would try to tip their glass higher, so that their beverage would spill onto them. They got reprimanded countless times because of it. I would partake in the game too, and I got a couple really great ones. Like whole 16-ounce water bottles dumped onto them. Yet, I never got in trouble or punished because when our superiors would ask who did it, they would all point at me, and the response would usually be, "Now don't lie to me." I know she would never do that, because I would never partake in their other shenanigans. The look of frustration on their face, while I smiled angelically at these unsuspecting teachers and lunch ladies, was priceless. I'm a journalist, and was covering a United Nations conference in Tunis a few years ago. Some of the locals thought they'd take the opportunity to hold a demonstration demanding greater democracy, something which the government of the time was not terribly keen on. The world's press pack turned up en masse, and the police started cracking skulls, not caring if they were demonstrator or member of the fourth estate, having been cracked on the head before in the line of duty, and not liking it in the slightest. Brazzaville, late 90s. I stood at the back, hailed a passing cab, and was back in the safety of the press center within 10 minutes. Over the next couple of hours, colleagues came back in dribs and drabs, most covered in blood and a few more serious cases with broken bones. I was the only one who got away without a thrashing. TLDR. Went to a demonstration in Tunisia. I was the only person not to get beaten up by the police. I've got a couple. First is back in HS when a bunch of friends who had become overly cocky about where they chose to smoke, to the point where they were literally smoking a block away from the school's employee parking lot. For whatever reason that day I had chosen not to imbibe, but was still hanging out with them when the principal and vice principal came walking up, obviously smelling it from the parking lot. Everyone involved gets suspended with the exception of myself, as I hadn't smoked. The best part was sitting in the office waiting to be interviewed, while the rest of my friends were in the VP's office laughing their asses off, because they were too stoned to carry a conversation. Second one happened a few years back, when I was coming back from Washington State back into Canada. I'm flying down the I-5 with a couple other cars going well over the speed limit. Being from out of the country, I can imagine that the cops probably wouldn't let me off with just a warning. As we fly along the road, I see a cop that has pulled off on the side of the road, standing on the shoulder. Knowing that there's no way he's going to get into his car and catch us, he starts to walk into traffic and wave those of us who had been speeding off to the side of the road. I changed lanes and kept going. Made it to the border, and that was that. Everyone else pulled over. I've had my navel pierced since I was 9. When I was on the dance team in high school, it wasn't allowed, but I kept it in anyway, and just made sure not to make a show of it. I made it about halfway through the year with no issues. One day, after I changed for practice, I got a weird vibe, took my piercing out, and stuffed it into my bag. Once practice started, my director came barreling out of her office, yelling at all of us to stand at attention, and ordering us not to adjust anything, because it was time to do a check for piercings. At first I was psyched, because the universe had told me to take it out before I got put on probation, but then my director said she didn't even want to see a hole where the piercing could have been. I raised my hand and said, "V God, I took mine out in summer, but there's still a little hole, because I had the piercing for so long beforehand." She told me to go to her office with the 3 or 4 other girls with piercings, asked how long I'd had it pierced, asked if I was lying, and said not to re-pierce it until I graduated. I got off scot-free. Point thing is though, everyone fucking knew I had a piercing, and they were pissed that I avoided the 3-week probation, especially the girls caught with their jewelry still in. I don't care, the universe clearly likes me better. I also stayed on the team after keying a car, which should have resulted in immediately getting kicked off, even though a handful of girls got kicked off for vandalism just a month beforehand. I guess you could say I was a favorite. I'll go the opposite way, but fuck it. I was the only one to get caught. Point I was in Prince Sultan Air Base, back when it was open, a number of years back. I was working as both debrief for KC-135s and tool crib next door, as there was nothing for me to do when a 135 wasn't landing. One day, we decided to make an MRE bomb. We decided to experiment and take the heating powder out of the cardboard wrapping to see if it might be a bit more powerful. We put it in an empty water bottle but nothing was happening. So, we threw it in the trash with the lid on. We were standing around for a good 10 minutes next to the can we threw the bottle in, which was located at the tool crib check-in/out desk. Well, in walks the squadron commander. He started chatting us up and just joining in the conversation. A few minutes in, we all start to hear a plastic crinkling sound coming from the can. The looks on everyone's face said we all knew what was going to happen. Unfortunately for me, the commander was talking directly to me about something. The other guys said they were going to lunch and ditched me there. A few more minutes went by and the inevitable happened. It blew the lid off the can, and paper from the can went everywhere. I'd never seen anyone move so fast. Unbeknownst to us, there had been a bomb threat about an hour beforehand. I knew I was faked, so I took one for the team. There really was no way to prove anyone else was involved anyway, and it wouldn't be worth my time to try to point on the good side. He was not from our base. His law never made it out of SAB either. Also, the damage to the bottle was quite spectacular. It had completely smoothed out the bottle, and it didn't blow the cap off. It blew the entire side of the bottle out. Probably not the most exciting story, but one I like to tell. Freshman year of college, living in the dorms, and one weekend every year the Raz in my dorm would go away on an RA retreat. Raz from other dorms would come by during rounds, but this was late in the year, so we knew about when rounds occurred. Point. Because of their absence and our confidence in knowing about rounds, we decided to throw a mini birthday party for one of our friends in a room. We had a makeshift BP table and some music going with beer cans and empty fifths everywhere. I get incredibly drunk. 2-4 lockers will do that to a 19-year-old, probably the drunkest of all my friends, and I almost knock over the BP table, which would have spilled a ton of alcohol all over the carpet flooring. My friends tell me to leave the room, so I don't do any damage, and as I'm walking down the hallway, the Raz coming from the other direction. Point ended up with all 12 people in the room getting written up on me, the drunkest person of the 13 of us, not getting in trouble. That saved an awkward phone call with my parents that I did not want to have to make. In elementary, 2 kids I didn't like peer pressured me into skipping school with them and hanging out this old scrapyard behind some buildings with tractors and other equipment. One such tractor was sitting outside the buildings and we were throwing rocks at it trying to smash the window. Only I was successful, and my rock went clean through the first window and out the other. At the same time, a truck was pulling and saw us. We tried hiding in a big tractor tire, but he already saw us and was heading our way, so we surrendered. Point. Except not all of us. I turned right around, jumped out of the tire, and ran as fast as I possibly could. I was not chased. The other 2 opted to get in trouble for whatever reason. Point. But these were kids with bad reputations, so when the cops showed up I denied it up and down. I don't know if anybody ever got charged, but I got off clean. Never did a thing like that again though. Well, back in freshman year of college, we were all partying in my buddy's room on Halloween. There were probably 20 people in the tiny dorm room, passing around a few handles, taking shots, and absolutely blasting dubstep, the popular music of the time. Given that my buddy had a subwoofer fetish, this of course meant that the Raz came to the room by time everyone was supremely drunk. Point. So I'm sitting in a chair that's literally in the middle of the room, trying to take this in through the drunken fog. They proceed to ask whose room it is, and asks for everyone's student IDs, which we all have, being that they were our key codes for everything on campus. One by one sullen 18-year-olds all hand over their IDs, knowing that it meant some mandatory AA meetings, some letters home, and other predictable punishments. Acting much like a stick bug, I opted to hold perfectly still, until eventually they tell everyone to get out, and go home. Point out of all those people, they never noticed me, and I was the only one who didn't have to go through all that, which is slightly ironic, as I was the one who furnished all the alcohol. When I was younger, my friend and I had the bright idea to have guys come over at 3 in the morning. As you can guess, parents were sleeping, and had no knowledge of this. So at the time I was dating one of the guys and they lived like 7 miles across town. They were walking. My friend and I were waiting for them near a mall, but we were out of sight from the main road on a not so popular trail. So the two guys end up having to pass the mall to get to us. Of course this was in middle school, so they weren't the smartest. A cop ended up stopping them. Eventually I got a call from my boyfriend saying they had been stopped by the cops. My friend and I start freaking out, saying things like, "Don't give them our names. What's happening? Where are you? Don't come now." Where they replied with simple answers such as, "What's the address? The cop wants to know." So of course we start freaking out even more, and run back home, and stop answering all their calls and texts in fear that the cop will get us in trouble too. Keep in mind that this was middle school. The next day I called my boyfriend and asked what happened. He said the cop just wanted to give us a ride to your house. He was chill and didn't care and gave them a ride back to their own houses. I regret nothing. Probably actually saved us from getting in more trouble if they had come over. Technically my friend and I were the one that got away. I have a few, but I'll post the main local legend point. So I was given a ride back home from a party held in a swamp in a city in Florida. We partied there a lot and hard, this time being no exception. So my friend calls me when I'm at home wanting me to drive over to his place about 3 miles away. I was way out of it with about 5 fingers left in a Johnny Walker 4.5 liter bottle that was full at the beginning of the night. So I take off and all is well until I for some reason decide to take a few corners at speed. So understeer and then overcorrect, launching myself off of a driveway onto a fire hydrant. Being down the street from my friend, I told the homie I was going over there to call a tow truck. I was about 4 houses away when I saw the red and blues reflecting off the cars and houses in front of me. I panicked and ran into the woods. What followed was 5 hours of sneaking, running, and crawling past all of that county's sheriff units, including dogs. They had the car and my brother told them I was driving the car when they called the house. I got lucky because there happened to be a kid called Russell at my friend's house. Russell was an immigrant, like myself, whose father is an attorney. Russell was also about 15 at the time. They arrested Russell thinking he was me, and after his dad got involved the next day dropped it all like it never happened. That was my universe intervention moment, and I have not driven after having more than a beer afterwards. During my junior year in high school, the only way I could get home after school was taking the city bus, which only had one route to my neighborhood that left at 4 p.m. sharp. But if I was lucky, my older brother, who was in community college at the time, would be able to swing by and pick me up. One day I was with a bunch of friends and their friends, who were bad news from the get-go, maybe about 8 of us or so. On that particular day we had to resort to taking the city bus, which was a long way from our high school. Halfway through our walk I realized I forgot my binder in my locker, in which I asked if any of them wanted to run back to school with me to pick up my binder. Sure enough, none of them wanted to backtrack with me, so I said screw it and told them I'll meet them at the bus stop. By the time I got to my locker, my brother called me and said, "Hey, I'm right around the corner, do you need a ride?" Of course I replied, "Hell yeah." Fast forward 2 hours later, I'm back at my neighborhood impatiently waiting for my friends, wondering what happened to them and why none of them were answering or texting me back. Turned out one of the guys and his friend they were with decided to get off an earlier bus stop and steal a bottle of liquor from a local supermarket. My friends decided to get off the bus with them. To make it worse, the other guy robbed a little kid of his moped. Sure enough, the kid called the cops and they arrested every single one of them for aggravated assault, strong arm robbery and possession of stolen property, including the bottle of liquor. One of them went to jail and the rest, including my friends, went to juvenile hall for a bit. To this day I always wondered what if my friends decided to come with me and get my binder that day. I went to a military junior college. Each dorm building had 2 TAC officers, basically employees of the school who would sit in their office all the time and check up on the students. I was a platoon sergeant and got along pretty well with the one TAC officer, who was a sergeant major in the Royal Marines. Well, the school had very strict no drinking rules. One night I went to a friend's room and we sat down and watched Bourne and drank beers. It's an all-male school, by the way. Anyways, after a few beers I remember I have a paper due the next day, so I leave to go work. On that point a few hours later my roommate comes in our room and says, "Dude, they just got busted and they ratted you out." Within a minute I hear the code to my door get punched in and Sergeant Major walks in. Point: "Sergeant Major, have you been drinking?" Me. I stare him directly in the eyes. "Yes I have, Sergeant Major." "Sergeant Major, how much have you had to drink?" Me. I think for a moment and can't recall. "More than a few, Sergeant Major." "More than 5. Me. "Yes, more than 5, Sergeant Major." "Sergeant Major, who was in the room with you?" Me. "I'm not going to tell you that, Sergeant Major. We were all adults enjoying a quiet evening with a few drinks." "Sergeant Major, they weren't so quiet and were throwing their empties out the window." Me. "That wasn't happening when I was in the room, Sergeant Major." Sergeant Major leaves my room and I go back to work on my paper. I had decided not to tell him who else was in the room because I was pretty pissed that they had all ratted on me, and I figured I was already in as much trouble as possible so I could at least hold that over their heads. The next day I see all the guys at the party marching tours, marching in full dress in a big square as punishment. So I stroll into the Sergeant Major's office and ask him if I should be marching as well. He goes, "No. You did not lie to me. You told me the truth to the best of your knowledge. You didn't rat out your friends. The real reason they are doing tours is because of the noise and tossing the cans out the window. Not because of drinking. Since I know you well, and you didn't lie when I asked you the first couple of questions, I believe that you weren't there when things got rowdy." Edit. This happened in the US. We got TAC officers from guys retiring from military service all over the world. Point: TLDR got busted underage drinking on a dry military junior college. Didn't get punished because I didn't lie. I was a junior in high school and I was hanging out with this guy who graduated from my freshman year house and was pretty faked up. At this point I had a limited license, so I could not drive at night, and the people I went to his house with wanted to stay later, but I had to be home, so I called my buddy for a ride. He picks me up and all of a sudden we run into a DUI checkpoint. We figure that since I was not driving we would breeze through it no problem. The cop said he smelled weed and told us they had a judge on standby and we could consent to a search or he would get a warrant in minutes. We agreed and got out. I searched and found nothing, but my friend had less than a G of weed on him from earlier he forgot about. He was given a citation, and they asked if I had been drinking that night. I was really sheet-faced, but said no, and got to go free. To make it up to him, I drove him home every day from school until the school gave him his parking spot back. Behind my middle school we had a large nature preserve. It was set up by the state to protect some natural grass and forest. Anyways, our neighborhood also backed up to it, so some friends and I decided to go and make a secret base back in it. We decided to call it Polo, and whenever we wanted to meet in the woods we'd tell each other that we were going back to play polo that day. It got to the point where as 7th graders we had built a tree house, a massive Linda/TP, and also had managed to dig a cave back in our wonderful nature preserve. It looked like we had a full-out complex built and were ready to go to war. The entire thing was built on a peninsula with a creek running around it and hills on the far side of the creek to dampen our sound noise. Well, as more and more of our friends joined us to play polo, the more and more attention a group of 15 to 20 kids would receive for trespassing in the preserve. Eventually the police got called and we had to run around them, but it never stopped us. However, I guess having a camp with a cave and treehouse looks like a potential spot to cook drugs or make moonshine. With a nice cold place to store anything, and a wonderful lookout tower to spot any coming danger. I see now why the cops considered this a reasonable idea, since a nature preserve was notorious area that older kids snuck off to cook meth using spray paint cans. One day me and 3 others were back in our woods floating in a canoe when another friend called us as he was supposed to meet us to play polo that day. He said there were about 15 officers gearing up in the parking lot of our middle school preparing to come into the woods and look for people that had been making this compound and then destroy it. We all rightfully freaked out as we had all lied to our parents for the past 5 to 6 months as to where we were playing and also as to where their tools and spare lumber had been going. We got out of the canoe and my other friends decided to go turn themselves in. I, being the little leader of the group, refused and told them that they were free to do so. But they weren't to name me or expose me as the creator of our little band. Point in the end they never told me and I walked free. As they turned themselves in I used them as a distraction to skirt the fan of police and run home. They all had to do community service and fill in our cave because apparently destroying a protected watershed is a felony. Oops. The whole incident really made me trust my friends more though, and was especially helpful for a kid that, at the time, had major trust issues in his life. I still maintain my friendships with anyone I played polo with, even now as I finish college. Let's see. There's drama. Point this was back a few years ago. There are 3 girls, let's name them A, B, and C. They are sisters. Years ago, I developed a little crush on A. I got over it. More time went by. I dated B. B left me for some guy 1, who ended up cheating on her with girl D. Girl A used to date guy 2, while she also went out to a few school dances with guy 3. This guy 3, this guy number 3. All at the same time, he was also dating girl C and taking girl B to all the football games and playing grab ass. Girl B also dated someone a few years ago who still hangs out with their family. Keep in mind that the girls 1, 2, 3 are sisters, and while I don't expect any of that to make sense, here's the thing. Point they all get together and hang out and pretend like it's not awkward. Point that being said, some of these people are also currently in relationships and will bring their current so's to parties and get togethers. I'm the only one on the outside that just stands there and says, what the fuck are you guys doing? It was in school. In our school, the teachers get to classes in lifts and they rarely take the stairs, my friends, and I had this problem with this group of assholes who basically started a fight with us for fun over the weekend at this party because they were drunk and stupid. We had just gotten out of class. It was Friday afternoon. We were looking forward to the weekend. Point suddenly, that group starts pushing and stuff and we do the same. This turns into an all-out brawl and I jump in to help my friends. I start beating on this one dude who was giving my friend serious beats, and at that moment I hear the lift bell go. Point at the same time, 2 of my friends hear the same thing and we immediately start sprinting down the hallway and to the opposite side of the building. Just as we thought we had escaped, we ran into the discipline head, who immediately asked us why we were running. At this point, I thought we were screwed as fighting is a pretty big deal in our school and would lead to expulsion most of the time. Luckily, my friend, Dave says that we were running away from the fight on the top floor. We didn't want to get involved. We all frantically agree, and the head says alright, go to class. After class, we learn that nearly all the boys in the grade were called to the principal's office, and that we were next. We cook up a plan, and we make sure that our stories all support each other. When we went in there, we basically told the principal that the guys in that group were fighting amongst themselves and that our friends were trying to break it up. Luckily, Dave was a prefect, so they believed us. That is how I got away from a fight and then managed to save my friends with the help of Dave. I know I'm late, but I'm sharing my story anyways. About 12 years ago, my friend's dad bought a color printer and scanner 2-in-1. There we were, printing test pages, gazing at all those colors on the paper, when I suddenly thought out loud, we should print some money. To my surprise, my friend thought it was a genius idea, so we went on to scan the bill, worth about $10, I had in my pocket. We scanned it on both sides. Printed a few of those, but no luck on getting the bill printed correctly on both sides of the paper. Finally we got it right. We printed about 5 of those. We told our 2 other friends what we'd done, and they said we should go full sum. That's what we did. We went to the local grocery store, a small store, and the seller was old enough that we thought he wouldn't notice. We bought something worth $1 and he didn't notice. He gave back the $9 change. We were delighted. I told my friends we should stop this, otherwise we'd get caught. They didn't care about what I said, and they went there again the next day. Obviously the old guy had noticed that the bill he got was fake. He was good enough not to call the police though. He told their parents and they all got their punishment. Shortly after I turned 21, a friend and I were riding around looking for a good party to hit. We caught wind of one away from the college that seemed to be alright. We get there and haven't even cracked one open yet before the police show up. Just about everyone books it to the back door, except my friend and I. We put the beers down and watch the cops come in while everyone jets out the back. One lonely cop stops by us and demands our IDs, which we produce showing we are both at least 21. Cop gets a pissed off look on his face and tells us to turn around. My friend, being bold, asks why, and the cop starts spitting a litany of charges at us, half of which don't make any sense at all. Before Captain Killjoy can berate us any further, another cop steps up to him and cuts him off mid-rant with a calm and cool, "Are they 21? And do they have any alcohol?" The first cop starts to blunder his words before being waved off. The second cop looks at us and suggests we leave, which we do. We heard later almost everyone from that party got charged with something. We managed to be the only 2 to escape, all because of a power-tripping cop. Well, back in high school one evening me and some friends met up to play some drinking games like King's Cup. We also had a very tasty, not 5L canister full of orange juice mixed with Bacardi, vodka, Georgia Minister, and probably some other shit. Needless to say, we got pretty wasted and decided to go for a walk and do some stuff. We walked into the direction of our chemistry teacher's house, who we all hated because of his anti-drugs lectures mid-lesson and bad teaching overall, and did some hedge jumping and other stupid stuff. When we arrived at his house, me and another friend just went by as suddenly one ran with the mailbox across the street yelling and throwing mails everywhere. As I turned around, the other 2 were bissing against his car. We all started running down the street. After some distance, the 3 dudes who did the sheet laid down and laughed their ass off. I said, "What the fuck, guys?" We went another direction back home, but they replied something like, "Nope, let's go the same way back and look at the mess." Well, me and the other innocent left in another direction and wandered back to his place, where the fact the other 3 went, cause they weren't there yet. When he called one of them, he said, "Hello mom, this is bad timing." In conclusion, they went the same way back and ran into the police and our chemistry teacher standing in front of his house. Funny thing, he smelled at his car and thought it was vodka. When I was 10, a few of us were bored, so we decided to steal stuff. Stupid stuff, small stuff. Everyone one of us could afford it, but we were jerks. Anyway, we start stealing, and I, the smart kid, buy a Snickers bar or something with a backpack full of shit, because I knew that if I was on the cash register buying stuff, I was less likely to get pulled out. 2 of my friends got caught, sent to the police. I got away, and the cops were looking for me all over town. I was more or less free until my friend ratted me out to his dad in the police on the station, and his dad caught me faking 10 wilds. Can't withstand any pressure. Also, on another occasion, I was stealing giant buttons. They were on the streets for some festival or STH, and the police caught me. I was underage and drunk as fuck, and when they asked for my info, I just gave them the info of my old school bully. A fake. He got a warning. I can finally share this back. When I was a junior in high school, there were these dumb standardized tests that I was exempt from. The tests were during the day, so many classes were empty, and some teachers were proctoring the tests to save money, so these classes had subs mostly. I go through my day normally, with most of my classes being almost completely empty. I go to my physics class and everyone is standing outside the door, apparently due to there being no substitute in the room. Some classes relocated, so we went to check the relocation list, and our classroom that we were supposed to go to already had an art class occupying it. So we just sat in our normal room doing nothing for a while, and me and a friend decided to go roast behind the tennis courts, because why not? First we went to pick up our friend from another class, but he didn't want to go. So we just talked there for about 20 minutes, then started heading back. On the way back, a teacher appears from around the corner and asks us for our passes. We explained to her the situation, no sub, no relocation, and we were looking for our real classroom. She is cool with it and walks us back to the physics classroom. Now there had been talk amongst the students in the class to watch stuff on Netflix, but we left before a decision was made. We opened the door and all I hear is turn it off, turn it off. The lights were off and there was a movie playing on screen. Bruno. The movie had apparently just been started 30 seconds ago, which brought us to a scene of a dick being twirled in a circle in slow motion, zoomed in. The teacher behind us went wide-eyed and just blew up. She started screaming at everyone that this is not school appropriate material and sexual harassment, which I thought was ridiculous. She calls the office saying we were watching pornographic material in the class. Once one of the office people had come down, the teacher explained the situation, then points to me and my friend in the corner and says these two are exempt from any punishment. Because I was walking with them while they were looking for their class, the amount of relief and released stress from those words she said almost made me pass out. Added bonus, our physics teacher never heard of what happened. TLDR, ditch class to go roast, decide not to, come back, classmates watching the helicopter, dodge punishment because of ditch. Street racing. Having the faster car has gotten me out of a lot of trouble. If I'm sure they didn't get my plate then I'll later. Anyways, street racing, this guy who rednecked out some ratty old Mustang said he was better, so I brought out my not ratty Mustang and proceeded to beat him heads up twice. He wanted to go one more time out on a main road, so I thought, hey, what the hell. So we line up and do a 30 roll. A little less than a 1/4 mile was a bridge. Well, I beat him and boom, red and blue lights. I dipped off on a side road and he popped. I got pulled over a mile or two down the road. Luckily some guy had just robbed a store with a car like mine. I got out clean. Another one messing with a 350Z. We turn on the main road and kinda get in it. Come to a light, I was behind the 350Z and in the other lane a Cobalt. Both of the cars revving, light turns, we all take off. I'm all in the 350Zs as street racing, always be aware. And just like in Need for Speed, a cop passed under a street light, noticed him as time slowed down. I immediately got over and started slamming down gears to achieve the speed limit with as little braking and obviousness. Both other cars took off and split up like in the movies, and as if they knew all three of us were going to be acting like fools at that moment, about 8 cops came from nowhere, and since they dipped, all the attention was on them. Since my Mach 1 is so damn loud, I kept my car in a high gear to remain as quiet and inconspicuous. Hit the bypass, went home, put the car cover on, and didn't get it back out till the next weekend. Might be a little late, but gonna tell anyways. At school, must have been 14 to 15 at the time. At our school we had this massive field with a line of trees around the edge of it. The head of our school would always forbid anyone to venture anywhere close to these trees, probably in fear of us falling into the road surrounding the field or whatever. One day we decided to just go fucking wild, and we are playing football, mercy, and climbing these trees like a bunch of monkeys on meth. Anyway, about 5 minutes later we see 4 of the senior teachers running at us from across the field. Obviously we bolted as soon as possible, but none could escape the grips of Mr. Winton. His legs long and his pace through the roof. 12 of us must have been pulled into the classroom and were taking down everyone's names. I was close to the end of the list, having already asked for everyone's names. The teacher comes to me and says, "And scene, I would have expected better from you. Your parents will be getting a call from us sometime this week to explain why you are in detention. But the great thing is, my name isn't seen." So some poor kid in my year got wrath from his parents while I got to go home and play Xbox and eat Doritos. We were maybe 17 and me, Rudy, Danny, and Daniel all go out in Rudy's mom's van and decide to pretend to kidnap Danny. We have him skate around a movie theater and we all jump out, chase him down, rough him up, throw him in a van, and tell everyone to shut the fuck up. We do this around 4 times. We just laugh and get a kick at how the people are freaking out. We didn't realize that they would call the cops, write down the license plate, and report an actual kidnapping. Fast forward to 2 AM in the morning. Rudy gets pulled out of his house by the SWAT team. We live in a city that has its own for some reason. Even though we are in LA County, they are asking him where the kid he kidnapped is. He's freaking out and doesn't know what they are talking about until it hits him. Oh fuck. Danny. He tells them that it was a joke and they think he's full of shit. They go to Danny's house and pull him out. His parents are pissed. They go to Daniel's house and pull him out. He's 18 so they didn't involve his parents and they ask him about the 4th guy. Daniel just says nah man it was just us. They keep grilling him, but he stands strong. Danny called me after they pulled out Rudy and I was freaking out cause I was seeing police cars and a helicopter all around my house. Rudy lives a block away and I was scared they were going to knock on my door. But nope. Nothing happened to me because my friends didn't rat me out. It was pretty cool. In high school, a school trip was being planned to Boston. Being from Scotland, I was very eager, pleaded with my mother I wanted to go, but she admitted it would cost too much. So the weeks go by and the trip comes closer and all my school friends are getting hyped for the trip. The last day to register for the trip my mum relents and offers to assist in paying for the trip, but I felt bad. Single mother with 2 other children, they were vastly more important things for the money to go on, so I decline and instead enjoy a few weeks to myself and my PlayStation 1 during the summertime. The school comeback, but I sense something off with friends. I find out 2 male teachers are caught with my school friends, playing with booze and the general molesting stuff. One teacher never returns, the other one did a few years later. I would have been in the same room as this if I went. I'm so glad I opted to stay home play my PlayStation instead. Tripping on acid, I convinced a handful of girls to go skinny dipping / pool hopping in my friend's condo development. Naked and wet the police show up, I jump the fence and am pursued by a cop. Naked and terrified I get away into the woods and find our pile of clothes. We jet while girls get taken to a couple cruises. I don't think they knew we were tripping. We circle around and eventually want to go get my car, but the police are still there. A tow truck shows up and they start to hitch my car, either a taunt or they knew it was us. So we compose ourselves and walk out and pretend to be coming home late. Officer, I'm sorry I parked there, this is my car. Why are you wet? Did I just chase you into the woods 30 minutes ago? They put us each, my buddy and I who showed up as well from his place in the woods, in police cruisers. The radio and lights were insane. So trippy. We felt so faked. 30 minutes goes by, the girls leave in another set of cruisers. Cops get into the cruiser and then slowly drive us to my buddy's house. His mom must have vouched for us. Man, was she pissed. She just started yelling and then I'm calling your father. I just ran out the door like a crazed person. Get in my car, drive home. Fairly composed. Parked up the street, I built up courage. I drive into the driveway and get out. Dad's in the kitchen, smiling. Pretending to be angry his son talked a handful of girls out to their clothes and into a pool at midnight. I go to sleep after a long hot bath and classic rock radio. I distinctly remember at one point the radio guy said Rumpelstiltskin Farfignagen on my gummy bear salad. It really freaked me out, like he knew we were tripping. The next day the girls showed up at my house. We were like, what happened? Were you okay? My buddy and I were painting my house for a summer job. Turns out one of the girls was the daughter of the police chief in the town. Everyone was brought home and no files or complaints were charged. My one time almost arrested. Air Force, basic training, FTX, field training exercise. Having a 341 pulled is something you never wanted done. For those who don't know, an AF Form 341 is a comment card of sorts. Name, squadron, flight number, and other misc-info are listed. Do something good, give it to the asker, boom. Nothing happens. Do something even remotely bad, boom, nothing good happens. My whole flight was sitting and waiting for a mail call when someone from another flight did something stupid. All the training instructors around lost their collective smoky hat wearing shirt and pulled 341s from us like they were 5-year-olds in the world's easiest Easter egg hunt. Point: as a trainee, you aren't called or allowed to use the term airman until after FTX. You did not approach a T at times like this. I did, or 100 pounds of quiet chapel guide me. I explained the situation. They dug through the pile and gave mine back. My tea was going through and about to rain hell on us when he asked why mine wasn't pulled, and the dorm chief had me explain it. Whole flight went from getting the equivalent of the proverbial sandpaper condom to a smirk and a laugh at how stupid we were. Fun fact, I never had a 341 pulled point. When I asked why on our last night, Mighty said it was because I never faked up point. Then he laughed and reminded everyone of how I had rounded the corner into the day room and hit my head on one of those massive old court TVs hard enough to break it and do a half backflip in front of everyone on our first night, still in civilian clothes. Good times. Pro tip: always have your family send you flat-end candy and fruit roll-ups. Never send anything that can't be flattened very well. Everyone else got. I smuggled in so many roll-ups thanks to my sister that I was never without. Okay, I have a pretty good story for this one. Point: living in Denver, we decided it would be pretty fun to go to the X Games in Aspen as my buddy's girlfriend lives there and we all have a house to party at. Point: we get up there with the girls we are seeing and one other guy who is huge, like 6'5", 240 lbs. We are having a good party and getting drunk, etc. But the other guy, we'll call him Turk because that's what we called him, isn't doing well with the girls and is upset that he can't get with anybody. He has no game whatsoever. Eventually this escalates to him causing a huge scene where most people leave the party and he freaks out and grabs a knife. He is threatening to kill himself because no girls like him and has the knife to his throat. Point: everybody is totally freaking out and screaming. He gets distracted for a second and I charge him, tackling him to the ground and put my arm on his throat. Well, the Russian neighbor from downstairs grabs the knife. Point: everybody is screaming and the girl I'm with starts kicking him in the balls violently. Things get a little diffused after this, but he tries to run away now, and we are in the mountains. It's snowing and he has no idea how to get anywhere. Point: he was a pretty good friend and had never done anything like this before, so I chase after him to make sure that he doesn't freeze to death. Point: me and my girl leave the house and I find him and I'm restraining him from running away, but this is when a cop pulls up who had been taking somebody home from a bar fight. This is a really fancy neighborhood in Aspen and I look bad in this situation. So the cop comes up and is like, "Get in the car." And I'm about to turn 21 in 5 months and cannot believe I'm about to get faked for this after doing nothing wrong. I try to plead with the cop and he just says that I can explain everything at the station. Point: this is when the guy who was being dropped off saves my ass. He starts yelling at me and just screams, "Get in the house, you idiots." So he lets us in the house, locks the door, and there's nothing the cop can do. Point: about 5 minutes go by and the owner of the house comes out, sees me and my drunk friends and freaks out and kicks us out. As we get out, the cop is just leaving line of sight and there is a fluorescent police vest on there that I pick up because who is going to believe this? Then as we are out there, the girl I'm with grabs me, starts passionately kissing me and giving me a hand job in the snow while Turk cries in the snowbank. Point: we head back inside and I explain the situation to everybody with my police vest as proof and we all have a laugh. Point: Turk ends up crying on the stairs all night and I had Sech in the kitchen, which was a clear view from the stairs with him crying the whole time in the background. Point: Turk didn't talk to us much after that. I ran a cheating ring during high school at my current college. I was in an accelerated program that allowed me to take college classes during high school. I was in 2, actually, one at my current tech-centric college and another at a local community college. The teacher we had at the tech school was actually a grad from that college and had never taught before, so he was making it up as he went, and the material was very difficult. All of it was either programming or graphics-centric matrix math. I was one of the few socially trained individuals in the class and wasn't actually too bad at the programming, but I was lazy as shit, lacked time management, and didn't understand the math. I had made friends with everybody in the class and was in a position that nearly anybody I asked for code would give it to me. I knew that they could check to see if it was copied and considered changing the code to avoid being caught, but I never did so. I turned it in exactly unchanged. Other students then asked me in turn for the code, or I offered it. It got to the point that half the class was using my acquire code. Then there was the bust. This was going on for about half a school year before our teacher realized something was up. At that point he checked some previous assignments and realized that half the class had identical code. When I got in, I actually protected my suppliers and said that I was just mixed up with other people handing out code. I ended up with a 0 on 3 assignments, but came out of that class with my highest GPA to date.